Chapter 1705, Mana Equipment Set. Chapter 1705, Mana Equipment Set. A Town Building Order. Shi Feng's mind blanked for a moment when he saw the tattered parchment that had abruptly appeared in his hands. Town building orders were incredibly precious in God's domain. Normally, the item could only be obtained from securing the first kill of a special field boss or epic ranked or higher group quest. A town building order was far more valuable than a captured town. This was because the town building order granted players the freedom to build a town in almost any location they desired. They could even construct the town in a neutral map. This was where the town building order truly shined. Neutral maps didn't have teleportation points, and players had to rely on their own feet to reach these maps. Moreover, very few neutral maps contained towns or cities. In the case of the Orc Empire, capturable towns and cities had only appeared due to an expansion pack. Trying to find a pre-made town to capture in other neutral maps was a dream. Of course, the Orc Empire's natural towns and cities had their flaws. They lacked some of the functions that normal guild towns and cities possessed. For example, they couldn't be promoted. Regardless of how well guilds managed these towns and cities, they would remain at the same rank they started with. Meanwhile, the town constructed with a town building order didn't have such restrictions. It could be promoted into a city without issues. However, one had to pay a considerably higher price to use a town building order in a neutral map. It would cost, at the very least, several, possibly dozens of times more than building a town within a kingdom or empire. This was because neutral maps were not considered safe areas. In fact, they were home to many races that were hostile to humans. Naturally, setting up a town in enemy land would be more costly. The higher leveled the neutral map was, the more it would cost to construct a town there. Most importantly, guild towns and cities in neutral maps would face frequent monster attacks. Surviving in these neutral maps would also be much harder than within a kingdom or empire's borders. Hence, not all guilds that had been lucky enough to find a town building order had chosen to construct their towns in neutral maps. Rather, they lacked the ability and funds to build a town in a neutral map. Shi Feng had never expected to obtain a town building order so soon in this life. Originally, he had planned to wait for the guild's main force to reach level 60 before challenging a few special field bosses that he knew the locations of. But now, he had a town building order 10 levels earlier than expected. Forget it. It's better to get one earlier than later. At most, I'll just have to adjust my original plan. Shi Feng smiled before storing the town building order. He then set his sights on the other items the Tyrant's Soul had dropped while he had Anna and the Tier 3 demon clean up the remaining monsters. As a mythic monster, the Tyrant's Soul should have dropped a lot of items. The boss had a surprisingly low number. Including the tattered equipment the Tyrant's Soul dropped, the boss had only dropped 6 items. Shi Feng immediately picked up the tattered equipment pieces and inspected them. These equipment pieces had clearly existed for an extremely long time. Many areas of the pieces had fallen prey to corrosion. If they were tossed to the roadside, nobody would likely spare them a second glance. However, Shi Feng was instantly ecstatic after he inspected their attribute panel's mana equipment. As expected of the Extraordinary Tower's guardian boss, Shi Feng's eyes glowed with excitement as he gazed at the 4 tattered pieces of equipment before him. Mana equipment was similar to mana weapons. Both were consumables and could offer a significant boost to players' combat power. Only, mana equipment was extremely difficult to produce, far more so than mana weapons. As a result, mana equipment was scarcer than mana weapons. Meanwhile, the 4 pieces of mana equipment before him made up a complete set. They were the hands, chest, legs, and boots of the Judgment set, a Tier 2 mana equipment set. Individually, these 4 pieces had the basic attributes to rival epic equipment. Only, they did not possess any additional skills. In return for their lack of skills, though, the 4-piece Judgment set included 2 ridiculously strong set effects. 2-piece set effect, Mana Stimulation, passively improves physique by 30% and reaction speed by 20%. Forms a mana shield around the wearer that weakens spell effects by 50% and reduces physical damage received by 30%. 4-piece set effect, Light of Judgment, stimulates the runes on every set piece at the cost of durability. When active, increases all attributes by 800 points, strength by 90%, endurance by 60%, and agility by 60%. Sustaining Light of Judgment reduces 1 durability point from every set piece each minute. The mana equipment set's attributes rendered Shifeng speechless. Although he had been a guild leader in the past, his guild had only been a second-rate guild. The information he had been able to get his hands on had been very limited. Although he had known that mana equipment was very powerful, he hadn't realized exactly how powerful. Now that he had seen one of these set's attributes, he finally understood why mana equipment was so powerful. The basic attributes it provided could rival epic equipment of the same level, and when operating at maximum capacity, its buffs were even more impressive than a berserk skill. An 800-point increase to all attributes was simply unimaginable for Tier 2 players. Both the berserk skills that players learned and those from equipment generally only boosted the player's basic attributes. In other words, the higher a player's basic attributes were, the more effective their berserk skills would be. Meanwhile, when level 60, Tier 2 experts used a berserk skill, excluding the percentage buffs from weapons and equipment, they would generally gain around 1,300 to 1,500 points to their main attribute. The boost to the other basic attributes was far smaller, yet Judgment of Light offered a fixed increase of 800 points to every basic attribute. That was the equivalent of a level 60, Tier 2 expert gaining 50% or higher boost to their attributes. After including the percentage buffs Judgment of Light provided, the player's overall improvement would be terrifying. Shifeng even suspected that he could gain as much strength with Judgment of Light as he did from Heavenly Dragon's power, which was above average compared to other berserk skills. It was a pity that the Judgment set was a class-specific set equipment and could only be used by Guardian Knights. If Kola equipped this set, he should even be able to tank mythic monsters of the same level. Shifeng began to fantasize as he examined the Judgment set. If Kola wore the Judgment set with his Titan Guard, he'd become the strongest MT in God's domain. Following which, Shifeng stored the mana equipment set and set his sights on the last 2 items the Tyrant's soul had dropped. One of them was an old key, while the other was a Tier 4 magic scroll. The Tier 4 magic scroll was a Tier 4 domain scroll, and the key would unlock the magic crystal treasure chest on the tower's top floor. Since he had stolen some of the treasure chest's contents during his last visit, the Tyrant's soul had learned its lesson and locked it, making it impossible for Shifeng, or anyone for that matter, to steal any more items. Now that Shifeng had the key, though, he could open the treasure chest and retrieve the remaining items. Previously, he hadn't had much time to loot the treasure chest, and in the end he had only claimed 5 items. However, every one of those 5 items could even invoke a super guild's envy. Shifeng and his minions then dealt with the remaining 9 wandering souls and collected 15 pieces of level 70 secret silver and fine gold equipment before he made his way to the tower's top floor. The magic crystal treasure chest hadn't moved from its original position. However, the chest now sported a massive, golden padlock. A single glance told Shifeng had no hope of destroying the lock as he was now, but after using the key, he removed the lock in 5 seconds. Lifting the treasure chest's lid, an aurora of light escaped, which was so dazzling that anyone could see it from anywhere in the lost town. Sure enough, this chest still has a lot of treasures. Shifeng's heart pounded with excitement as he looked at the 6 items inside the treasure chest. He immediately began to appraise them, one after another. Of the 6 items, 3 were Tier 2 skill books. One was a Tier 2 taboo skill for assassins called Indiscriminate Killing, one was a Tier 2 spell for elementalists called Elemental Mirror, and one was a Tier 2 passive skill for rangers called Precision Shooting. The other 3 items included a Tier 3 mana staff, a magic tower design, and the last was the Guardian Puppet Designates. No wonder why the players and powers that obtained gold magic crystal treasure chests had never said a word about their harvests. So this is why. Realization dawned on Shifeng when he saw the Guardian Puppet design. He had wondered what made the gold magic crystal treasure chests so special that almost no player or power had ever mentioned obtaining one during his previous life. None of the 5 items he had gained during his first visit were enough to tempt a super guild to put everything it had into obtaining one of these treasure chests. However, after taking a look at the Guardian Puppet design, he understood. This Guardian Puppet design alone was many times more valuable than every other item in the gold magic crystal treasure chest. It was so valuable that superpowers would wage an all-out war with each other to obtain it. Chapter 1706, Guild Treasure. Looking at the Guardian Puppet design in his hands, Feng could not help but inhale deeply as he began scrutinizing it in the past. Guardian puppets were something exclusive to the various superpowers and an extreme few large guilds. Every guardian puppet was treated as a priceless treasure and was the symbol of a guild's foundations. Almost nobody would choose to sell their guardian puppet unless absolutely necessary. Meanwhile, the ones that got sold had been furiously contested over by countless powers. The guardian puppet had been in great demand because it was ancient technology that had been lost in time. Without a proper design, players couldn't replicate the technology since the production of the guardian puppet involved too many fields of study such as alchemy, forging, and engineering. Moreover, every subclass had to be at the master rank at the very minimum. Only after gathering the masters of these subclasses could players produce a guardian puppet. However, according to rumors, just the materials needed for one production attempt cost over 2,000 gold, far more expensive than making a slightly below average piece of epic equipment. The final cost for making the guardian puppet would simply be unimaginable. Meanwhile, the reason why the guardian puppet was so valuable was its frightening combat power. Even a level 0 player could instantly become a monster-like existence with the help of the guardian puppet. It was a war weapon that no epic item or even fragmented legendary item could compare to. To a guild, the guardian puppet was a priceless treasure in the past. There were some first-rate guilds that dared to provoke even superpowers yet managed to live to tell the tale. The secret behind their survival was their possession of guardian puppets. Even an ordinary guardian puppet had the combat power of a tier 3 existence. Meanwhile, the guardian puppet design Feng currently held in his hands was for bronze-ranked guardian puppets. The bronze guardian puppet possessed strength at the peak of tier 3, and any player controlling the puppet could wield this strength as if it was their own. Moreover, unlike summon creatures which would disappear after a certain duration, guardian puppets would not disappear unless destroyed. Regardless of how far players developed in God's domain, combat power at the peak of tier 3 would never become obsolete, because many players could not even reach tier 3 as expected of a bronze guardian puppet. Just the materials needed for one production attempt cost over 3,000 gold. Moreover, a master forger would only have a 30% success rate at completing the forging portion. The success of the final assembly isn't even guaranteed. It's no wonder the various superpowers treated their puppets like their own babies. Feng was inwardly astonished as he looked at the list of required materials stated on the design. However, after giving the matter some thought, he found the price to be reasonable. The bronze guardian puppet possessed combat power at the peak of tier 3 and could be used indefinitely. If a guild could produce several hundred of these puppets now, it would basically be invincible. After all, there was no level requirement for controlling a guardian puppet. The only limiting factor was one's skillfulness at controlling the puppet. It seems there's a need to place greater focus on Candlelight's development. Feng could not wait for the day Silverwing could have its own guardian puppets. Although the materials needed to produce the bronze guardian puppet were rare, aside from the main material, fine titan ingot, the other materials could be collected in bulk relatively easily. The main problem was the requirement of various kinds of lifestyle masters. Without the necessary lifestyle masters, the odds of producing the guardian puppet were 0. If Silverwing could mass-produce bronze guardian puppets, whether it was in team battles or siege battles, they would become a formidable support since they dealt increased damage to magic arrays and buildings. Moreover, they were much more powerful than tier 3 summon creatures. Just as Feng was figuring out ways to further improve the standards of lifestyle players in the Candlelight trading firm, he suddenly received a call from Gentle Snow. Guild leader, I just received good news. Heaven's Burial's Singular Burial and Lei Jingyang fell out with each other. The guild has already been disbanded. However, Singular Burial joined Blackwater with some of his trusted aides and guild experts. Currently, Singular Burial is bringing his men to the primordial divine ruin. By the looks of it, they plan on reaching Primordial City by relying on various resources Blackwater provided them, Gentle Snow said, smiling. Heaven's Burial's destruction was something she and the rest of Silverwing's upper echelon had anticipated. Only, they had not expected Heaven's Burial to disband so quickly. Caught off guard, they had a hard time taking over the shops located in the various cities Heaven's Burial ruled before, many of which were snatched away by other guilds. However, Heaven's Burial's sudden disbandment also saved Zero Wing plenty of trouble. At the very least, there was no longer any need to wage price wars with Heaven's Burial's shops in Star Moon Kingdom, nor was there any need to dispatch larger armies to capture Heaven's Burial's guild town, so they've given up on Star Moon Kingdom and are shifting their focus to Primordial City? Sure Feng could not help but chuckle. Looking at Gentle Snow, he asked, "Have you gathered the necessary manpower yet?" "As you've requested, I personally contacted every one of the selected candidates and had them secretly gather at Zero Wing City. Currently, we're just short by a few dozen people before we have the required number," Gentle Snow replied. "Good. Have them gather at Zero Wing City's Candlelight Trading Firm. I'll head over there myself right now. It's about time we gave Beast Emperor and Singular Burial a little surprise," Sure Feng said with a nod before disconnecting the call. Even now, Gentle Snow still had no idea what Sure Feng intended to do by summoning 1,500 experts. However, she continued notifying the selected experts to gather at Zero Wing City's Candlelight Trading Firm. Meanwhile, after ending the call, Sure Feng spent 3,000 gold to have the NPCs in the Lost Town construct a guild residence. At the same time, he hired 100 level 150, Tier 2 NPC guards and 1,000 level 150, Tier 1 NPC guards for town defense. With this, the town should have no problems fending off monster attacks in the short term. Once that was done, he took out a guild transfer scroll and teleported to Zero Wing City's residence. After the heaven-defying battle at Stone Forest Town, the number of players visiting Zero Wing City each day had skyrocketed. Now, the city's player population had already shot past the 4 million mark. Just the entrance fees collected each day totaled roughly 22,000 gold. Not to mention, there was still the income from Stone Forest Town, the Candlelight Trading Firm, and many other enterprises. Now that there was no longer any need to continue placing bounties on Heaven's Burial's members, all that income could be invested into the guild's development. Meanwhile, even after including the guild's various expenses such as providing guild benefits and the guild's expansion, Zero Wing still saved up around 15,000 gold per day. This income could make any first-rate guild crazy with jealousy. For first-rate guilds, just being able to get their guild to operate normally was already a challenging task. Moreover, the guild benefits they offered their members weren't even comparable to Zero Wing's. It would not be an exaggeration to say that no first-rate guild in God's domain could compete with Zero Wing in terms of wealth. After returning to Zero Wing's residence, Sure Feng first went to the guild warehouse to retrieve some materials obtained from team dungeons and through trading with the various first-rate guilds. Then he started producing magic array scrolls for the Divine Beast's Descent magic array. Once he completed 2 sets, he took out the 2 remaining elemental sources from his bag and combined them with the magic array scrolls. Suddenly, the 2 sets of magic array scrolls started evolving. Originally, Divine Beast's Descent was an intermediate magic array, but after the fusion was completed, the magic arrays exuded an aura that was even more powerful than advanced magic arrays. Following which, Sure Feng stored the 2 sets of magic array scrolls and left for the Candlelight Trading Firm. By the time he arrived at Zero Wing City's Candlelight Trading Firm, Gentle Snow and the others were already waiting for him. Currently, the lounge on the 2nd floor was filled with players, every one of whom was curiously wondering why their vice guild leaders had gathered them here today. However, when they saw Sure Feng, who was currently disguised as Black Flame, enter the lounge, the entire room suddenly fell silent. Guild leader? Why is the guild leader here? Were we gathered here today under the guild leader's orders? Everyone in the lounge could not help but discuss Sure Feng's sudden appearance, excited expressions on their faces. "I believe you all must have heard that our brothers stationed over at the Primordial Divine Ruin have been surrounded and killed by evil demons and evil beasts. In fact, Beast Emperor, the person controlling those monsters, has even announced that Zero Wing's members are forbidden from setting foot into the Primordial Divine Ruin, and any who dare do so will be killed without question. Although that place isn't our guild's territory, I feel that we should still make a response. Hence, I have gathered you all here today so that we can prepare a surprise for Beast Emperor and his allies. We are going to destroy every evil beast and evil demon present near the Primordial Divine Ruin. We will let the various major powers know that Zero Wing is not a pushover." When Sure Feng was done speaking, gasps filled the entire venue. Even Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose, who stood beside Shifeng, could not help but turn to look at their guild leader, both of them thinking that Shifeng had lost his mind, destroy every evil beast and evil demon present near the primordial divine ruin. How can such a feat possibly be accomplished? Chapter 1707, Tier 2 Legion. Chapter 1707, Tier 2 Legion. The silence persisted for a short moment before a commotion erupted inside the lounge. Everyone felt that Shifeng's intentions were too crazy. Setting aside how many evil beasts and evil demons were present around the primordial divine ruin, just the mythic evil beasts and mythic evil demons, there would be more than enough to annihilate their team of 1,500 players. Not to mention, they were attacking in enemy territory, which meant plenty of enemy reinforcements. I'm sure you all are worried and afraid. If you feel that you are not up to it, you may leave. I won't force any of you to take part in this operation. After all, the operation this time is indeed very dangerous. If you wish to take part in it, though, come to me to register. Note that you will also have to sign a confidentiality contract to take part in this operation, Shifeng said in a calm tone after carefully observing everyone present. The reason why Zero Wing was contesting with other guilds over various resources was to provide its members with better benefits. Meanwhile, the majority of the resources obtained would go to elite and core members of the guild. If the guild's core members were not even willing to put themselves at risk for the guild, then when the guild faced greater pressure in the future, nobody would know what kind of actions these core members would take. Thus, there was naturally no need for the guild to continue nurturing such ungrateful core members. Previously, when Zero Wing was still in its infancy, he could tolerate feeding the guild's elite and expert members without asking much in return. However, now that Zero Wing was no longer in its infancy and had already stepped onto the path of becoming a superpower, the guild would need much more resources than before to continue developing. His latest acquisition, the Lost Town, only made the guild even more desperate for resources. Now, he could neither afford nor tolerate having freeloaders in his guild. Hence, there was a serious need to adjust the way the guild operated. The first thing he was going to change was how benefits were offered to guild members. A guild member's contribution would now also be an important criterion in deciding what kind of benefits they would receive. Strength was no longer the only determining factor. The more a person contributed to the guild, the more returns they would receive. In the past, many large guilds had failed to pay attention to this aspect and simply focused on recruiting strong players without bothering with whether those players were truly loyal to the guild or not. As a result, when the guild faced an insurmountable foe, it crumbled even before the battle had begun. In contrast, some small guilds with average strength were able to unite their members to fight against first-rate guilds and maintain a considerably large territory for themselves. Shifeng planned to institute the changes starting with this operation. After he was done speaking, everyone present fell into a daze for a while. At this time, Gentle Snow, Aqua Rose, and the other core members in the upper echelon of the guild quickly realized what Shifeng was trying to do. Hence, they kept their mouths shut and quietly watched from the sides. We'll definitely get ourselves killed by going over there. Wonderful. I've been itching to let those bastards know Zero Wing's amazingness. Guild leader, just give us our orders. For a time, everyone present discussed among themselves. The members of the guild's main force then went up to Shifeng to register. Only a small number of players that were recently promoted into Dark Gods members hesitated over their decision. After the registration process continued for around a dozen minutes, Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose could not help but breathe out a sigh of relief. Of the 1,500 players they gathered, over 1,400 had registered to join the operation, with only several dozen players declining. However, this situation also served as a stern reminder to the two of them. The players they had gathered here today were all experts who they believed were trustworthy, yet there were still some people that had betrayed their expectations. If they were to conduct such a test for the other expert and elite members, the percentage of those who would abandon the guild during its time of need would most likely be much higher. Meanwhile, many more expert and elite players would be joining the guild in the future. There are over 1,400 people remaining. Shifeng was quite satisfied with this outcome, which could also be considered the result of the past few selections Zero Wing had conducted. Not to mention, most of the members that chose to abstain from the operation this time were mainly recent recruits. following which, he turned to look at Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow and said quietly, "From today onward, start restructuring the guild ranks. Regardless if one is an expert member or an elite member, their positions are not fixed. If members fail to obtain a sufficient number of guild achievements and guild contribution points corresponding to their rank each month, they'll be demoted by a rank. I don't care how strong they are, they can be demoted all the way to a guild reserve member and eventually kicked out of the guild." Upon hearing Shifeng's words, Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose nodded in agreement, both of them thinking that it was about time for them to make new guild regulations. After all, the current Zero Wing was no longer the same Zero Wing as before previously, as Zero Wing was lacking manpower and was constantly waging war with other guilds. They had no choice but to offer excellent and tempting benefits with lax conditions in order to keep the guild alive. In contrast, first-rate guilds got to develop in a stable environment for long periods. Not only were their rules and regulations clearly defined, but their contribution and achievement systems were also perfected. This allowed them to prevent freeloaders from appearing in their guilds after everyone signed the confidentiality contract. Shifeng distributed Tier 2 mana weapons to all the Tier 1 players present for Aqua Rose, Gentle Snow, and the other Tier 2 experts there. Shifeng handed them Tier 3 mana weapons. This situation stupefied Shadow Sword, who currently wielded the Tier 3 mana weapon Edgeless Blade. He had experienced the strength of a Tier 3 mana weapon for himself. Even if he simply wielded the weapon normally, he could exert power at the Tier 3 standard. If he pushed the weapon to its maximum potential, then he was basically an unstoppable god of slaughter. Meanwhile, for the operation this time, a total of 12 Tier 2 players would be taking part in it, yet Shifeng had actually given every one of them a Tier 3 mana weapon. Shadow Sword found this situation to be simply incredible. However, the most frightening matter would still have to be the fact that every one of the Tier 1 experts present received a Tier 2 mana weapon. That was over 1,400 players they were talking about. In other words, at this moment, Zero Wing had essentially gained an additional 1,400 plus Tier 2 experts with the correct conditions. A 100-man team of Tier 2 experts could definitely raid a mythic boss of the same level. Meanwhile, like Shadow Sword, after Aqua Rose and the others took a look at the attributes of their respective Tier 3 mana weapons, they were similarly dumbfounded. Guild leader, did you raid the armory of a kingdom? We won't get hunted by some kingdom's army, right? Blackie could not help but gulp nervously as he looked at the Tier 3 mana staff he held, which completely surpassed his epic-ranked staff in terms of raw power. The other Tier 2 experts nodded their heads, seconding Blackie's words. They never thought that their guild actually possessed such a hidden hand. Even those in the upper echelon like themselves were utterly clueless about this. Just by holding the Tier 3 mana weapons, they could feel that their combat power had increased drastically. At the very least, the raw power of their attacks should be at the Tier 3 standard already. Although they did not possess the physique and skills of a Tier 3 player, they were still confident that, unless their opponent was fully geared in epic equipment, they could easily stomp on any Tier 2 expert right now. At this moment, Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow finally understood why Shifeng would try to annihilate the evil beasts and evil demons around the primordial divine ruin with such a small number of players. With so many experts boasting Tier 2 and Tier 3 combat power, they indeed possessed the qualifications to go up against the evil demons and evil beasts near the primordial divine ruin. While everyone was reeling from receiving the mana weapons, Shifeng took out 4 pieces of equipment and handed them to Cola. Originally, Cola wanted to say that his equipment was plenty excellent already and that there was no need for a replacement. However, once he inspected what Shifeng gave him, his eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. Without hesitation, he removed the level 50 fine gold set equipment he was wearing and replaced them with the mana equipment set from Shifeng. The moment Cola equipped the mana equipment set, the feeling he gave off transformed abruptly. Right now, Cola's aura gave even Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow intense pressure. Not to mention, the mana in the room was also surging toward him. Just standing beside the Guardian Knight felt stifling. Guild leader, what kind of equipment did you give Cola? Did you give him 4 pieces of epic equipment? Gentle Snow asked curiously. At this moment, she could clearly feel that her attributes were inferior to Cola's. However, she currently had a piece of fragmented legendary equipment equipped, so it was simply unbelievable that Cola's basic attributes would be superior to hers. The only explanation she could think of for such a difference was that Kola had just equipped 4 pieces of epic equipment. No. It's Tier 2 mana equipment set. It's something similar to the mana weapons you all are using, Shifeng replied, shaking his head. He then turned to Kola and asked, how does it feel after you've equipped it? Guild leader, this set is simply insane. I feel that I can tank even a mythic boss right now. Kola's eyes glowed with excitement as he looked at the 4 silvery pieces of equipment on him. When the surrounding crowd heard Kola's words, they could not help but gasp. From Kola's expression, they could tell that the Guardian Knight was not joking at all. However, realizing this only served to shock them even more, 4 pieces of mana equipment were actually enough to create an MT capable of tanking a mythic boss of the same level. This situation was simply too frightening. Relax. You'll have plenty of chances to show off later on, Shifeng said, chuckling, following which, Shifeng had Aqua Rose recruit 176 trustworthy summoners from the guild's elite members for the upcoming operation and had them sign confidentiality contracts as well. Move out. Our target is the primordial divine ruin. It's about time we let our enemies pay the price of blood, Shifeng commanded after seeing that everyone had gathered. Chapter 1708, Miraculous Hunt. Chapter 1708, Miraculous Hunt. Zero Wing City, 4 Towers of Elements. Due to 4 Towers of Elements teleportation function, the number of players that gathered at the 4 Towers of Elements increased with each passing day. Many among them belonged to the various adventurer teams and large guilds. This was because teleporting through the 4 Towers of Elements was the fastest way for players to reach the Orc Empire. Using this function, players could save up on over 10 hours of mounted travel time when traveling to the Orc Empire. Aside from being able to teleport into the Orc Empire, players could teleport to leveling maps around Zero Wing City. Although these leveling maps weren't high-resource maps, the easy travel method still made these maps attractive. Because of this, the 4 Towers of Elements weren't any less lively than the city's central district, even though they stood at the edges of Zero Wing City, far from most of the city's attractions. Quite a few player shops had also risen around the towers. Among these player shops stood the Purple Pavilion Trading Firm, a trading firm Shifeng had been quite familiar with during his previous life. This trading firm was run by none other than Suzy, one of Shifeng's old friends in the past. The Purple Pavilion Trading Firm's business was doing considerably well, and many adventurer teams' players purchased items from its shop. Guild leader, is there a problem with that shop? Gentle Snow asked curiously when she noticed Shifeng staring at the Purple Pavilion Trading Firm. The Purple Pavilion Trading Firm? Following Shifeng's gaze, Aqua Rose said, based on our information, the trading firm is quite impressive. Its owner had rented a shop here before we had even revealed the 4 Towers of Elements teleportation function. The Purple Pavilion's owner also has amazing connections and offers many specialty products from other countries. The Purple Pavilion Trading Firm has used this opportunity to partner with quite a few well-known adventurer teams and purchase various rare materials from them at below market price. Right now, excluding the trading firms operated by the various large guilds, the Purple Pavilion Trading Firm ranks among the top 5 in Zero Wing City. However, based on our investigations, Purple Pavilion doesn't have a powerful backer. As a result, certain major trading firms have begun to take action against Purple Pavilion in secret. When Gentle Snow and the others heard Aqua Rose's explanation, they could not help but view the Purple Pavilion Trading Firm's owner in a new light. In God's domain, the competition between trading firms was just as intense as that between guilds. In fact, the competition between trading firms was far more intense. This was because guilds weren't the only ones operating trading firms in God's domain. Some independent players and adventurer teams had their own trading firms to earn more resources and coins, funding their personal development. Hence, God's domain had more trading firms than guilds. Thriving in such a competitive environment without a powerful backer was extremely difficult. The fact that the Purple Pavilion Trading Firm's shop ranked among the top 5 shops operated by non-guild entities in Zero Wing City proved how amazing it was. Aqua, have someone give the various shops in Zero Wing City a warning. I don't care what they do elsewhere, but nobody is allowed to play dirty in Zero Wing's towns and cities. If they're caught doing so, they should prepare to face the consequences, Shifeng quietly instructed, glancing at some of the players on the street who were clearly stalking the Purple Pavilion trading firm. Part of the development of guild towns and cities relied on the development of the shops in them. If Zero Wing couldn't provide sufficient security and fair competition for the independent merchant players in its towns and cities, these players would eventually refuse to conduct their business in Zero Wing's territories. Understood. Aqua Rose nodded. She immediately arranged for some of her subordinates to warn the various player-operated shops in Zero Wing City. After dealing with this matter, Shifeng and the others split into multiple groups and teleported to the Orc Empire's border at intervals. For this operation, Shifeng didn't just have his team members sign the confidentiality contract to keep their mouths shut about the mana weapons to avoid attracting other guilds' attentions. It also forced them to keep the operation itself a secret. Although this method didn't stop spies from simply logging out of the game and notifying their employers, Zero Wing would discover anyone who violated the contract the moment they logged out, since these players had been invited at the same time. Unless these spies wanted to blow their cover and lose all of their progress in the game thus far, they wouldn't dare log out. After arriving in the Orc Empire, everyone gathered in a predetermined location. Once Shifeng ensured that his team had arrived safely, he had them saddle up and make their way towards the primordial divine ruin. Each of these players was either an elite or expert in Zero Wing, so they all had their own guild mounts. A legion of majestic thunder wolves quickly traversed the Orc Empire's barren lands, and as it passed, the areas it left behind looked as if they had been ravaged by a powerful storm. However, even amongst this legion of majestic beasts, Shifeng's demonic flame tiger stood out like a sore thumb. Although the demonic flame tiger had shrunk to 3 meters in height after its evolution, eye-catching, pitch-black flames and arcs of silver electricity danced along its paws. The demonic flame tiger also radiated an aura that rivaled that of a high lord. It was difficult not to notice the beast when other players encountered Zero Wing's legion. They grew nervous. This was because the orcs in the Orc Empire also rode gigantic battle wolves and battle tigers. At first, these players assumed that the Orc Empire's armies had ambushed them, and they had nearly turned and fled. However, after getting a closer look, they realized that the mount's riders were human, not robust orcs. Seeing this, they relaxed and sighed with relief. Crap. Who are those people? Almost all of them are using the same type of mount. Don't they look like Zero Wing's Thunderwolves? Those Thunderwolves are seriously cool. I wish I had one. Zero Wing? That shouldn't be possible. Those players are heading toward the primordial divine ruin, which is surrounded by evil beasts and evil demons. If they are Zero Wing's members, aren't they just heading towards their deaths? Could Zero Wing be trying to force their way into the ruin? That's impossible, right? There are more than 100,000 evil beasts and evil demons at the ruin. They'd even wipe out an army of several thousand experts in the blink of an eye. If not for that Beast Emperor wanting to avoid provoking every major power in the Orc Empire, he could easily stop anyone from entering the primordial divine ruin with his monster army. Zero Wing shouldn't be underestimated either. The guild had already defeated Heaven's Burial's evil demon army. I've watched the recordings of that battle. Zero Wing had even faced down mythic-ranked evil beasts and demons. Didn't you see Zero Wing summon those mythic monsters? There's no way Zero Wing can summon such powerful monsters again easily. The players that noticed Zero Wing's force discussed the guild's actions heatedly. News that Zero Wing had dispatched a force to the primordial divine ruin quickly spread. After all, it would be difficult for such a powerful army to avoid notice for long. Soon, the various major powers waiting to enter the primordial divine ruin began to discuss the matter as well. Zero Wing is taking action so soon? Is Zero Wing insane? Don't they know that there are over 100,000 evil demons and evil beasts guarding the primordial divine ruin? Zero Wing's actions confused all of the various large guilds' upper echelons. Brother Singular, like Beast Emperor has said, Zero Wing really couldn't hold back and has come running to us on its own. This is a good opportunity for us to take our revenge, Falling Fire said, a cold glint flashing in his eyes as he read the report his subordinate just sent him. We only lost because we didn't fully understand Zero Wing and fought them on their home turf. However, our battlefield will be set in the Orc Empire this time. We also have 8 mythic monsters under our command. Even if Zero Wing can summon more of those high demons to suppress our mythic monsters, we'll have plenty of Grand Lords and Great Lords to spare. We can annihilate this Zero Wing forces. Zero Wing. Singular Burial gnashed his teeth in anger when he heard the mention of the guild. His eyes turned bloodshot and he growled, "I won't let any of your members return alive this time." Zero Wing had thoroughly destroyed Heaven's Burial in their last battle. All of the time and effort he had invested in his guild's development had gone to waste, just like that. Now, hatred for Zero Wing consumed his thoughts. The evil demons and evil beasts encircling the primordial divine ruin were a suggestion he had made to Beast Emperor. He had done so to cause as much trouble for Zero Wing as possible, impeding the guild's development. As soon as Singular Burial finished speaking, a spatial gate opened above him. Once the spatial gate opened fully, cloaked figures atop mounts jumped out, one after another. When these cloaked figures landed, everyone recognized the mounts as Zero Wing's Thunderwolves. What's going on? Zero Wing's members actually dare to charge straight into the evil demons and evil beasts' encirclement? Are they seeking death? Everyone gaped at Zero Wing's members when they realized who had emerged from the spatial gate. They had assumed that Zero Wing was simply putting up a strong front by marching into the Orc Empire. Even if Zero Wing truly intended to take action, the guild would employ hit-and-run tactics and target small groups of evil beasts and evil demons at most. However, the fact that Zero Wing's members had jumped straight into their enemies' ranks via a spatial gate left them utterly baffled. Before anyone could react, Shurfeng's gaze shifted toward the nearby Blackwater members. Kill them. Chapter 1709. Might of One Hit. Zero Wing's sudden appearance had shocked the players at the primordial divine ruin. Shurfeng's command to attack Blackwater's members only intensified their surprise. This is crazy. Zero Wing must be insane. They've actually barged into the evil demons and evil beasts' encirclement to attack Blackwater. The members from the various major powers and adventurer teams were stupefied as they watched Zero Wing's members charge into Blackwater's on their mounts. At a glance, it was clear that Zero Wing had dispatched less than 2,000 members to the primordial divine ruin. Even if all of them were experts, Blackwater's forces weren't to be trifled with. Although Blackwater had recently suffered a major loss, it had recruited many of Heaven's Burial's expert and elite members. The guild had sent 4,000 experts and 6,000 elites to the ruin this time, and the lowest leveled among them was level 49. Every one of these 10,000 players also wore top-tier equipment. An army of fewer than 2,000 experts stood no chance against Blackwater's forces. Moreover, the evil demons and evil beasts currently surrounded the primordial divine ruin. It wouldn't be long before these monsters arrived to support Blackwater's army. Zero Wing would have more opponents than just Blackwater's army. They would have to face 100,000 plus monsters as well. While the various large guilds wondered why Zero Wing had enacted such a ludicrous plan, the guild's mounted forces had almost reached Blackwater's members. Bastards. Falling Fire cursed as he commanded his players to fall into formation. Fortunately, the players Blackwater had dispatched to raid the primordial divine ruin were all well-trained, and the 10,000-man army quickly took up arms. The 500-plus shield warriors and guardian knights formed two rows at the front, raising their shields as they prepared to stop their enemies' advance. Meanwhile, the clerics, oracles, and druids at the rear of the army began to cast their buffs on the army's MTs. Now, the two human walls formed between the army and Zero Wing's members could even stop dozens of great lords of the same level, not to mention charging players. Meanwhile, the ranged forces between the shield warriors and guardian knights began to cast their offensive spells. Blackwater's army had far better reaction speed, combat standards, and far more combat experience than the various adventurer teams who fought others in the fields. The entire army moved as one, utterly organized. However, the berserkers leading Zero Wing's charge paid the Blockade before them little heed. They didn't even bother to wait for their own shield warriors and guardian knights to catch up as they plowed into Blackwater's formation. The moment before Zero Wing's 100-plus berserkers clashed with Blackwater's MTs, a hint of excitement could be seen flashing in their eyes as they tightened their grips on their weapons. Suddenly, silver runes began to form on their weapons, and the ambient mana gathered around the berserkers' weapons. Without hesitation, the berserkers swung their weapons at the massive shields before them. Boom. Boom. A series of loud explosions echoed throughout the area as the berserkers struck the enemy shields impossible. When Blackwater's MTs received the berserkers' attacks, they felt as if they had been hit by a truck. Not only did their shields tremble violently and their arms go numb, but they were also forced to take 2 or 3 steps back before they could stabilize themselves. However, before these MTs could regain their postures, Zero Wing's berserkers swung their weapons again, forcing these MTs backward once more. After 3 consecutive attacks, Zero Wing's berserkers had broken holes in Blackwater's defensive line. The berserkers then dashed toward the ranged players like frenzied beasts. Zero Wing broke through. The various major powers watching from a distance could not help but gape at the scene. Just 100+ berserkers had torn apart 2 defensive lines formed by over 500 level 49+ shield warriors and guardian knights. The clash between these melee players had lasted less than 2 seconds. It was as if Blackwater's shield warriors and guardian knights were made of paper and could barely take a hit. However, the players from these major powers knew that Blackwater's MTs all wore excellent equipment. The weakest piece they'd have on them would be level 45 fine gold rank. MTs of such caliber could easily join the various large guilds' main forces. As for their combat standards, they were all elite and expert players. A blockade of such powerful MTs shouldn't have a problem fending off a charge of dozens of great lords of the same level, yet it had shattered when assaulted by Zero Wing's 100+ berserkers. No matter how they looked at the situation, they simply could not bring themselves to believe it. What these players didn't know was that although these Zero Wing berserkers were only Tier 1 players, they could unleash Tier 3 power when they maxed out the Tier 2 mana weapons in their hands. Blackwater's defensive lines might be able to stop several dozen great lords of the same level, but it definitely couldn't stop the combined charge of over 100 great lords' melee units. Stop them. Do not let them reach our ranged unit. Falling Fire hurriedly commanded when he noticed Zero Wing's berserkers approach. However, before Falling Fire could even finish his words, one melee fighter from Blackwater after another was thrown into the air. Even when Blackwater's level 50 berserkers tried to stop Zero Wing's berserkers, the latter easily pushed them back. They lost a significant amount of HP when they crossed blades with Zero Wing's berserkers. After repulsing Blackwater's melee players, Zero Wing's berserkers charged toward Blackwater's ranged force like a sharpened sword. The berserkers blocked the incoming ranged attacks with little to no effort. In contrast to Blackwater's pitiful ranged attacks, the attacks Zero Wing's several hundred ranged players launched were basically unstoppable. When Blackwater's MTs tried to block these incoming attacks with their shields, their defensive postures shattered under a single blow, rendering them helpless against the following ranged attacks. Every ranged attack that struck an MT directly dealt over -20,000 damage, and Zero Wing's players only needed 3 ranged strikes to kill a Blackwater MT. Blackwater's healers hadn't even had enough time to save their allies. The difference between each side's healers was jaw-dropping. When Blackwater's healers cast healing spells with 1 or 2 second channeling times, the spells would restore around 10,000 of the target's HP. In contrast, when Zero Wing's healers used the same healing spells, their targets recovered nearly 20,000 HP. Meanwhile, Blackwater's ranged classes only dealt around -10,000 HP when they struck Zero Wing's berserkers on a direct hit, and the best among them only dealt around -13,000 damage. Zero Wing's healers could easily restore whatever HP their berserkers lost. The difference between the two forces was clear for all to see after the battle continued for a short moment. Like a group of ferocious beasts, Zero Wing's members devoured the lives of Blackwater's players, forcing Blackwater to retreat again and again. As the army began to show signs of crumbling, the spectating crowd was dumbfounded. No matter how they thought about it, Blackwater should have had the upper hand, yet Zero Wing had an absolute advantage over its army. This didn't look like an actual battle, it was more of a one-sided beating. Zero Wing and Blackwater's strength simply weren't on the same level. So, this is the power of mana weapons? Gentle Snow, who commanded the battle from the rear, was indescribably shocked as she watched her players devour Blackwater's forces. They were too strong. Although the branch guild she commanded in the Black Dragon Empire hadn't experienced as many battles as the main branch in Starmoon Kingdom, her guild had plenty of experience in combat involving thousands of players. Hence, she knew that such a large-scale battle wouldn't reach a conclusion quickly. At the very least, the battle would last 15 to 30 minutes before anyone could tell which side had the upper hand yet. Not even 1 minute had passed since the battle between Zero Wing and Blackwater had begun. However, even an ordinary player could see that Blackwater had no hope of winning this fight. At this rate, Zero Wing wouldn't even need 10 minutes to annihilate Blackwater's 10,000 players. Only Silverwing knew how typical this battle's outcome was. Blackwater's players weren't fighting 1,400 plus Tier 1 players, but a force of 1,400 plus Tier 2 experts. With so many Tier 2 experts, Zero Wing could even wipe out an army of 30,000 Tier 1 players without trouble, much less a force of 10,000. This was the difference between Tyr's silence fell over the primordial divine ruin as players witnessed Zero Wing's overwhelming power. Even the spectating superpowers wore somber expressions as they watched the massacre before them. Black flame. Do you really think that this is the only force I've prepared for the primordial divine ruin? Pay for your foolishness. As Singular Burial watched Blackwater's army slide backward, he showed neither surprise nor fear, simply revealing an arrogant sneer. He then turned to the cloaked, bandaged man beside him and snapped, "Flame Blood, it's time for you to take action." Nodding in response, Flame Blood immediately took a gray crystal ball from his bag and began to chant an incantation. He wasn't within a kingdom or empire right now, so it didn't matter if he revealed his identity as an evil god's temple player since there weren't any NPCs around to hunt him down. Suddenly, clouds of pitch-black fog started to emerge from the crystal ball. The fog rapidly transformed into the figures of 10 evil demons. These summoned evil demons were all level 70 Grand Lords, which he had actually prepared for the Guardian boss on the ruin's 4th floor. Under Flame Blood's command, the 10 Grand Lord-ranked evil demons charged at Zero Wing's army just before they reached Zero Wing's frontline and could swing down their massive claws. A figure appeared before them. This figure was none other than Shadow Sword Scram. Shadow Sword tightened his grip on the edgeless blade and executed a sweeping slash with the rune-covered greatsword. Tier 2 skill, Blade Storm. A silver storm engulfed 10 evil demons, sending them flying over a dozen yards away. When the monsters crashed into the ground, a damage of over -200,000 appeared above each of their heads. Chapter 1710, Gathering Place of Experts. Chapter 1710, Gathering Place of Experts. After Shadow Sword's first attack, he used Charge, accelerating toward the nearest evil demon as it was standing back up. When he got close to his target, Shadow Sword raised his greatsword high. Once again, silver divine runes lit up along the edgeless blade's body. Shadow Sword then executed Blade of Waves, one of the Sea God's Apostle class's Tier 2 legacy skills. Blade of Waves was also the most powerful Tier 2 legacy skill. He had learned currents of blue mana circled the edgeless blade. When Shadow Sword swung his greatsword at the evil demon before him, the mana weapon transformed into a 40-yard-long blade of water. Players in the distance only saw a dark blue horizontal wall suddenly bisect the battlefield. 513-842. A frightening amount of damage appeared above the evil demon's head when the water blade cut through its body. The blade also slammed into other players, and whether they wore plate armor or cloth, all of their HPs plummeted to 0. Their cleaved bodies then transformed into particles of light and disappeared from the battlefield after the attack. The evil demon that took the hit fell into a heavily injured state, his combat power drastically decreasing. The surrounding Blackwater members expressed their shock and terror when they saw this strong. Too strong. Not only had Shadow Sword repelled 10 Grand Lord-ranked evil demons with one attack, but his follow-up attack had also heavily injured 1 Grand Lord-ranked evil demon and killed over a dozen players. Even Shield Warriors and Guardian Knights had died instantly. How is he so powerful? Confusion filled the experts from the various major powers as they watched Shadow Sword from a distance. Even if Shadow Sword were a Tier 2 Berserker and had used a Berserk skill, his damage should not have been so frightening. He should have been lucky to hold his ground against a Grand Lord-ranked evil demon, yet even without activating a Berserk skill, Shadow Sword had heavily injured the Grand Lord. This utterly destroyed their understanding of Tier 2 classes' combat power. Damn it. Flame, split the other evil demons up and have them attack independently. Singular Burial commanded once he saw that the evil demons were no match for Shadow Sword. They had summoned 10 Grand Lord-ranked evil demons, and although they were no match for Shadow Sword, the Berserker couldn't stop them all if they split up. The evil demons Shadow Sword didn't target could continue to slaughter Zero Wings members. Hearing Singular Burial's command, Flame Blood had the other 9 evil demons circle Shadow Sword. However, as these evil demons began to move, Kola landed between 3 of them and used Justice Roar, forcing all 3 to focus on him and no one else. The 3 taunted evil demons immediately brandished their claws at Kola. Seeing this, Kola grinned as he raised the one-handed axe in his right hand. Like Shadow Sword's edgeless blade, silver runes illuminated the weapon. Taking a step forward, Kola used Holy /A Silver Flash sliced at the 3 evil demons' extended claws. The moment Kola's axe met the monster's claws, the evil demons felt as if a current of electricity shot through them, leaving their arms numb. All 3 evil demons were forced to retreat by several steps, and the difference between their strength and Kola's was obvious at a glance. Meanwhile, Gentle Snow, Fire Dance, Flying Shadow, Yuwumien, Turtle Dove, and Rampant Blade suppressed the other 6 Grand Lord-ranked evil demons. The 6 Tier 2 players halted the evil demons' advance, preventing the monsters from targeting Zero Wings. Tier 1 players, the spectating powers, were stunned to see all 10 Grand Lord-ranked evil demons suppressed. Who are these people? The various major powers and adventurer teams members were curious and awed as they watched Shadow Sword and his companions. They immediately began to look into the identities of these Tier 2 players from Zero Wing. The various large guilds and adventurer teams present were no strangers to Grand Lord-ranked monsters, but they usually needed 100-man teams to raid such monsters. Yet, Shadow Sword and the others actually soloed the evil demons. Moreover, they had the upper hand in the battle. This was simply unbelievable. The moment these various powers received their investigations results, they were flabbergasted. Aside from Gentle Snow, the other Tier 2 players were practically unknown in God's domain. Although these players had shown up in Zero Wing's past battles, none of them had ever displayed such frightening power. Because of this, the players from these major powers and adventurer teams began to wonder if Shadow Sword and the others had deliberately hidden their strength all this time. But after today, there was no doubt that these players would become famous in God's domain. Their performance today was simply too shocking. While Shadow Sword and the other Tier 2 players suppressed the Grand Lord-ranked evil demons, Zero Wing's other members were free to slaughter Blackwater's players without worry. Aqua Rose, Blackie, Violet Cloud, and Alluring Summer, in particular, struck like humanoid defense turrets. All 4 of them wielded Tier 3 mana staffs, which allowed their spells' power to rival Tier 3 spells. Against Tier 1 players, these spells were one-shot, one-kill attacks. Not even blocking these spells could save the targeted players. When the 4 used AoE spells, each of their attacks could slay dozens of players. Of those present, only Blackwater's Tier 2 experts barely survived Aqua Rose and the others' attacks. However, none of them could approach the 4 casters either, since doing so would be suicidal. As he watched the one-sided battle, Singular Burial's complexion turned ashen, and the corner of his eyes twitched. He had visited the primordial divine ruin, this time with his closest aides and experts that had originally belonged to Heaven's Burial. These players were supposed to serve as the foundation of his rise through Blackwater. Now that Zero Wing's members had massacred his subordinates, his chances of rising in his new guild had significantly decreased. Although he wanted to do something to stop the massacre, he had enough trouble with the level 50 youth before him. No matter how he struggled, he couldn't get past the youth's defense. To make matters worse, his opponent was only a Tier 1 Berserker, while he was a bona fide Tier 2 Ranger. Yet, the Berserker's Tier 1 skills had actually repelled his Tier 2 skills. This maddened Singular Burial. On the other hand, Zipping, also known as Silent Blade, grew increasingly excited as he fought Singular Burial. He had never felt this wonderful before. The combination of a Tier 2 mana weapon and the level 50 magic light set had granted him an absolute advantage in basic attributes over his opponent. From time to time, he even caught Singular Burial by surprise when he used his mana weapon's ability. In addition, through his battle with Singular Burial, someone who had entered the refinement realm long ago, Zipping was able to recognize many of his flaws. If not for his advantage in basic attributes and Tier 2 mana weapon, the enemy ranger would have likely killed him. Already guild leader, These people from Zero Wing are too powerful. At this rate, we'll be wiped out before the evil beast army arrives. Daybreak Fog, who was similarly entangled in a fierce battle, told Singular Burial anxiously through a private chat. Hearing Daybreak Fog's worry, Singular Burial glanced at Blackwater's members, who were continuously slaughtered. Suddenly, a sense of helplessness doused the killing intent burning in his heart. However, just as Singular Burial was about to respond, he noticed a black figure weaving across the battlefield and killing Blackwater's experts with inhuman speed. The figure moved so quickly that by the time Blackwater's experts noticed someone before them, a blue flash filled their vision. Once the blue flash disappeared, the targeted experts collapsed lifelessly to the ground. Black flame. Singular Burial bellowed with rage, a gut-twisting envy filling his heart as he watched the rapidly moving black figure. Zero Wing was clearly a guild that had been established without a background or backers, yet the guild had gained one powerful expert after another. Fire Dance, Shadow Sword, Flying Shadow, Cola, Violet Cloud, Alluring Summer. Even super guilds sought to recruit these experts, yet they had gathered in Zero Wing. Moreover, the unknown berserker youth before him also possessed immense talent. Singular Burial could not understand why so many obscure experts had gathered in Zero Wing, yet he had failed to recruit even one such expert for himself. While Singular Burial screamed his lungs out, Shifeng vanished from the battlefield in the next moment. Shifeng reappeared before Singular Burial. Singular Burial, your era has ended. Shifeng growled as he swung down his sacred sword. Although Singular Burial had responded quickly, Shifeng's appearance had been too abrupt. Even though he had immediately thought of using the Ranger class's escape skill to put some distance between himself and Shifeng, in the face of the Tier 2 taboo skill, Instant Strike, he was a split second too slow to get away. After receiving the one attack, Singular Burial's HP, which was over 50,000, instantly fell to 0. Chapter 1711, Blackwater defeated. Chapter 1711, Blackwater defeated. When Singular Burial reluctantly collapsed and dropped an icy blue longbow on the battlefield, the surrounding Blackwater members were dumbfounded and turned to stare at Shifeng. A moment ago, Singular Burial had 100% of his HP, yet after one of Shifeng's attacks, the Ranger had lost it all. Suddenly, a chilling sensation assaulted Blackwater's members. If even a Tier 2 player like Singular Burial could not withstand a single hit from Shifeng, it went without saying Shifeng could kill Tier 1 players like them with a casual swing of his blade. To Black Flame. Falling Fire's expression darkened as he glared at Shifeng. His combat standard was recognized as one of the best in Blackwater. There were only a handful of people in the guild that he had to admit were superior. However, despite having such a high combat standard, not even he was confident in keeping up with and blocking the attack Shifeng had used against Singular Burial. Shifeng's attack was simply too fast, but it wasn't just because of his high attack speed. HS neutral response time and physical acceleration were also ridiculously fast. After heaving a deep sigh, Falling Fire commanded, "Everyone, retreat." Due to Shifeng's display of overwhelming strength, his team members' morale had received a huge boost. Zero Wing's members now fought with more passion and skill than before. In contrast, the morale of Blackwater's members plummeted. Now, this battle's outcome could not be any more obvious. Continuing to fight would only incur more losses for Blackwater. Hearing Falling Fire's command, Blackwater's members immediately turned away from their opponents and fled in every possible direction. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose and Gentle Snow commanded Zero Wing's members to exploit their victory. Seeing that things had gone south for Blackwater, Flame Blood did not dare to linger. He summoned 20 Great Lord-ranked evil demons to buy himself enough time to activate a teleportation scroll. This battle's outcome had truly exceeded his expectations. He had thought that 10 Grand Lord-ranked evil demons would be more than enough to butcher Zero Wing's forces, but he had never expected the small army to have so many monstrous players. Zero Wing, just you wait. Sooner or later, I will make you pay for this defeat. Flame Blood revealed a sneer as he watched Zero Wing's members charge towards him. He was an evil god's apostle, not a guild member. As long as he escaped capture, he'd always have a chance of making a comeback. Flame Blood sent his 20 Great Lords to stop Zero Wing's members as he activated his teleportation scroll. The teleportation scroll to teleport to the Evil God's temple had a 15-second activation process, which was slightly shorter than a normal return scroll. With the power of 20 Great Lords at his side, he could easily buy enough time to get away. However, when the 7th second ticked by, Flame Blood noticed a slowly approaching figure out of the corner of his eye. This figure was none other than Shifeng. Flame Blood couldn't help his growing anxiety as he watched Shifeng approach. Although over 200 yards separated the two, Flame Blood felt as if the Grim Reaper itself had set its sights on him faster. I have to get out of here as quickly as possible. For the first time ever, Flame Blood felt that the teleportation scroll's activation time was too long. Although Shifeng's approach appeared slow, in reality, he was extremely fast. In just 3 seconds, he had halved the distance between him and Flame Blood. Seeing this, Flame Blood had no choice but to split 6 of the Great Lord-ranked evil demons from the group, ordering them to hinder Shifeng's advance. However, no matter what kind of attacks the Great Lord-ranked evil demons used, Shifeng avoided them easily. The evil demons couldn't slow Shifeng down in the slightest. When only 2 seconds remained before Flame Blood's teleportation scroll activated, Shifeng was still over 30 yards away from the cleric. Seeing this, Flame Blood breathed a sigh of relief. Black Flame, I'll get even with you sooner or later. There was no way Shifeng could cross the distance between them unless he could use the same move he had employed to take out Singular Burial earlier. However, the area around Flame Blood abruptly darkened, and the mana that fed the teleportation array beneath his feet froze instantly. A moment later, the teleportation array began to disappear. No. How is this possible? Shock and despair flashed in Flame Blood's eyes when he realized that his teleportation scroll was no longer an option. Before Flame Blood could react, Shifeng shook off the 6 Great Lords chasing him and appeared before the cleric. Get even with me? Glancing at the cloaked and bandaged cleric before him, Shifeng chuckled and said, "You'll have to be able to get away before that can happen. Black Flame, your forces are now trapped, surrounded by Beast Emperor's evil beast army. If you kill me, Beast Emperor definitely won't let you off the hook." Flame Blood hissed as he looked at the smiling swordsman before him. Fearfully, he continued, "If you want to leave this place alive, I'm your only hope." Flame Blood knew full well what Shifeng was capable of. After all, he had personally witnessed Shifeng capture Abandoned Wave and send the man to the War God's temple. To Evil God's apostles like himself and Abandoned Wave, getting sent to the War God's temple was game over. Flame Blood deeply regretted his actions. Had he known something like this would happen, he would never have followed Singular Burial to the primordial divine ruin. Now that he had been silenced, it was practically impossible to escape Shifeng's clutches. His only hope of getting out of this predicament lay with Beast Emperor's evil beast and demon army. Although Zero Wing's members were absurdly strong, they would definitely fall against 100,000 plus evil beasts and evil demons. The fact that Zero Wing had so effortlessly slaughtered Blackwater's members proved that all of the members in this force were the guild's core members. If these core members were annihilated, it would deal a massive blow to Zero Wing. Yuri, my only hope? Shifeng could not help but laugh. Aren't you thinking too highly of yourself? To Beast Emperor, Evil God's apostles were like his own limbs. Each one taken from him was a permanent loss. However, since Beast Emperor had dared to cut off Zero Wing's path to fortune, Shifeng had to teach Beast Emperor what it felt like to lose a limb to his blade. Saying so, Shifeng activated Abyssal Bind and restricted Flame Blood's movements. He then retrieved a mobile jail from his bag and started to activate it. Black Flame, are you trying to die? I am one of Beast Emperor's Evil God's apostles. Capturing me will only increase Beast Emperor's desire to destroy Zero Wing. Flame Blood began to panic when he saw Shifeng activate the mobile jail. He had never thought that Shifeng would be so daring. If he were to be sent to the War God's temple, he truly would be finished. Just as Shifeng was about to entrap Flame Blood in the mobile jail, a phantom appeared beside the cleric. This phantom took the form of an indifferent, middle-aged man in luxurious, dark gray robes. The man wielded a wooden staff that exuded murky black mist in his right hand, and a pitch-black crown adorned his head. The man radiated an indescribably majestic feeling beast emperor. When Shifeng saw this middle-aged man, the only person that came to his mind was Beast Emperor. However, he was not absolutely certain as he had never actually seen Beast Emperor's true appearance before. That's right. I am Beast Emperor. This should be our second meeting, Beast Emperor said, smiling. I won't mince words with you. Release flame blood and hand over the evil god's eye in your possession. Do so, and I'll let your forces leave the Orc Empire safely. Refuse, and neither you nor your subordinates will leave the Empire. Your souls will become nourishment for my evil demons. As soon as Beast Emperor finished speaking, the players at the Primordial Divine Ruin noticed a large group of evil beasts and demons approach on the distant horizon. An NPC elder stood above a gigantic evil beast, radiating intense evil energy. Even though the old man was thousands of yards away, everyone outside of the Primordial Divine Ruin could feel his horrific aura. I admit that you are quite powerful, but even if you lock flame blood away in the mobile jail, you won't necessarily be able to leave the Orc Empire with him. As long as I kill you, I can free flame blood. I will only give you 10 seconds to consider my offer. Beast Emperor said, his expression calm as he looked at Shifeng, a mythic NPC. Shifeng guessed after glancing at the NPC in the distant sky. Revealing a faint smile, he said, like your subordinate, you think too highly of yourself. I will send flame blood to the war god's temple. Chapter 17:12. The man closest to attaining a domain. Chapter 17:12. The man closest to attaining a domain. Although Shifeng's tone had been dull, the nearby players could all feel the unyielding determination in his voice. Crazy bastard. How can a guild leader like you exist? As flame blood glared at Shifeng, he felt his mental state crumble. Just how much did Shifeng hate him? Shifeng was actually willing to sacrifice over 1,000 Zero-Wing experts just to finish him off. Black Flame. This is your final chance. You can't take on a mythic NPC. Do you really think that you can escape with your life? If you die at his hands, do you think that the penalty will be as simple as losing a level? Beast Emperor's expression darkened when he heard Shifeng's reply. Do not challenge my patience. Otherwise, I'll bury you here even if I have to waste my contribution points. If the evil god's apostle slots weren't so incredibly precious to his future and the fact that Shifeng had a small chance of getting away, he wouldn't have wasted so many words on the swordsman. He simply would have sent his evil beasts and evil demons to slaughter Zero-Wing's members and devour them. Challenge your patience? Shifeng could not help but laugh at Beast Emperor. How many times has your evil god's temple targeted Zero-Wing's territories? You've even gone as far as to hunt down my guild members. Have you ever considered Zero-Wing's patience? Saying so, Shifeng swung his sword at Flame Blood, lowering the cleric's HP to a critical level. He then activated the mobile jail and entrapped the bound cleric. Beast Emperor gnashed his teeth in rage as he watched Flame Blood disappear into the mobile jail. Suddenly, the evil beasts and evil demons standing on the distant horizon released deafening roars. They then charged toward the Primordial Divine Ruin. The various powers' upper echelons wore somber expressions as they watched the 100,000+ evil beasts and evil demons surge towards them. These evil beasts and evil demons were far from just random monsters. Every one of them was level 60 or higher, and the majority of them were chieftain rank and above. Only a small number were elites and special elites. Moreover, 8 of them were mythic ranked. Such a force was more than enough to destroy a town, not to mention an army of fewer than 2,000 experts. When the evil beasts and evil demons began their charge, the NPC elder flew into the sky and waved his staff. Suddenly, a beam of gray light shot out of the staff and toward the clouds above the old man. When the beam of light was roughly 100 yards above the NPC, it burst. Ripples of gray light spread across the sky, turning the once blue view a dull gray. It looked as if evil energy had enveloped the entire world. What's going on? Why can't I use my return scroll? Wait, that's not right. I can't use my instantaneous teleportation scroll, either. Isn't that NPC too powerful? He's actually sealed off this entire region. Zero-Wing is definitely dead now. Utter shock filled the spectating powers at the Primordial Divine Ruin as they watched the NPC elder fly towards the ruin with their ability to teleport stolen from them. Zero-Wing's only way of escaping this location was to rely on their own 2 feet. However, trying to break through the blockade of 100,000 plus evil beasts and evil demons was practically impossible. The players from the various major powers also began to worry for their own safety. Like Zero-Wing's members, they were now trapped here, and their fate was no longer in their own hands. If Beast Emperor wanted to, he could definitely have every player at the Primordial Divine Ruin killed. Big Sis Melody, what is going through Black Flame's mind? He's actually willing to trade Zero-Wing's 1,000 plus experts to capture a single player. Does he hate Beast Emperor that much? A girl standing amidst the Sacred Temple's team asked curiously as she watched Shurfeng, who was arranging Zero-Wing's army into a defensive formation. The girl had long, curly, light blue hair and a lithe but curvy body. She wielded an emerald staff and was clad in white, silken robes. Although this girl looked quite weak and delicate, she had actually reached level 51. Even in the Sacred Temple, her level put her at the very top of the guild. Though, her aura was far more frightening than the girl's level. However, the intensity of her aura was not just a result of her powerful basic attributes. Her tier and life rating also contributed. When the Sacred Temple surrounding experts looked at this girl, awe and reverence filled their gaze. This girl was the Sacred Temple's new prodigy, Blue Jade, and she had even received high praise from the guild leader, stating that she even had the potential to command a domain in the future precisely because of her talents. Blue Jade had been dispatched to the Primordial Divine Ruin so that she could improve further in Primordial City. I don't know what Black Flame is thinking, but you should pay close attention to his fights. The Secret Pavilion has recognized Black Flame as the person closest to grasping a domain. Watching him should help you quite a bit, Quiet Melody said as she looked at Shurfeng. Ascent Miracle Dragon, the person closest to reaching the domain realm? Blue Jade asked in astonishment. Miracle Dragon is old news. The various superpowers have already recognized Black Flame as the person closest to reaching the domain realm, Quiet Melody patiently explained. The techniques Black Flame has displayed thus far are simply amazing. He has even defeated domain realm experts. The various superpowers have even wondered whether or not he has already obtained a domain, but after a detailed investigation, they concluded that he's only as strong as domain realm experts. He doesn't actually have a domain yet, though he is extremely close to obtaining one. He can actually rival domain realm experts without a domain? He's actually that powerful? Blue Jade was skeptical about Quiet Melody's claim. If Shurfeng were so impressive, he should recognize his situation for what it was. Yet, Shurfeng had made the most unbelievable decision, provoking Beast Emperor instead of saving his companions' lives. While Quiet Melody and Blue Jade discussed Shurfeng, the other powers' upper echelons grew nervous. Beast Emperor's monster army was getting closer, and now, it was less than 1,000 yards away. 2 level 80 mythic evil demons and 6 level 80 mythic ranked evil beasts led the monster army. Just looking at these monsters, even from so far away, made these players shudder. Against such a powerful army of monsters, Zero-Wing's forces would likely face annihilation. Even if the guild had tens of thousands of experts and hundreds of thousands of elite players present. Even if Zero-Wing could summon 3 more high demons, there was no escaping its fate. Although the Baphomets Zero-Wing had summoned were indeed incredibly strong, the army of evil beasts and evil demons the guild faced this time was much stronger. There were plenty of great lords and grand lords in this force. By the time the high demons defeated the mythic evil demons and mythic evil beasts, the great lords and grand lords would have devoured Zero-Wing's members already. Black Flame, pay for your foolishness. Beast Emperor, who followed the situation at the Primordial Divine Ruin from ancient Rock City's Evil God's Temple, sneered he had spent 7,000 Evil God's Temple contribution points for the mythic NPC to seal the Primordial Divine Ruins map. This seal prevented players from both teleporting out and physically crossing the map's borders. The Evil God's Temple contribution points were no less precious than the War God's Temple merit points. With 7,000 merit points, players could purchase a high-quality epic item from the War God's Temple. Yet, he had spent so many points just to prevent Shurfeng's escape. Although the sealing barrier was not particularly strong, it would not be easy to break out of either. During the time it took for Zero-Wing to destroy the barrier, his evil beasts and evil demons could annihilate the guild's army several times over. The 100,000+ evil demons and evil beasts grew closer to Zero-Wing's army, and seeing this, the guild's members couldn't help but grow nervous. They felt stifled as they watched the monsters approach, the auras the monsters radiated becoming increasingly frightening. However, when less than 200 yards separated both sides, a magic barrier appeared and enveloped Zero-Wing's army. This barrier was the result of none other than the movement-type defensive magic array. Good summoners, summon the divine beasts, Silverwing commanded as he stared at the monster army before him. Chapter 1713, Divine Dragon's Might. Chapter 1713, Divine Dragon's Might. When the Divine Beast's Descent magic arrays activated, 2 pillars of golden light rose from inside the movement-type defensive magic array. The 2 light pillars pierced the sky and cast a dazzling glow over the primordial divine ruin. The light pillars also purified the overflowing evil energy in the area and returned a massive fraction of the gray sky to its original blue color. 2 gigantic magic arrays then appeared and swallowed Zero-Wing's defensive magic array, draining the mana around the ruin. Everyone at the ruin gaped at the grand, magnificent scene. What are those? Isn't the amount of mana those magic arrays are absorbing a little too terrifying? Even though we're so far away, I can still feel the mana around me drying up. Wait, I can't even use my spells anymore. The members of the various major powers and adventurer teams stared at the 2 golden magic arrays in the sky in utter disbelief. This was definitely the first time they had witnessed or experienced such a phenomenon. The 2 golden magic arrays had actually sucked away all mana in at least a 5,000-yard radius, even preventing them from using any of their skills and spells. Even Aqua Rose and Zero-Wing's other upper echelons, who recognized the 2 golden magic arrays, were shocked and confused right now. This certainly wasn't their first time activating the Divine Beast's Descent magic array. At most, the magic array would stir the mana in a 500-yard radius in the past. Even when they had activated several Divine Beast's Descent magic arrays simultaneously, the arrays hadn't absorbed so much mana that players in the affected area hadn't been able to use their skills or spells yet. Not only did the 2 Divine Beast's Descent magic arrays affect 5,000-yard radius, but they had also devoured almost all of the mana in the affected area. Amazing. Using elemental sources as the magic array's cores can actually improve them to such a degree? Silverwing couldn't help his astonishment over the spectacular scene before him. Based on his knowledge, even advanced summoning magic arrays couldn't cause such a huge mana drain. Unfortunately, he had never seen a master summoning magic array, so he couldn't make a good judgment. As mana continued to flood into the 2 gigantic magic arrays, the figures of 2 divine beasts gradually emerged. Shortly, 2 golden dragons with wingspans of up to 600 meters appeared above the defensive magic array. Both golden dragons were covered in dark purple runes, which gave the dragons a sacred and majestic feeling roar. Once the golden dragons fully manifested, they released roars that echoed throughout the primordial divine ruin. Following their bestial announcement, they released powerful shockwaves, which repeatedly shoved back the rapidly approaching evil demons and beasts. Even the defensive magic array beneath the 2 golden dragons trembled violently, looking as if they would shatter at any moment. The 2 golden dragons had also fully unleashed their auras, freezing the space around them. Even Zero-Wing's members, who were protected by a defensive magic array, felt their movements grow stiff. Dragons. Are they really dragons? Are you kidding me? Zero-Wing can actually summon dragons? The players from the various major powers who watched from a distance stared at the 2 golden dragons with bulging eyes. The various major powers knew what kind of monsters dragons were in God's domain. They were the personification of destruction. Their life ratings were only second to ancient gods, and a single dragon was more than enough to destroy an entire kingdom. Yet, 2 of these great monsters floated in the sky before them. Under the pressure the 2 dragons emitted, they didn't even dare to think of resisting. It felt as if these 2 dragons were this land's absolute overlords. The pressure the 2 golden dragons exuded was no longer a matter of basic attributes. This was the difference in life ratings. However, after using advanced identification skills, some players soon discovered that these monsters weren't real dragons. Rather, They were merely creatures that contained a small trace of a dragon's soul. Divine Magic Dragon, Elemental Creature, Archaic Species, Mythic. Level 80. HP 600, 000/600, 000/000. Although the Divine Magic Dragons weren't real dragons, they still surprised Shurfeng. These two Divine Magic Dragons actually possessed domains, which was also why their mere presence affected the space around them so drastically. Go. It's time for the slaughter. Shurfeng commanded Flying Shadow and Shadow Sword, who controlled the Divine Magic Dragons. A level 80 Mythic ranked Archaic species was already a nightmare for current players, let alone a Mythic ranked Archaic species that could use a domain. The reason that Tier 4 NPCs could go toe-to-toe with a Mythic monster of the same level was their control of a domain. While inside their own domain, Tier 4 NPCs could enhance their abilities and suppress their enemies at the same time. However, it would be a different story if the targeted Mythic monster had its own domain. Such an existence would be practically invincible among those of the same rank and tier. Even the High Demon, Baphomet, would receive a one-sided beating if it tried to face the Divine Magic Dragon in a one-on-one fight. Hearing Shurfeng's command, Shadow Sword and Flying Shadow, who stood in the center of two magic arrays on the ground, nodded. They then controlled the Divine Magic Dragons to charge at the approaching evil demons and evil beasts. In response, the Divine Magic Dragons flapped their massive wings once and disappeared. By the time the spectators had reacted to the Divine Magic Dragons' disappearance, the two dragons had already crossed over 100 yards. After 2 seconds, one of the two dragons arrived before a Mythic evil demon. Before the 150-meter-tall Divine Magic Dragon, the 5-meter-tall level 80 Mythic evil demon looked like an ant. The dragon then swiped its claw at the evil demon before it, and as its claw passed, numerous tears ripped apart space. Although the Mythic evil demon tried to dodge the attack, its movements were sluggish due to the pressure from the dragon's claw. The dragon's domain also suppressed the Mythic evil demon in every aspect. Not only did the domain decrease the evil demon's basic attributes, but the evil demon's reaction speed had also slowed. In addition, the Divine Magic Dragon's claw was frighteningly fast. In the end, the mountain-like claw struck the Mythic-ranked evil demon before it could even begin to move out of the way. Boom. The Mythic evil demon's body immediately sank into the ground under the immense force, 30-meter-long cracks splitting the ground around it. All nearby chieftain-ranked evil demons and evil beasts died instantly, and only those at the Lord rank and above managed to survive. However, the surviving monsters sustained a heavily injured state. In the meantime, the other Divine Magic Dragon had stomped on a level 80 evil Earth Dragon, crushing the Mythic evil beast's 40-meter-tall body into the ground. The Divine Magic Dragon then swiped its tail, flattening the ground around it and sweeping away a large number of low-ranked evil beasts and evil demons. Seeing this, the watching players from the various major powers and adventurer teams were dumbfounded. Too strong. The difference in strength between the Divine Magic Dragons and Beast Emperor's monster army was past the point where the latter could compensate with numbers. The Mythic-ranked evil demons and evil beasts couldn't pin down the Divine Magic Dragons for even a moment. As a result, the Divine Magic Dragons were free to attack the Grand Lord and Great Lord-ranked evil demons and evil beasts, who were trying to attack Zero Wing's defensive magic array. When the Divine Magic Dragons struck, even the Grand Lords instantly became heavily injured, drastically decreasing their combat powers. Even if these heavily injured Grand Lords and Great Lords reached Zero Wing's defensive barrier, Zero Wing's experts, who wielded mana weapons, could repel and kill them easily, following which, the two Divine Magic Dragons wreaked havoc across the battlefield. Although the Mythic-ranked evil demons and evil beasts tried to pin the two dragons down, the Divine Magic Dragons didn't bother with their Mythic opponents. Instead, the two dragons sent their Mythic opponents flying and focused on the lower-ranked evil demons and evil beasts. Even when these Mythic-ranked evil beasts and demons targeted Zero Wing's defensive magic array, the Divine Magic Dragons got ahead of them and sent them flying again. With their massive frames, the two Divine Earth Dragons could protect Zero Wing's members almost perfectly. At the very least, none of the enemy's Mythic monsters could touch Zero Wing's defensive magic array. Before even 1 minute had passed, nearly 2,000 evil demons and evil beasts had been killed. The two divine magic dragons were like colossal killing machines that continuously earned EXP for Zero Wing's members. So, this is why Zero Wing was so confident. Watching Zero Wing's forces rapidly wear down the evil demon and beast army, the various major powers finally understood why Zero Wing had dared to dive into enemy territory with so few members. Black Flame. Beast Emperor wore a solemn expression as he watched his minions being massacred by the dozens and hundreds from inside the evil god's branch temple in ancient Rock City. He had carefully nurtured these evil demons and evil beasts so that they could serve as the foundation for his rule in the Orc Empire, yet his hated enemy was slaughtering them for EXP. If the battle continued at this rate, it was only a matter of time before Zero Wing annihilated his minions. Considering the situation, Beast Emperor gritted his teeth and left to meet with an old man in black robes within the temple. Very respectfully, he said, "Lord Byrne, I wish to hire Lord Dairo to annihilate these ignorant adventurers personally. I hope that you will grant me your permission." "You want to get Dairo to take action?" the black-robed elder asked indifferently. "That won't be a problem, but Dairo's services aren't cheap. It'll cost you 12,000 contribution points per hour." "So expensive?" Beast Emperor could not help his frown upon hearing this price. He had already spent 7,000 CPs to hire Dairo to cast a sealing barrier over the primordial divine ruin. Now, he only had a little over 14,000 CPs remaining. If he spent another 12,000 CPs now, he'd have to cancel or considerably delay many of his original plans. "Have you decided?" Byrne asked. "Lord Byrne, I wish to hire Lord Dairo for 1 hour. Beast Emperor responded after giving the matter some thought. The last thing he could afford to lose right now was another evil god's apostle. As soon as Beast Emperor finished speaking, 12,000 evil god's temple contribution points vanished from his stockpile. At the same time, Dairo, the mythic NPC at the distant primordial divine ruin, became a mercenary under Beast Emperor's control. Black Flame. "You will suffer in death." The first order Beast Emperor gave to Dairo was to slay Shurfeng, who stood inside Zero Wing's defensive magic array. Meanwhile, back at the primordial divine ruin, Dairo, who quietly stood atop a flying evil beast, abruptly opened his eyes. Suddenly, the mana around him vanished, and a powerful surge of evil energy replaced it. Dairo's horrific aura reached across the primordial divine ruin, making the players present to grow nervous and keep a close eye on the NPC. Dairo lightly tapped his foot on the evil beast beneath him. The flying evil beast then let out a low screech as it slowly descended toward Shurfeng. Impossible. This mythic NPC can actually participate in the battle. Gentle Snow and Aqua Rose's expressions darkened when they saw the NPC elder approach. Hurriedly, Aqua Rose shouted, "Shadow Sword, ignore the mythic monsters for now and stop that NPC." Hearing Aqua Rose's command, Shadow Sword promptly nodded. He, too, realized the severity of the situation. Unlike the mythic-ranked evil demons and evil beasts, allowing a mythic NPC to get within attack range would be no laughing matter. Immediately, Shadow Sword controlled his divine magic dragon to charge at Dairo Scram. Shadow Sword then directed his divine magic dragon to slap at the NPC elder. Chapter 1714, Fighting a Mythic NPC. Chapter 1714, Fighting a Mythic NPC. This Beast Emperor can actually convince a mythic NPC to join the fray. Is this a joke? That's a Tier 4 NPC we're talking about. The various major powers and adventurer teams members at the primordial divine ruin stared with wide eyes as they watched Dairo descend to the battlefield, their hearts palpitating in fear and shock. None of these players were strangers to Tier 4 NPCs. Tier 4 NPCs ruled over every major NPC city in the various kingdoms and empires, and anyone who had met such an NPC would know just how powerful they were. In God's domain, players were able to face monsters of a higher tier due to having more skills, spells, and combat techniques. With this advantage, players could exploit powerful monsters' weaknesses and defeat them, despite having lower basic attributes. However, NPCs had no such weaknesses. Unlike monsters, both the quality and quantity of NPCs' skills and spells was far superior to players. They were capable of executing many complex combination attacks with these skills and spells, making them far more difficult to deal with than monsters. To make matters worse, although NPCs' basic attributes were lower than monsters of the same rank and tier, they were still overwhelmingly higher than players. After Dairo opened his eyes, the pressure he gave off made him feel like an entirely different entity than before. The evil energy Dairo radiated was so incomparably dense that the evil energy corroded the space around him. Players over 2,000 yards away could clearly feel this man's aura. If players felt as if they had been submerged in a pool of water as the mythic evil demons and mythic evil beasts' auras had washed over them, then Dairo's aura felt as if they had been dumped into a pit of quicksilver. They couldn't help but shudder as they bathed in this NPC's aura. These players finally understood just how terrifying a Tier 4 NPC was. If this NPC elder wanted to, he could definitely kill every player at the primordial divine ruin, and they wouldn't be able to do anything to stop him. As the various powers and adventurer teams members were in shock over Dairo's aura, a massive figure suddenly appeared before Dairo. This figure was none other than the divine magic dragon under Shadow Sword's control. As soon as it reached its target, the divine magic dragon's mountain-like claw descended on the mythic NPC. However, despite having even enough power to send mythic monsters of the same level flying, Dairo ignored the claw and allowed it to land. Boom. The evil bat Dairo rode shot to the ground like a bullet. The instant the evil bat crashed, the impact formed a crater with a 70-yard radius in the ground. Despite the evil bat being a level 80 Grand Lord, the single attack had heavily injured it. Now, even flight was impossible for the evil bat. Where's the NPC? Shadow Sword examined the bottom of the crater in confusion. He only spotted the evil bat in the crater. Dairo was nowhere to be found. Shadow Sword couldn't even sense the NPC's horrific aura. It was as if the old man had vanished. A second later, a figure appeared in the evil bat's original location, which was none other than Dairo. The old man was in the midst of chanting an incantation, having already written numerous lines of divine runes. As Dairo continued to cast his spell, a magic array formed behind him, absorbing a tremendous amount of evil energy from its surroundings. A short moment later, the space before the array ruptured, creating a black hole that absorbed every form of energy available in its vicinity. Sensing the growing strength of the magic array's aura, Shadow Sword's expression darkened. He could easily tell how powerful Dairo's spell would be. It was definitely stronger than Tier 4 large-scale destruction spells. If this spell struck the divine magic dragon he controlled, the attack would undoubtedly send the dragon flying. If that happened, Dairo would have an opportunity to attack the movement-type defensive magic array, and the consequences would be unimaginably dire. Die. Shadow Sword swiftly used the Tier 4 skill, 5 Thunderfingers, aiming the cone attack at Dairo. As the divine magic dragon's claw sped towards the NPC, countless arcs of electricity extended from the tip of its digits and reached for Dairo. However, as if he had prepared for this attack, Dairo lightly tapped the butt of his staff at the air before him. In response, a gray, threefold magic array appeared before the old man, protecting him from the dragon's attack. Tier 4 defensive spell, Dark Hunt. Double speed casting. Everyone gaped in shock as they watched Dairo, who was still casting his first spell. The magical class players were especially stupefied. Double speed casting was a feat that many magical class players worked to achieve. Unfortunately, very few magical class experts could actually do it. Moreover, the higher a spell's tier was, the more difficult it would be to double cast, not to mention double speed casting. Even Tier 2 peak experts had great difficulty double speed casting 2 Tier 2 spells, yet Dairo could cast 2 Tier 4 spells simultaneously. The NPC's spellcasting was already on par with peak experts. Dairo's threefold magic array instantly stopped the incoming arcs of electricity. None of the arcs had managed to deal any damage. Seeing that Dairo was about to complete his first spell, Shadow Sword hurriedly directed his divine magic dragon to attack the NPC from another direction. Dark Hunt could only block attacks from one direction. It was useless against attacks from other angles. However, just when the divine magic dragon's claw was about to reach Dairo, the NPC disappeared once again. This time, he reappeared 100 yards away from the attacking dragon. Tier 3 spell, Advanced Movement. Crap. Supplementary casting. The magical class experts' minds were blown when they saw Dairo appear 100 yards away from the divine magic dragon. Advanced movement was not a particularly rare spell. It was actually a common spell that Tier 3 magical class NPCs used. What was truly astounding was the way Dairo had used the spell. In a way, supplementary casting was similar to double casting, but rather than channeling two spells at the same time, one could abruptly cast the second spell midway through casting their first spell when supplementary casting. This technique was even more difficult than double speed casting. Meanwhile, before the divine magic dragon could reach Dairo to launch another attack, the NPC finished writing the last line of divine runes for his spell. A sneer twisted Dairo's wizened face. "Do you think you can stop me, the dark wizard Dairo, with a lowly summoned creature?" Dairo said as he looked at Shifeng as he made a wave with his staff. Suddenly, cracks in space began to split the sky. Boundless evil energy then flooded out of these cracks and gathered at the tip of Dairo's staff. After gathering enough evil energy, Dairo created 21 pitch-black spears around him with another wave of his staff. Silver arcs of electricity crackled along these spears. Tier 4 Curse, Destruction Spear. Go! Dairo waved his hand. The 21 pitch-black spears flew towards the divine magic dragon as the product of a Tier 4 curse. Each pitch-black spear carried a frightening amount of power. When Shadow Sword tried to attack the spears with the divine magic dragon, repelling one spear actually pushed the dragon back slightly. The strength within the pitch-black spears was actually on par with the dragon's. Although both sides had equal strength, there were 21 pitch-black spears. Meanwhile, when players controlled a summoned creature, they couldn't control it as easily as their own body, which ultimately decreased their combat standards when controlling the creature. Hence, even though Shadow Sword had reached the refinement realm, he was only able to block 5 or 6 spears at a time, while the remaining weapons struck the divine magic dragon. For a time, the divine magic dragon was at a complete disadvantage as the spears pushed it back towards Zero Wing's defensive magic array. Time to finish this. Dairo waved his staff again, joining 2 of the pitch-black spears into one weapon and striking at the divine magic dragon, the attack carrying far more strength than the individual summoned weapons. However, just before the combination attack reached the divine magic dragon, suddenly, a flash of black light bloomed before the divine magic dragon. At the same time, the combined spears that flew towards the dragon's chest veered off course. The 2 weapons then split as they brushed past the scales on the dragon's sides harmlessly. This confused Dairo slightly. "What's going on?" The dragon dodged the attack. "No, that's not it. Look at Zero Wing's summoning array. Isn't that black flame?" The spectating crowd was dumbfounded for a moment by the sudden development. They failed to understand how the divine magic dragon had become powerful enough to stop the pitch-black spears combination attack. However, some players with keen eyesight quickly noticed that Shadow Sword was no longer standing in the summoning array for the divine magic dragon. Shifeng had actually taken his place. Black flame. "Do you think you can change this outcome just by switching controllers?" Beast Emperor could not help but laugh when he saw Shifeng controlling the divine magic dragon. Summoned creatures were not as easy to control as a player's body. Naturally, a domain realm expert would have far more control of a summoned creature than a refinement realm expert. The realms of refinement improved a player's 5 senses, but players simply couldn't merge their senses completely with a summoned creature's. As a result, one's combat power when controlling a summoned creature was considerably limited. They changed controllers? Dairo muttered as he glanced at the distant summoning array. As a mythic NPC, his intellect was incredibly high. Hence, he was quickly able to assess any changes on the battlefield. However, the surprise in Dairo's eyes quickly faded, replaced by ridicule. "Foolish mortals, do you think you can stop my destruction spears because you've gained more control of a lowly summoned creature? All you've done is prolonged your suffering." Saying so, Dairo combined 20 spears into 10 pairs, attacking Shifeng with all of them at once. Seeing the 10 incoming attacks, Shifeng executed Sword's Orbit with the divine magic dragon's claws. Dang. A series of clangs echoed throughout the primordial divine ruin. In the end, Shifeng's dragon knocked every one of the 20 destruction spears aside. The spears hadn't even budged the dragon an inch, much less damaged the divine magic dragon. Chapter 17:15. Miraculous Effect of the Realms of Truth. Chapter 17:15, Miraculous Effect of the Realms of Truth. He blocked all of the attacks. How is that possible? All of the players at the Primordial Divine Ruin were experts. Quite a few of them were even Refinement Realm experts, so they all recognized how impressive the technique Dairo had just executed was. In their opinions, Dairo's 10 combination attacks were simply splendid. Even if there was no difference in basic attributes, the Refinement Realms among the spectating crowd weren't confident in blocking all of those attacks without backing up in the slightest. Their likelihood of success would be even lower if they had to do so with a summoned creature. Yet, not only had Shurfeng successfully blocked every one of Dairo's attacks, but he had also done so with the Divine Magic Dragon. His control is amazing. Shock flashed in Blue Jade's eyes as she watched the Divine Magic Dragon in the sky. So, this is the strength of the expert closest to achieving a domain. As a Tier 2 summoner, she had a much clearer idea of how difficult it was to control a summoned creature than other players. It was practically impossible for players to control a summoned creature as well as they did their own bodies. This fact held true even for herself. Despite reaching the Flowing Water Realm, her combat standards with a summoned creature were barely at the Trial Tower's 6th floor. Even if she made a breakthrough and reached the Void Realm, she was only confident in raising her combat standard when controlling a summoned creature to the middle stage of the Trial Tower's 6th floor. Shurfeng could actually reach the Refinement Realm with the Divine Magic Dragon. This was simply unbelievable. Meanwhile, hovering in midair, Dairo stopped trying to defeat his opponent's vile quality of attacks after watching his first volley fail. Instead, he had the 21 destruction spears attack simultaneously from different directions. Suddenly, numerous streaks of pitch-black light threatened to devour the Divine Magic Dragon. This bastard. He was actually holding back against me? Shadow Sword tightly balled his fist, frustration filling his gaze as he watched the destruction spears dance in the air. When he had controlled the Divine Magic Dragon, Dairo's attacks with the destruction spears had been very straightforward. The NPC hadn't used any particular techniques. Now, however, the destruction spears moved in a coordinated and well-choreographed pattern. These movements were obviously the result of some sort of combat technique. Even if there weren't a difference between Shadow Sword and his opponent's attributes, he felt that he'd be lucky to block a handful of the spears if he tried to defend against the coordinated attacks personally. As the destruction spears were about to plow into the Divine Magic Dragon, Shurfeng decided to charge forward. Rather than retreat, he controlled the Divine Magic Dragon to fly headfirst into the approaching spears. What is he trying to do? Shurfeng's actions dumbfounded the spectating crowd. Although the destruction spears couldn't kill the Divine Magic Dragon, if all 21 spears struck the summoned creature, the impact would certainly send it flying several hundred yards back. If that happened, Dairo would have plenty of opportunities to destroy Zero Wing's defensive magic array. However, as everyone assumed that Shurfeng was trying to force his way through the attacks, the Divine Magic Dragon began to maneuver agilely around the spears and rapidly closed the distance between it and Dairo. Any destruction spear that came near the dragon either brushed past its scales, or the summoned creature batted it away with a claw. They couldn't actually hit the Divine Magic Dragon. If one wasn't paying attention, they might even assume that the destruction spears had actively avoided the dragon. Flowing Water Realm. Blue Jade could not help but rub her eyes as she watched the scene before her, unable to believe it. However, no matter how she looked at the situation, the Divine Magic Dragon's combat standard was definitely at the Flowing Water Realm. There was no other way it could block all of those spear attacks. However, the situation also left her confused. Just how did Shurfeng accomplish such a feat? How could something like this be possible? They were talking about controlling a summoned creature here. Blue Jade wasn't the only one who was shocked. The many experts at the Primordial Divine Ruin were similarly stupefied. Leaving aside Shurfeng's personal combat standard, his control of summoned creatures could definitely rank at the very top of God's domain. So, this is the true benefit of the Realms of Truth? Shurfeng, who evaded the relentless destruction spears, felt the true power of the Realms of Truth for the first time. Unlike the Realms of Refinement, the Realms of Truth focused on exerting the maximum potential of one's body rather than the 5 senses. Hence, even when controlling the Divine Magic Dragon, His performance in the Realms of Truth had reached the Ascension realm after deflecting the endless spear attacks for a short moment. The divine magic dragon Shurfeng controlled arrived before Dairo. Shurfeng then had the summoned creature slap at the NPC. However, Dairo was still a mythic NPC, and his reaction speed was extremely fast. Before the massive claw could reach him, he used advanced instantaneous movement and appeared 100 yards away from his original location. However, not wanting to give the NPC time to breathe, Shurfeng charged forward once again. Suddenly, Dairo was at a disadvantage and had no choice but to evade Shurfeng's attacks physically. While evading, Dairo continued to chant incantations and write divine runes. Although Shurfeng realized what the NPC was doing, he couldn't do anything about it. 5 seconds, 10 seconds, 20 seconds. After chanting for a total of 24 seconds, Dairo abruptly stopped and sneered at the divine magic dragon before him fall into eternal darkness. Dairo shouted before twirling the staff in his right hand. Suddenly, the sky darkened, and 36 gigantic magic arrays appeared around the divine magic dragon. Pitch-black chains then emerged from the magic arrays, binding the dragon. The chains then bound the divine magic dragon in a gigantic, pitch-black ball Tier 4 curse, dark prison. Although the divine magic dragon was powerful, not even a monster of its caliber would be able to struggle free from a Tier 4 curse's restrictions. After all, a Tier 4 curse had the power to rival Tier 5 spells. Crap. The divine magic dragon has been tied up. Shadow Sword's expression darkened when he saw Dairo fly towards Zero Wing's defensive magic array after casting the Tier 4 curse. Although the movement-type defensive magic array was strong, it would only last a few hits from a Tier 4 NPC. Moreover, unlike monsters, a magical class NPC like Dairo would have an acute understanding of magic arrays. Breaking through a defensive magic array would be child's play for Dairo. Once the defensive magic array was gone, the remaining evil demons and evil beasts would be more than enough to annihilate Zero Wing's army several times over. Even if Dairo didn't get involved. Black Flame, your time is up. Beast Emperor revealed a victorious grin as he watched Dairo move closer to Zero Wing's defensive magic array. He had been slightly concerned that the divine magic dragon would be too much for Dairo to handle, but at the end of the day, a Tier 4 NPC was still a Tier 4 NPC. Although Dairo was no match for the divine magic dragon in a direct confrontation, he would have no trouble binding it for a short time, just long enough for Dairo to wipe out a bunch of Tier 2 players. This made Zero Wing's members in the defensive magic array nervous. Elsewhere, 2 mythic evil beasts had managed to force their way past Flying Shadow's divine magic dragon. The 2 mythic evil beasts then coordinated with Dairo. It was obvious that they planned to break through the defensive magic array with a single attack. The watching players could already picture the defensive magic array shattering under the 3 Tier 4 existences combined assault when Dairo and the 2 mythic evil beasts were less than 100 yards away from the barrier around Zero Wing's members. It seems Zero Wing is doomed this time, Quiet Melody said, sighing. Although this battle had been a close one, Zero Wing still wasn't strong enough. She had never imagined that not only would Beast Emperor convince a Tier 4 NPC to take action for him, but that the NPC would also wield so many Tier 4 curses. So, this is the true strength of a Tier 4 NPC? Despite watching Dairo and the 2 evil Earth Dragons approach, Shurfeng didn't reveal any signs of fear or despair. Instead, he quickly gave Shadow Sword control of the divine magic dragon as he took out the Tier 4 domain scroll that he had obtained after killing the tyrant's soul. When he activated the Tier 4 domain scroll, a blue light rippled away from him, extending to a 1,000-yard radius. Suddenly, all enemies within range of the domain skill were suppressed. Because of this, Dairo, who had already been suppressed by the divine magic dragon's domain skill, lost even more attributes and reaction speed. Now, he only had 80% of his original basic attributes. Against a Tier 4 NPC like Dairo, the effects of the Tier 4 domain scroll were quite astonishing. Unfortunately, Dairo was still unstoppable for players. After activating the domain scroll, Shurfeng took a summon guard scroll from his bag and summoned Annihilating. Is the guild leader summoning his personal guard? Aqua Rose, Gentle Snow, and the Zero Wing's other members were confused to see Anna join the battlefield. They were no strangers to Anna. She, without a doubt, had the most frightening growth potential of any personal guard they had seen in the game. In one-on-one combat, she could even defeat opponents of a higher tier. However, Anna was only a Tier 2 NPC. Even if Dairo's attributes and reaction speed were suppressed, Anna still had no hope of taking him down. However, as Zero Wings members doubted Shifeng's sanity, Shifeng retrieved a crimson potion from his bag and handed it to Anna. After receiving the potion, Anna removed the lid on the bottle and drank it without hesitation. Players weren't the only ones who could use potions in God's domain. NPCs could as well. The Crimson Potion was none other than the Grandmaster-ranked growth potion Shifeng had obtained after killing Baphomet. When consumed, the potion would forcefully elevate the user by 1 tier. After consuming the potion, Anna's physique began to transform. The surrounding ambient mana flooded into her, and as it did, golden divine runes began to decorate Anna's body, adding a hint of holiness and beauty to her appearance. Anna's aura had also undergone a heaven-defying transformation. If her previous aura was like flowing water, her new aura felt like the endless ocean. If one paid close attention, they would notice that Anna was no longer a Tier 2 NPC, but a bona fide Tier 3 NPC. How is this possible? Even the various major powers and Beast Emperor had noticed Anna's transformation, let alone Zero Wings members. After all, her rise from a Tier 2 NPC to Tier 3 had caused quite the commotion. Alright, let's begin the second round. Shifeng smiled at the approaching Dairo. Chapter 1716, Tier 3 Anna. Chapter 1716, Tier 3 Anna. A Tier 3 personal guard? Beast Emperor, who watched the battle through a crystal ball in the Evil God's Branch Temple, was slightly surprised when Anna appeared beside Shifeng. However, his surprise quickly turned into a sneer as he said, "Do you really think that a measly Tier 3 personal guard can stop a Tier 4 NPC?" To put it simply, personal guards were hired NPCs in God's domain. However, since they were enhanced through a contract, personal guards' basic attributes were slightly higher than ordinary NPCs of the same level. Although Anna had been promoted to Tier 3, she was only slightly stronger than other Tier 3 NPCs. She might be invincible against current players, but she was still far from being able to contend with Tier 4 existences. Meanwhile, when the Tier 4 Curse Dark Prison was used on ordinary mythic monsters of the same level, it could trap the monster for at least an hour. Although the Divine Magic Dragon was extremely powerful, Beast Emperor guessed that the Dark Prison should hold it for at least 20 minutes. Although no one could damage the sealed monster during that time, it couldn't do anything either. Meanwhile, relying on a Tier 3 personal guard to distract a Tier 4 NPC like Dairo was a joke. Beast Emperor wasn't the only one who thought so. Every player at the Primordial Divine Ruin agreed with the sentiment. Although only one tier separated Tier 3 and 4, the gap between the tiers' strength increased with each subsequent tier. In front of a Tier 4 NPC, a Tier 3 NPC didn't even qualify to buy Tamiya's Dairo, and the two level 80 evil earth dragons drew closer. Anna began to chant an incantation from within Zero Wings' defensive magic array. With her left hand, she swiftly drew line after line of divine runes in the air. Shortly after, two colossal magic arrays, one white and one black, appeared beside Anna. The ambient mana then began to flow towards the arrays, and Zero Wings members could feel the mana density increase around them by several times. Double speed casting. That personal guard is quite good. She actually knows how to double speed cast. It's a pity that she's going to die here today. When the various major powers upper echelons saw Anna double speed cast, envy gripped their hearts. While NPCs were indeed powerful, there were significant differences between them. Magical class NPCs capable of double casting were already extremely rare, not to mention NPCs capable of double speed casting. This was also why they had been so surprised to learn that Dairo could both double speed cast and supplementary cast. If a personal guard grasped these techniques, they would have an advantage over other NPCs when they reached higher tiers. Take Dairo, for example. Despite Dairo clearly being no match for the Divine Magic Dragon under Shifeng's control, the NPC could rely on his techniques to mitigate the Divine Magic Dragon's attacks and even entrap Ida's. The spectating crowd pondered such things. Two pillars of light rose from the two colossal magic arrays, each taking on the color if the array it emerged from. In the next moment, three summoned creatures stepped out of each of the two light pillars. Three knights in silver armor had emerged from the white light pillar, each of which wielded a silver sword in their right hands and a shield that could easily serve as a mirror in their left. Knight of Light, Elemental Creature, Grand Lord. Level 80. HP 60, 000, 000/60, 000, 000. Meanwhile, 3 mages in deep black robes stepped out of the black light pillar. Each of the mages carried a staff that was shrouded in black mist. The crystals embedded in the top of the staves radiated 4 different colors. Envoy of Darkness, Elemental Creature, Grand Lord. Level 80. HP 45, 000, 000/45, 000, 000. Tier 3 Spell, Light Summoning. Tier 3 Spell, Darkness Summoning. If players used the Grandmaster ranked growth potion, they'd only rise by a single tier, but if an NPC used the potion, that'd be a different story. After Anna rose to Tier 3, she had learned all of the Tier 3 spells she would know after truly being promoted to Tier 3. Hence, right now, she was a bona fide Tier 3 existence. The growth potion's only flaw was its short duration of 15 minutes. Once the potion's duration ended, Anna would revert to her original state. Hence, players had only used these potions in crucial moments in the past. They could not be treated like trump cards in guild wars or siege battles. What a powerful personal guard. The instant the 6 level 80 Grand Lords appeared beside Anna, silence fell over the spectating crowd. Nobody had thought that Anna was actually strong enough to summon 6 Grand Lords of the same level. With this, she was basically invincible among Tier 3 existences. Before the spectating crowd could recover from their shock, Anna controlled the Knights of Light and Envoys of Darkness to charge out of the defensive magic array and attack Dyro and the 2 mythic evil beasts. In the next moment, the Knights of Light vanished, reappearing instantly around their mythic-ranked targets. Once the knights surrounded their opponents in a triangular formation, they raised their shields before them. Suddenly, a magic array of light manifested beneath each of the knights, linking with each other to form a prism of light that trapped Dyro and the mythic evil beasts. Immediately, Dyro and the evil beasts' basic attributes fell once more. Now, the 3 mythic existences only retained 60% of their original attributes. Moreover, they couldn't break free of the magic barrier unless they killed the Knights of Light. By the time the Knights of Light had finished, the Envoys of Darkness had also completed their spell's chants. Pitch black mist began to rise from the ground within the barrier, binding Dyro and the evil Earth Dragons. Although the mist did not reduce the 3 mythic existences' basic attributes in the least, it did reduce their reaction speed and movement speed by 50%. By the time the Knights of Light and Envoys of Darkness had further suppressed Dyro and the mythic evil beasts, Anna had finished chanting the final verse of her incantation Tier 4 spell, Yin Yang Cycle. Under her command, a dual-colored magic array appeared in the sky, and 36 gigantic swords emerged, 18 of which were a silvery white, while the other 18 were an abyss black. These 36 swords then descended on Dyro and the 2 evil Earth Dragons. Despite seeing the approaching swords, the 2 mythic evil beasts showed no intention of dodging the weapons. Instead, they swiped their claws at the incoming attacks. However, the moment one of evil beast's claws met one of the silver swords, the impact flung its claw backward, bending its arm at an awkward angle. When the other evil beast touched a black sword, the sword passed through its claw and struck the evil Earth Dragon, dealing over -1 million damage. As the 36 swords fell, one after another, the 2 mythic evil beasts screamed in pain and their HPs plummeted. Although the 2 evil beasts wanted to escape, the falling swords pinned them in place naturally. Dyro didn't dare to block any of these swords. Rather, he used spells to help him evade the attacks. He didn't have any spare energy to strike at the Knights of Light, much less attack Zero Wing's defensive magic array. Even after another 10 seconds of this bombardment, Dyro and the 2 evil Earth Dragons still couldn't free themselves from Anna's assault. Not only had they failed to land a single hit on Zero Wing's defensive magic array, but the 2 evil Earth Dragons' HP also continued to decrease. Are my eyes playing tricks on me? Is that woman really a Tier 3 personal guard? Everyone watched Dyro and the mythic evil beast struggle with shocked expressions. Although Shurfeng's domain scroll had suppressed Dyro and the evil beasts, significantly reducing their combat powers, a mere Tier 3 NPC shouldn't have any hope against them by herself. yet Shifeng's personal guard successfully faced them alone aside from the word strong. The spectating crowd truly had no other way to describe Anna. Despite Anna standing alone, her skills made her look like a team of NPCs. So, this is the strength of an epic personal guard? Shifeng was just as shocked to see Anna overwhelm Dairo and the two evil beasts. He had never thought that Anna could really go up against Tier 4 existences at Tier 3 with Anna's constant intervention. Even after over a minute, Dairo couldn't attack the Knights of Light. In fact, the Tier 4 NPC's HP had even begun to decrease as he failed to keep up with Anna and the Envoys of Darkness's attacks. As he watched, Beast Emperor's eyes became bloodshot. However, he still wasn't particularly worried about this situation. With how powerful the potion Anna had consumed was, the potion's effects should not last very long. Once the potion's effects ended, Anna would have no power over Dairo. 1 minute. 3 minutes. 5 minutes. However, contrary to everyone's expectations, Anna remained powerful throughout the entire battle. She showed no signs of weakening in the least. After Forbidden Domain's cooldown had ended, Shifeng cast the skill on Dairo's dark prison without hesitation. The giant ball of pitch-black chains shattered instantly. The 36 pitch-black magic arrays around the ball also disappeared. Once the trapped divine magic dragon regained its freedom, it resumed its attacks against Dairo. The divine magic dragon had already possessed higher attributes than the Tier 4 NPC, but after Shifeng had suppressed Dairo with his Tier 4 domain scroll and the Knights of Light's Prism of Light, Dairo was only slightly stronger than Grand Lords of the same level. As a result, the difference between the divine magic dragon and Dairo became even more obvious. Furthermore, Shifeng's Forbidden Domain had also affected the Dark Wizard, and he couldn't use any of his spells after freeing the trapped divine magic dragon. Shifeng quickly switched places with Shadow Sword again and controlled the summoned creature to swipe at Dairo with its claw boom. Since the Mythic NPC couldn't use any of his spells, he had to rely on his physical prowess to block the attack. However, even though he had stopped the attack with his staff, Dairo's basic attributes were too much lower than the divine magic dragon's. As a result, he still took the full brunt of the attack and received over -2 million damage. To Dairo, whose maximum HP was only at 60 million right now, that blow had taken 1/30th of his HP. Taking advantage of Dairo's helplessness, Anna followed the divine magic dragon's attack with a Tier 4 spell, dealing over -7 million damage to the silenced NPC. While 60 million HP might seem like a lot to players, to the divine magic dragon and Anna, this much HP was nothing. After 6 seconds of constant struggle, Dairo eventually removed the silence debuff. However, he only had 1/3 of his HP remaining by this point. To make matters worse, although Dairo could again defend himself with powerful spells, the massive difference in attributes between himself and the magic divine dragon was beyond the reach of spells. As a result, the enemy dragon broke through his defense, again and again, and his HP visibly decreased. Finally, when less than 1 minute remained on Anna's growth potion, Dairo's HP hit 0. The NPC elder then collapsed to the ground with a face of frustration and reluctance. Chapter 1717. Shocking Numerous Countries. Chapter 1717. Shocking Numerous Countries. As Dairo died, the dark gray evil energy consuming the sky above the primordial divine ruin faded. The land once again bathed in the sun's glaring rays. Many of Zero Wing's army abruptly leveled up as the Tier 4 NPC awarded more abundant EXP than any ordinary mythic monster. Unlike mythic monsters, the NPC dropped only 2 items when he had died. After these 2 items appeared, the evil energy surrounding the old man's body quickly dissipated, and shortly after, his body transformed into ash that scattered with the wind. He died. A Tier 4 NPC was killed. Just like that? Everyone at the primordial divine ruin watched Dairo's disintegrating corpse in utter disbelief. After playing God's domain for so long, everyone was terrifyingly familiar with the strength of Tier 4 NPCs. They were powerhouses that could guard and rule over major NPC cities. They were definitely invincible to current players, yet players had just slain one such NPC. This situation had overturned everything they thought they had known about God's domain. How is this possible? That's a Tier 4 Dark Wizard we're talking about. Beast Emperor's countenance twisted as he stared at Dairo's corpse through the gigantic crystal ball in the Evil God's branch temple. He had spent nearly all of his Evil God's temple contribution points to get Dairo to participate in the battle. Aside from getting rid of Silverwing, he also wanted to give the various superpowers a warning. He wanted everyone to know that the Orc Empire was his territory, yet both his main and side objectives had failed. Back on the battlefield, the players from the various major powers and adventurer teams weren't the only ones shocked by Dairo's death. Even Silverwing's members stared at the NPC's corpse with dumbfounded expressions. Did we succeed? Aqua Rose muttered, finding what had just happened a little hard to believe. Relax. He's dead. Although Tier 4 NPCs are powerful, they're not invincible. Everyone continue killing the evil demons and evil beasts. The battle is not over yet, Shifeng said, chuckling. Shadow Sword, come take back control over the dragon. While Tier 4 NPCs were very powerful, they were not insurmountable. As players reached higher levels and gained more strength, some would even take out the level 200 Tier 4 NPCs that protected major NPC cities, let alone a lowly level 80 Tier 4 NPC. Understood. Shadow Sword snapped out of his daze and nodded. Once Shadow Sword took control back, Shifeng activated Gale Domain, transforming into a blur as he dashed towards Dairo's ashes. NPCs like Dairo rarely dropped loot, which was why players weren't usually interested in killing God's Domain's NPCs. Not only were NPCs built to counter players, but they also didn't drop much loot even after they died. Normally, players wouldn't bother with such a thankless task unless they had no other choice. As for the Tier 4 NPCs that protected cities, they almost never dropped loot. And due to the city's magic arrays, these NPCs would command even more combat power. To make matters worse, if players killed a city's protector, the city's kingdom or empire would post a bounty on their head. If players had a working brain, they wouldn't provoke an NPC city's Tier 4 NPCs without a very good reason. However, in the rare event such NPCs dropped loot, the items would definitely be top tier. Although Shifeng didn't need to worry about anyone stealing Dairo's loot due to the evil beasts and demons on the battlefield, he thought it would be best to be safe, rather than sorry. On the off chance that some suicidal players decided to give it a go, reclaiming the loot would be troublesome. The two evil earth dragons were still trapped in the Knights of Light's Prism of Light, and Anna and the Divine Magic Dragon had them thoroughly pinned down. This allowed Shifeng to reach Dairo's partly disintegrated corpse easily. After retrieving the two items the NPC had dropped, he immediately turned and fled back to the defensive magic array. When the major powers players saw this, their eyes became bloodshot with envy. That was a Tier 4 NPC's loot. Even if they didn't know what the items were exactly, due to how powerful Dairo had been, those items were guaranteed to be extraordinary. However, although they were jealous, none of them dared to take action. Whether the Divine Magic Dragons or Anna's level 80 Knights of Light and Envoys of Darkness came after them, all of these beings were ridiculously powerful. Even if they charged onto the battlefield to steal the loot, they would simply add to these monsters' kill counts. Meanwhile, as the various superpowers' upper echelons watched the two Divine Magic Dragons battle, jealousy gripped their hearts. If Silverwing could summon more Divine Magic Dragons, then nobody in the Orc Empire could beat the guild. Not even Beast Emperor. However, they also realized that even if Silverwing could summon more of these dragons, it should only be able to do so a limited number of times. It was even possible that Silverwing only had these two summoning arrays. Otherwise, the guild could have summoned a third Divine Magic Dragon to take out Dairo, rather than giving Anna a rare potion to increase her strength. A potion that could elevate a personal guard by 1 tier was far more valuable than a Divine Magic Dragon. Each of these dragons required 88 summoners, which had to be protected at all times. On the other hand, the potion Anna had consumed could be carried and used without such challenging restrictions. Of course, that was just an assumption. They'd have to investigate the situation slowly through their spies in Silverwing to learn the exact truth of the matter, but it was safe to say that from today on, no one would dare to provoke Silverwing at the primordial divine ruin. When Shifeng returned to the defensive magic array, he continued to command Silverwing's army as they slaughtered the evil beasts and demons. After they killed 2 mythic evil beasts and 30,000 plus lower-ranked evil beasts and evil demons, Beast Emperor finally gave up and recalled his minions from the primordial divine ruin. Even Beast Emperor is helpless against Zero Wing? Falling Fire, who watched the battle from a safe distance with a magic mirror, frowned as he watched this outcome. He had planned to send Blackwater's army back to the ruin after Beast Emperor had severely wounded Zero Wing's forces, but it seemed that his plan was no longer viable. Sure enough, Zero Wing still won. Amazing! This is simply amazing. Zero Wing actually forced back an army of 100,000 plus evil demons and evil beasts with a little over 1,000 players. With this, Beast Emperor has lost his position as the Orc Empire's overlord. The spectating crowd at the Primordial Divine Ruin could not help but shudder with excitement as they watched the evil demons and evil beasts frantically flee. Zero Wing had come to the Primordial Divine Ruin with fewer than 2,000 players, yet not only had it defeated Blackwater's 10,000-strong army, but it had also pushed back a force of 100,000 plus monsters. In the midst of the battle, Zero Wing had even killed a Tier 4 NPC and 2 Tier 4 evil beasts. The watching players finally understood just how powerful Zero Wing was. The various superpowers, in particular, felt a sliver of fear as they watched the guild. At the very least, they didn't want to make an enemy of Zero Wing within the Orc Empire's boundaries. After all, nobody could say for certain that Zero Wing couldn't summon more divine magic dragons. As the battle ended, news of Zero Wing's shocking victory at the Primordial Divine Ruin quickly spread to the kingdoms and empires neighboring the Orc Empire. Meanwhile, this news didn't only reach the ears of the various large guilds, as even ordinary players learned of the battle. The news had reached so many players because many of the players at the Primordial Divine Ruin were from adventurer teams. As well, many of these adventurer teams members began to upload the videos they had recorded of the battle to their respective countries' forums. Crap. Is this really a battle between players? Why does it feel more like a battle between NPCs? Quick look, isn't that a Tier 4 NPC? What? Zero Wing even managed to kill a Tier 4 NPC. Due to this masterpiece of a battle, Zero Wing's fame in the various kingdoms and empires rose significantly. Many players even began to consider joining Zero Wing for a time. Countless players swarmed towards White River City and Zero Wing City. Black Flame, don't think that you've won the war just because you've won this battle. A cold glint flashed in Beast Emperor's eyes as he read the forum posts. Since you've severed one of my limbs, I'll make sure that Zero Wing never sets foot in the Orc Empire again. He admitted that his evil demon and evil beast army had been defeated, and the loss had been significant. However, he knew very well that the divine magic dragons were summoned creatures. They could only exist for a limited amount of time. Once that duration ended, he could simply send his minions back to the Primordial Divine Ruin and slaughter Zero Wing's army. Even if Zero Wing could summon the divine magic dragons again, he could just order another retreat and attack at a later time. He had more than enough evil demons and evil beasts to bleed Zero Wing dry. Star Moon Kingdom, White River City. After seeing that the battle was over, Shifeng used a return scroll to return to White River City. However, Shifeng did not head directly to the War God's Temple. Instead, he visited White River City's Adventurers Association, in a VIP room on the Adventurers Association's second floor. When one of the association's senior administrators entered the room, he greeted Shifeng, who rested on a sofa, and asked, "Lord Protector, how may I be of service today? I wish to build a town in a neutral map outside of the kingdom, and I need the Adventurers Association's help," Shifeng said, nodding. He then revealed the town building order he had acquired from the Lost Town. Chapter 1718, Building a Neutral Town. Chapter 1718, Building a Neutral Town. Inside the luxurious VIP room, the NPC senior adopted a more respectful attitude towards Shifeng upon watching the swordsman pull a tattered piece of parchment from his bag and place it on the table. Following which, the NPC inspected the parchment carefully. Although the town building order was nowhere near as valuable as a Star Moon Kingdom city building order on its own, it could rival, even surpass, the value of the kingdom's city building order depending on how it was used. This was because the town building order didn't have location restrictions. One could even construct a town in a neutral map if they wished to. Neutral maps were not under any kingdom or empire's jurisdiction, so building a town in one of these maps was akin to securing rule over the map. On the other hand, While the Star Moon Kingdom city building order was indeed very valuable, the city built had to be constructed within Star Moon Kingdom's borders. In other words, the city would still be under the kingdom's jurisdiction and would be largely influenced by the kingdom. The simplest example of such influence was the monthly management fee towns and cities had to pay the kingdom. For a basic city like Zero Wing City, players had to pay a monthly management fee of 30,000 gold. If the city were promoted to an intermediate or advanced city, the fee would increase by several times. However, if a town or city were constructed in a neutral map, players wouldn't be required to hand over an exorbitant management fee to any kingdom or empire. Instead, players only had to pay a small management fee to the system. Of course, such a benefit had a huge drawback: the lack of safety. Towns and cities within a kingdom or empire were under that kingdom or empire's protection. Monster attacks were the greatest threat these towns and cities would have to face. However, monsters weren't the only threat in a neutral map. Raids from other races would be commonplace, as well. If a guild weren't strong enough, building a town in a neutral map would simply be a waste of manpower and resources. In fact, guilds had often overestimated their strength during Shurfeng's previous life, constructing towns in neutral maps, which were subsequently destroyed. However, this drawback included another benefit, which was the greatest benefit of building a town in a neutral map. Since neutral maps were not under a kingdom or empire's jurisdiction, guild towns and guild cities in neutral maps could trade with other races. God's domain had many different races. Aside from creatures with low intellect, which only knew how to slaughter other beings for survival, there were intelligent races that could communicate with players, such as dwarves, elves, orcs, half-elves, and half-orcs. Only, these races were prohibited from entering guild towns and cities within kingdoms and empires' borders. At most, players might encounter these races in NPC towns and cities, but even then, these races would only conduct basic trade with players. However, these foreign races produced many products that were better than those made by human hands. Moreover, each race had their own specialty products that would be of great help to players' survival when fighting in the fields. Take dwarven-made weapons and equipment, for example. As the dwarves had better techniques and special forging methods, their weapons and equipment performed far better than human-made products. Meanwhile, guild towns in neutral maps weren't prohibited from trading with foreign races. As long as a town were attractive enough, it could inspire members of the foreign races to visit. Aside from trade, players could also employ foreign races to serve as the town soldiers. Unlike human warriors, these races' warriors generally specialized in a particular aspect. Hence, guilds that had towns in neutral maps in the past had hired foreign races' warriors to protect their towns because of these aspects. Although neutral towns didn't seem any different than ordinary guild towns, they could actually function like miniature kingdoms in neutral maps. Although the neutral town couldn't compare to kingdoms and empires in every aspect, it had the qualities to become one Lord Protector. I have ascertained that there are no problems with your town building order. May I know where you wish to build your town? The NPC administrator respectfully asked as he stored the town building order. He then took out a crystal ball and placed it on the table. In the next moment, a map of God's domain appeared in the crystal ball. Here, Shurfeng said as he pointed at the Orc Empire's primordial divine ruin. Constructing a town in a neutral map wasn't like building one in a kingdom or empire. Kingdoms and empires would never intervene in matters outside of their borders. Hence, when building a town in a neutral map, the Adventurers Association was fully responsible for handling the town's construction. Lord Protector, this location is currently quite chaotic. The lowest level monsters nearby are above level 50. Orcs also wreak havoc in the area. If you wish to build a town there, it will be costly. The basic construction fees alone come to 40,000 gold. If you wish to employ guards, each level 100, Tier 1 adventurer will cost 3 gold per day, 10 gold per day for a Tier 2 adventurer, and 100 gold per day for a Tier 3 adventurer. You will also only be allowed to employ them for a maximum of 3 days. Do you wish to hire any guards? I'll hire 1,000 Tier 1 adventurers, 500 Tier 2 adventurers, and 20 Tier 3 adventurers for 3 days. This wasn't the first time Shurfeng had built a neutral town, so the cost didn't particularly surprise him. While neutral maps were extremely dangerous, the profit one could obtain from them was immense. Hence, towns in neutral maps were only given 3-day protection periods. Not only were these NPC guards expensive, but their levels wouldn't scale along with players, remaining only slightly higher than the local monsters. These NPC guards were mainly there to repel monster and foreign race assaults. Not players. Silverwing had recently earned a fortune from selling the equipment it had obtained after killing Heaven's Burial and Blackwater's members. It also had the profit from Stone Forest Town and Silverwing City. However, since a large part of the money had to be invested in the guild's development, Silverwing only had a little over 80,000 gold in the bank right now. The construction alone cost 40,000 gold, which was many times higher than building a town within Starmoon Kingdom. With how expensive the adventurers were, Silverwing didn't dare to hire too many at once. Furthermore, if a town wished to survive in a neutral map long-term, relying on temporary guards definitely wasn't a viable solution. Hence, the guild had to set some money aside to build static defenses in the town, as well. Your total bill comes to 70,000 gold. No discounts are available at this time, the NPC administrator said, nodding. Once you complete the payment, the Adventurers Association will send our people to the chosen location within 1 minute. It will take them roughly 20 minutes to complete the town's construction. 20 minutes? The senior administrator's explanation surprised Silverwing a little. He had never thought that the town's construction would take so long. When the Adventurers Association constructed a town in a nearby neutral map, it normally completed the construction within 10 minutes. Unlike cities, towns had fewer facilities and structures, after all. But his town required twice as long to construct. One could just imagine how dangerous the area around the primordial divine ruin was right now. However, Silverwing did not give the matter much thought. He handed 70,000 gold to the NPC and departed from the Adventurers Association. He then headed to the War God's Temple to earn himself some merit points. While Silverwing was on his way to the War God's Temple, he received a call from Aqua Rose Guild leader. Another problem has cropped up at the primordial divine ruin. As soon as we left the ruin, Beast Emperor sent his evil beasts and evil demons to surround the ruin again. We still can't send our elite members to garrison in the ruin, Aqua Rose reported with a somber expression. She hadn't expected Beast Emperor to be so shameless, making such a move. One of Beast Emperor's subordinates has also contacted us, informing us that he won't stop harassing us at the primordial divine ruin unless we release flame blood. Although Beast Emperor's actions were shameless, Silverwing couldn't do anything about it. Silverwing only had 2 magic arrays that could summon divine magic dragons, and both had been used during the previous battle. Now that Silverwing had nothing to counter the evil beast and demon armies, sending in a player army would be suicidal. Prepared to fight to the bitter end? Silverwing could not help but chuckle. Since that is the case, let him have his fun. We'll see how long he can continue his struggle. But what about Primordial City? Aqua Rose could tell that Silverwing was determined to destroy Beast Emperor thoroughly. However, Primordial City played a key role in helping Silverwing's members reach Tier 2. Just ignore him, Silverwing said. For now, gather every architect in the candlelight trading firm and have them gather in the guild residence. Then, contact Melancholic and tell her to prepare these materials for me. I'll need them in a moment. After saying so, Silverwing disconnected the call and quietly waited for his horse carriage to reach the War God's Temple. Meanwhile, Aqua Rose stared at the darkened screen before her with a confused look. Is it really fine to leave him alone? Aqua Rose muttered to herself worriedly. However, the expression Silverwing has worn during their conversation indicated that he had a well-thought-out plan in mind. Immediately, she shook her worries out of her mind and sent Beast Emperor's subordinate a reply. Once that was done, she started to gather the necessary manpower and notified Melancholic Smile to collect the necessary materials. Ancient Rock City. Good. Very good. When Beast Emperor received Aqua Rose's reply via his subordinate, his complexion turned frighteningly ashen, and killing intent radiated from his entire body. He had never thought that Silverwing would be mad enough to fight him to the bitter, and just as Beast Emperor was about to declare a war of annihilation on Silverwing, the sound of a system notification reached his ears. System announcement. Congratulations to Silverwing for being the first guild to construct a town in a neutral map. rewarding 30,000 guild popularity and 10,000 popularity to the new town. Chapter 1719, Zero Wings Town. Chapter 1719, Zero Wings Town. A town in a neutral map? Beast Emperor stared at the system announcement, stunned. He wasn't unfamiliar with a town's construction. After all, many guilds had constructed towns within the various kingdoms and empires before. However, the building a town in a neutral map held an entirely different meaning. Neutral maps lacked teleportation points. Players could only rely on their own power to travel to neutral maps. If a guild constructed a guild town in a neutral map, its guild members could guild transfer scrolls to teleport to said town once it had a guild residence, saving plenty of travel time. Moreover, unlike a captured town, which had a fixed location, the owner could construct their town wherever they wished. Neutral maps were rich in resources, but the various major powers had only captured pre-made towns thus far. Nobody had successfully built a town in a neutral map yet. Even so, these powers had reaped plenty of benefits from their captured towns. If they could build a town in a strategic location and occupy it, they could definitely secure more resources. Meanwhile, at the Orc Empire's primordial divine ruin, the players from the various major powers and adventurer teams, who were preparing to fight for the ruin's entry slots, were watching towards the southwest, an indescribable shock filling their gazes. Suddenly, a town had popped up in the highlands southwest of the primordial divine ruin. Combined with the previous system announcement, any fool would realize that this constructed town belonged to Zero Wing. Am I dreaming? How is this possible? Zero Wing is so awesome. The guild even had the means to construct a town here? Looking at the fully formed town, the various large guilds at the primordial divine ruin looked on with envy. Meanwhile, the eyes of the various adventurers glowed with excitement. Having a town so close to the primordial divine ruin was a dream. The primordial divine ruin was an important resource, which the various major powers competed for. These powers had even expended endless manpower and resources just to get more members into the ruin. Now that Zero Wing had built a town beside the primordial divine ruin, the guild would have a massive advantage over the other powers when competing for entry slots. First, Zero Wing could easily mobilize a large number of guild members to the primordial divine ruin. Zero Wing's members would not have to face hours of travel. Second, the players that Zero Wing garrisoned in the ruin wouldn't have to worry about repairing gear and replenishing supplies. The primordial divine ruin wasn't a town, and even though it offered hotels for players to rest in, there were a limited number available. Moreover, the cost was beyond exorbitant. Not even large guilds could necessarily afford for thousands of their members to rent rooms from the hotels, yet if players set up camp outside of the ruin, their stamina and concentration recover would be incredibly slow. This prevented them from grinding the surrounding monsters and leveling up efficiently. However, towns were a different story. A town could accommodate more players, and most importantly, players could repair their weapons and equipment in a town. Although the primordial divine ruin had restaurants and hotels, it didn't have any smithies. Hence, players would have to return to their respective towns and cities to repair their gear after grinding around the ruin for some time. With these two advantages, Zero Wing could secure a powerful position in the competition over the primordial divine ruin's resources. While the various large guilds were furious over Zero Wing building a guild town next to the ruin, the various adventurer teams were elated. The participating adventurer teams were still far weaker than the various large guilds in the competition for entry slots. After all, unlike adventurer teams, the various large guilds had many members under their command and could afford to garrison their members in the primordial divine ruin in shifts without affecting their total combat power within the ruin. However, now that a town had been built next to the primordial divine ruin, the various adventurer teams could use it as a temporary base, staying close to the ruin long term. With this, the various adventurer teams could compete with the various large guilds on a more even playing field. Meanwhile, news of Zero Wing's new town in the Orc Empire quickly spread to the neighboring kingdoms and empires. For a time, the various large guilds and independent experts were all talking about Zero Wing. Zero Wing's rise is certain now. Not only does the guild have the advanced combat rooms and a guild city, but it also has built a town right beside the Orc Empire's primordial divine ruin. That's right. I heard that many independent experts have chosen to join Zero Wing to better develop themselves. Apparently, not only has the guild reserved specific advanced combat rooms for its members, but Zero Wing members can also learn the guild's combat techniques for a much lower price than non-guild players. I knew I should have joined Zero Wing earlier. Many independent experts from the various kingdoms and empires neighboring the Orc Empire were tempted to join Zero Wing after learning about the guild's latest achievement. They hadn't known much about Zero Wing previously, and those that had known hadn't had a particularly optimistic view of the guild. However, that had all changed after the guild's overwhelming victory against Blackwater and Beast Emperor. Now that Zero Wing had constructed a guild town beside the primordial divine ruin, even a fool could tell that the guild had a very high chance of becoming a super first-rate guild in the future. Many expert players targeted super first-rate guilds. If one could become an internal member of such an organization, they'd be able to live a life free of worry in the real world. However, super first-rate guilds had plenty of expert players, and only a limited number of people could become internal members. Hence, the competition within super first-rate guilds was intense. However, if players joined a guild that had the potential to become a super first-rate guild, even if they were only ordinary experts, they still had a high chance of becoming an internal member. Thinking about the potential benefits, many of the various kingdoms and empires' experts hurried towards Starmoon Kingdom for a time. More players gathered before Zero Wing's residence in White River City and Zero Wing City, allowing the guild to recruit another large batch of elite and expert players. Meanwhile, when Aqua Rose, who was gathering the architects Shifeng had requested, found out about Zero Wing's new town, realization dawned on her. She was also instantly overjoyed. Now that Zero Wing had a guild town beside the primordial divine ruin, the guild would have a much easier time collecting combat techniques and entering Primordial City. Most importantly, the town would bring in a massive amount of income for Zero Wing. Nowadays, a large number of players grinded and leveling in the Orc Empire. All of these players were elites and experts from the various kingdoms and empires, and they all had plenty of resources. Meanwhile, there were only a few guild towns in the Orc Empire. Furthermore, Ancient Rock City, which had been a hub for players, had become an evil demon nest. This further limited the number of rest areas for players. Now that a new guild town had popped up beside the primordial divine ruin, tons of expert and elite players would swarm the town, giving Zero Wing access to all sorts of rare resources. The guild's new town would likely be even more profitable than Stone Forest Town, and for Zero Wing's members, this was a golden opportunity to visit the Orc Empire to grind. Their leveling efficiency in the neutral map would definitely be faster than grinding in Starmoon Kingdom. Meanwhile, Shifeng, who sat in an advanced horse carriage as he headed towards White River City's War God's Temple, remained wholly ignorant of the commotion Zero Wing's new town had caused. All he knew was that his new town's construction had been completed. The system had also notified him that he needed to inspect the town and complete the handover procedures. However, Shifeng wasn't focused on his newest town, but on the contents of his bag. While he had been embroiled in battle, he hadn't had the chance to inspect his harvest. Now that things had settled down, he had to go through the items. After all, he had obtained much from the battle at the primordial divine ruin. Not only had Zero Wing's army killed a large number of Blackwater experts, but it had also taken down 2 mythic evil beasts and a mythic-ranked NPC. Among the top-tier equipment Blackwater's experts had dropped, the best had to be the magic weapon from Singular Burial. The magic weapon was a longbow called Firmament Striker. Magic weapons were even rarer than epic weapons. They were also much stronger than epic weapons. Unfortunately, wielding a magic weapon came with some severe risks. The 2 mythic-ranked evil beasts had also dropped splendid items. The monsters had dropped a growth-type epic-ranked mage robe and an evil energy potion recipe, an advanced alchemy recipe. The evil energy potion was a precious potion that, when consumed, increases players' strength attribute by 15% and gave its user a certain amount of evil energy resistance for 2 hours. Naturally, the potion's main material was evil energy crystals. However, these items did little to hold Shifeng's attention, as he was most eager to find out what the mythic NPC, Dairo, had dropped. Mythic NPCs rarely dropped items, but when they did, the items were definitely top-tier, following which, Shifeng retrieved the 2 items Dairo had dropped from his bag. He then appraised them with omniscient eyes. Chapter 1720, Evil God's Inheritance. Chapter 1720 Evil God's Inheritance. When Shifeng started appraising the 2 items Dairo dropped, the mana density inside the closed carriage rapidly increased. Like 2 hungry beasts that had just woken up, the 2 items absorbed the ambient mana around them ravenously. This situation surprised Shifeng somewhat. He had never thought that the 2 items Dairo dropped would be so amazing. Right now, the mana density in the carriage was slightly above even that of Stone Forest Town. The mana absorption process eventually stopped after about 10 seconds. The situation inside the carriage then quickly reverted to its original state previously. The 2 items Shifeng obtained had been sealed, which gave them the appearance of purplish gold crystal balls and made it impossible to discern their identity. In fact, the only information Shifeng got when he tried inspecting the items was their name, sealed crystal ball, and nothing else. Meanwhile, upon seeing the 2 unsealed items, Shifeng could not help but be stunned. Of the 2 items, one was a broken longsword, and the other was a gemstone that radiated 5 different colored glows. Evil God's Inheritance, one-handed sword. A treasured sword that the evil god once used. However, the sword was destroyed in a battle, shattered into 3 pieces. Although the evil god's treasured sword was destroyed, the power of the evil god contained inside it remains intact. As long as one gathers all 3 fragments, it is possible for the sword to regain its past glory. This piece is the broken hilt of the sword. By permanently sacrificing 10 points of all attributes, the user may execute 1 slash with the sword. Although this sword has been severely damaged, it can still exert 1/10 of its original power. When this fragment is within 1,000 yards of other fragments, the fragments will resonate with each other. Drops upon death cannot be traded. Limit Gemstone, Epic Consumable. Can be embedded into a weapon or equipment to permanently improve it. Can be used on only epic ranked items or below. Shifeng shuddered involuntarily as he looked at the descriptions of these 2 items, his eyes glowing with excitement. Although he had long since known that the loot of a Tier 4 NPC would be extraordinary and certainly superior to epic items, he had never imagined that Dairo would drop these 2 items. The Evil God's Inheritance was a weapon the evil god had used frequently when it was still intact. In its complete form, it should be a legendary weapon at the very least. Although he had only a fragment of the weapon, it could lead to obtaining a real legendary weapon. Its value was definitely higher than that of a fragmented legendary weapon. After all, legendary items were exceedingly rare in God's domain, and every one of them had extraordinary origins. Not to mention, most of the clues players found that were related to legendary items were usually fake. Meanwhile, the most valuable aspect about the Evil God's Inheritance was the fact that it could be used. Even though it was capable of exerting only 10% of its original power, that was 10% of a legendary weapon's power, not something a fragmented legendary weapon could hope to compare to. Only, the price to use the weapon was a little steep. Let alone other players. Even Shifeng would feel a sting if he had to pay 10 points in all attributes just to swing the weapon once. As for the other item Dairo dropped, it was something Shifeng had only ever heard about before. During his previous life, the Limit Gemstone had appeared in an auction hosted by a super guild. However, the Limit Gemstone sold back then wasn't supplied by the hosting super guild. Instead, it was an item some other player had put up for trade. When this item appeared during the bartering session of the auction, it had immediately caused an uproar at the auction venue. After all, the best weapon and equipment that peak experts could get their hands on back then were only epic rank. Fragmented legendary items were still far out of their reach. Hence, to them, an item capable of improving epic weapons and equipment was far more valuable than even epic weapons. In the end, the Limit Gemstone had been traded for 1 epic weapon and 3 pieces of top-tier dark gold equipment. Of that time back then, nobody had a strong opinion on this price. It was neither too expensive nor too cheap. Only sometime later did everyone find out that the buyer of the Limit Gemstone had ended up making a huge profit. The Limit Gemstone turned out to be even more amazing than everyone thought it to be. Just like its name implied, it improved a weapon or equipment to its maximum limit, not just slightly. From then onward, whenever a Limit Gemstone appeared, it would sell for astronomical prices, even as much as 3 epic items back then. However, Shifeng was only qualified to use the Limit Gemstone as a topic of conversation. Actually owning one had been far beyond him. He never dreamed that he would obtain one himself in this life. It can upgrade only weapons and equipment at the epic rank or below. As Shi Feng looked at the resplendent gemstone in his hand, he could not help but think of the sacred sword Killing Rayus, one of the 36 famed swords of God's domain. Killing Ray was much stronger than any ordinary epic weapon. Moreover, it also had immense growth potential as it was one of the fragments of Solomon's sword, one of God's domain's 10 great legendary weapons. Since it was once part of a legendary weapon, the quality of the materials used to forge Killing Ray went without saying. One could say that it was the best item to improve with the Limit Gemstone immediately. Shi Feng unsheathed Killing Ray and placed the Limit Gemstone on the flat of the sword. Following which, the sound of a system notification entered his ears. System, do you wish to embed the Limit Gemstone in Killing Ray? Embed it. Shi Feng agreed decisively. Suddenly, the 5-colored gemstone liquefied and spread itself across Killing Ray. A short moment later, the sacred sword was encased entirely in a layer of 5-colored liquid as if the long sword had just put on a 5-colored sheath. Following which, the glow from the 5-colored liquid intensified, so much so that Shi Feng couldn't look at the sword directly. After several seconds the phenomenon subsided, and Killing Ray reverted to its original state. At this moment, however, several divine runes graced the sword's body, adding a hint of divinity to the sacred sword. As Shi Feng wielded Killing Ray, he felt a pleasant feeling like never before. Right now, aside from his impression that the sacred sword was more powerful than before, Shi Feng sensed that his compatibility with it had improved substantially. Now, Killing Ray felt more like an extension of his arm rather than a weapon. He could clearly perceive the layers of air the sacred sword was cutting through. In addition, golden arcs of electricity were sparking along the edges of the sword. Even after the sacred sword had moved away, arcs of electricity still lingered in the space it occupied before, vaporizing the air and anything else that came across them. Amazing. It is actually capable of causing continuous damage to places I've attacked before? Is this the true power of Killing Ray? Shi Feng was astonished as he looked at Killing Ray. Epic weapons and equipment were extremely rare in God's domain. Those that had hidden effects were even rarer. These hidden effects went unstated in the attribute panel and did not appear to be salient. However, only players that had wielded these kinds of weapons and equipment before would realize how significant these hidden effects actually were toward improving one's combat power. In fact, they were much more important than the attributes listed in the attribute panel. Take Fire Dance's 1000 transformations for example. The hidden effect the fragmented legendary weapon possessed was simply heaven-defying. No matter what kind of attacks Fire Dance faced, she could easily block it by executing a random swing with her short sword. It was as if the entire space around her was within the attack trajectory of her weapon. It was simply impossible to predict her trajectory with 1000 transformations due to 1000 transformations' hidden effect. Even if Fire Dance's combat standards were lacking, she could still hold her ground against Apex experts. Meanwhile, although Killing Ray's hidden effect was not a match for 1000 transformations', it was still very frightening. Being able to cause damage to places he had attacked before would undoubtedly increase his DPS significantly if utilized properly. He could even seal his opponent's movements, preventing all retaliation. Killing Ray's hidden effect would pose trouble even for Void Realm experts, not to mention other experts. After playing with Killing Ray's hidden effect for a while longer, Shi Feng could no longer hold back, tapping open the Sacred Sword's attribute panel. He was very curious to find out just how much Killing Ray had improved. Chapter 1721, Upgraded Sacred Sword. Chapter 1721, Upgraded Sacred Sword. After Shi Feng opened Killing Ray's attribute panel and read it, he could not help but gasp. Killing Ray, One-Handed Sword, Sacred Sword, Epic Rank. Level 30, Level 120. Equipment requirement, Strength 1200, Agility 1000. Attributes adjust according to user's level. Attack power plus 2440, level 65. Strength plus 173, Agility plus 165, Endurance plus 162. Attack speed plus 25. Ignore 30% of the target's defense when equipped. Strength increased by 20%, Agility increased by 15%, and attack speed increased by 10%. Ignore levels plus 20. All sword skills plus 3 levels. All item level requirements reduced by 5 levels. Attacks have a 40% chance to trigger the lightning effect, increasing initial attack speed to 50% of the maximum and damage by 260%. Additional skill 1 dash. Summon lightning. Summons lightning to deal 600% lightning damage to enemies within a range of 20 yards and inflict the numb effect for 5 seconds. Afterward, attack range increased by 20 yards for 30 seconds cooldown, 5 minutes. Additional skill 2 dash. Thunder God's Descent. Become immune to all control skills. Movement speed and attack speed increased by 150%, damage increased by 50%, and all damage received decreased by 60% for 30 seconds cooldown, 1 hour. Additional skill 3 dash. Lightning Slash. Imbue the power of lightning on the body of the sword, increasing strength by 330% and attack speed by 100% to execute a frontal attack that covers an area of 3 by 80 yards cooldown, 15 minutes. A sacred sword created by the godsmith Arnold using a piece of mysterious sword fragment. Killing Ray is one of the 36 famed swords of God's domain, ranking 20th. It was once a sword used by the Thunder Emperor Kaiser. Allows the wielder to have the speed of lightning. When fighting against dark creatures, damage increased by 100%. Can be evolved. Cannot be destroyed. For a moment, Shurfeng even suspected that his eyes were playing tricks on him. Not only had Killing Ray's equipment requirement increased by a significant margin, but even its attack power had risen drastically. At level 65, its attack power already exceeded 2,400, close to rivaling the attack power of an epic two-handed weapon of the same level originally. Killing Ray was already a top-tier epic weapon. After being upgraded by the Limit Gemstone, its basic attributes had improved by 20%. Even the other effects were 5% better. The weapon skills had also been strengthened to a certain degree, and there was even the addition of a new skill, Lightning Slash. Although Lightning Slash did not deal a lot of damage, the increase in strength it provided was crucial to expert players because higher strength allowed players to suppress their opponent and create gaps to land a fatal blow. With my current attack power, I can most likely break through even a Tier 2 MT's defense. Shurfeng was startled as he looked at his own statistics in God's domain. Even if players landed a direct hit on another player's body, their target's defense would weaken their attacks, preventing 100% damage dealing. To deal 100% damage with an attack, a player would have to overcome their opponent's defense limit, which was determined by a player's defense value and armor type. Even at the same defense value, different armor types would grant different defense limits. For example, at the same defense value, the defense limit of plate armor would greatly exceed that of cloth armor. However, once a player's strength and attack power reached a certain measure, they could break through even an MT's defense limit and deal 100% damage with their attacks. After achieving such a measure of strength and attack power, what kind of armor one's opponent wore would no longer matter. Just as Shurfeng was getting a feel for Killing Ray's newfound power, the advanced horse carriage he was riding finally arrived at the entrance of the War God's Temple. Currently, the War God's Temple was as lively as ever. The number of players visiting the temple was not the slightest bit lower than that of the city's auction house and of the Adventurers Association. However, in Shurfeng's opinion, the traffic at the War God's Temple was still relatively low. The War God's Temple was the protector of the entire continent of God's domain. As players reached higher levels, they would come across the dark forces, such as demons, evil demons, and abyssal creatures, more frequently. Moreover, after players got promoted to Tier 2, so long as their War God's Temple reputation points reached 300, they could receive special quests to deal with these dark forces. These quests generally awarded plenty of merit points, in addition to some special resources. Meanwhile, after players accumulated 500 reputation points with the temple, they could start accepting large-scale crusade quests, which required players to target the gathering points for the dark forces. In the past, this was the type of quest that the various large guilds enjoyed accepting the most because at least half of the town-building orders they obtained originated from these crusade quests. If a large guild wished to have a better time developing in neutral maps, they would shift their focus to the War God's Temple. Currently, most of the players visiting the War God's Temple were independent players. Only a small minority were guild players. In the future, however, the situation would be reversed with a large majority of the players visiting the War God's Temple being members of large guilds. As soon as Shifeng arrived at the main entrance of the War God's Temple, he attracted the attention of the nearby players. Crap. That's a 6-winged bronze-ranked guild emblem. That person must be a member of Zero Wing's main force. It would be great if I could get acquainted with such a big shot. That way, I'll have an easier time joining Zero Wing. Keep on dreaming. How could people like us possibly come into contact with a big shot from Zero Wing? He belongs to an entirely different world. Not to mention, everyone trying to join Zero Wing has to go through the same entrance test. I heard that even players personally introduced by Zero Wing's guild leader, Black Flame, have to pass the test to join the guild. The eyes of the players standing outside the War God's Temple's main entrance were filled with awe and envy as they looked at the guild emblem pinned on Shifeng's black cloak from the recent battle at the Primordial Divine Ruin. Both the various large guilds and independent players could already tell that the odds of Zero Wing becoming a super first-rate guild in the future were excellent. Super first-rate guilds were powers that stood at the apex of God's domain. Even a first-rate guild backed by multiple major corporations would have to treat super first-rate guilds with great respect lest it provoke them. Meanwhile, who wouldn't want to join a guild with such great potential? In the virtual gaming world's past 100 years of history, players that belonged to first-rate guilds that eventually grew into super first-rate guilds had received great benefits. Particularly, expert players that originally belonged to the first-rate guild had been able to live the rest of their lives without worry. Those that had contributed greatly towards the guild's promotion into a super first-rate guild even lived an enviable and affluent life. Now that Zero Wing had displayed the potential to become a super first-rate guild, let alone Star Moon Kingdom's players, even players from other kingdoms and empires had come to Star Moon Kingdom to apply to Zero Wing. When Shifeng overheard the hushed conversations of the surrounding crowd, he simply chuckled as he continued into the War God's Temple. After entering the temple's lobby, he immediately went to the third-floor hall. Lord Protector, how may I be of service to you today? Senior Administrator Roland asked as he approached Shifeng. I have caught an evil god apostle and wish to hand him over to Vice Temple Lord Capra. Shifeng said. Another evil god apostle? Roland's eyes twitched slightly as he looked at Shifeng in surprise. Every evil god apostle was incomparably cunning and extremely difficult to catch. Since Shifeng had already caught an apostle before, logically, other evil god apostles should operate with even greater care, increasing the difficulty of capturing them. Yet now, Shifeng had actually managed to capture another one shortly after he captured the last one. Lord Protector, please follow me. This time, Roland did not bother verifying the truth of Shifeng's words. Instead, he directly brought Shifeng to the 4th floor's Triumphant Hall. Afterward, Shifeng entered the same astrology room he had gone to during his last visit to the Triumphant Hall. Currently, Vice Temple Lord Capra was carrying out research through the gigantic magic water ball at the center of the room. Lord Capra, I caught another evil god apostle. Please verify it, Shifeng said as he took out the mobile jail detaining Flame Blood. Young adventurer, you truly are the nemesis of the evil god apostles, Capra said, laughing as he paused his work. With a light wave of his hand, Shifeng's mobile jail then suddenly appeared in his palm. After Capra received the mobile jail, Flame Blood's figure appeared before Capra. How is this possible? Flame Blood's complexion paled when he saw Capra and the nearby Shifeng. Beast Emperor actually failed. At this moment, he could easily guess what kind of place he was at. Only, he never thought that Shifeng would actually elude Beast Emperor's capture and successfully deliver him to the War God's Temple. Black Flame. You cannot do this. If you hand me over to the War God's Temple, Beast Emperor definitely won't let you get away. Flame Blood shouted as he glared at Shifeng. Right now, he was pinning all his hopes on Beast Emperor's deterrence. He knew that, unless Shifeng gave up on turning him in, he no longer had any hope of escaping from the War God's Temple. You should give up now if you think Beast Emperor will save you. If you really wish to survive, tell me the location of Star Moon Kingdom's Evil God's Temple. Shifeng said, chuckling. He remained wholly unperturbed by Flame Blood's threat. Right now, the cleric was still ignorant of Beast Emperor's overwhelming defeat. Remember, you have only 5 seconds to consider. After saying so, Shifeng began counting down from 5. Meanwhile, an incomparably ugly expression appeared on Flameblood's face, his heart filled with misgivings. Chapter 1722, Beast Emperor's Rage. Chapter 1722, Beast Emperor's Rage. Inside the silent astrology room, Flameblood glared at Shifeng hatefully. He never thought that Shifeng would make him such an offer. The Evil God's Temple was the foundation that Evil God's Temple members like Beast Emperor and himself relied on to develop themselves. If the Evil God's Temple they belonged to got destroyed, then all the progress they had made thus far would disappear. Hence, Beast Emperor had repeatedly warned him that under no circumstances should he reveal information about Star Moon Kingdom's Evil God's Temple Black Flame. I can tell you with confidence that the Evil God's Temple's strength is far beyond your imagination. As long as the Evil Beast army breaks through the Star Moon Kingdom's defensive line, at that time, not to mention Stone Forest Town, even Zero Wing will turn into nothing. If you let me go, Beast Emperor might give up on invading Star Moon Kingdom and target other kingdoms instead. If you hand me over to the War God's Temple now, you'll only anger Beast Emperor further and force him to spend all his Evil God's Temple contribution points to hasten the invasion of Star Moon Kingdom. Do you really wish to see your entire guild crumble together with me? Only if you let me go will Beast Emperor give up on invading Star Moon Kingdom. Otherwise, it is only a matter of time before the entire Star Moon Kingdom falls. Flameblood repeatedly implored Shifeng to release him with indescribable anxiety on his face. Although Vice Temple Lord Capra was not a Tier 4 NPC, he was still a level 180, Tier 3 Great Mage, many times stronger than a level 80, Tier 4 NPC. Meanwhile, the intense pressure he gave off was enough to evoke deep despair in Flameblood at this moment. Flameblood could only rely on the invasion of the Evil God's Temple to threaten Shifeng, and PCs led the invasion. The quantity and quality of evil beasts and evil demons participating in it were also far beyond what any single Evil God's Temple player could control. Current players simply had no chance of stopping the invasion. At this time, there were only two viable methods to do so. The first was to have Beast Emperor put a halt to the invasion of Star Moon Kingdom. The second was to destroy Star Moon Kingdom's Evil God's Temple. The location of the Evil God's Temple was of utmost importance to Evil God's Temple members. Before Flameblood was officially made into an Evil God Apostle, Beast Emperor had made him sign a contract preventing him from revealing any details about the temple. If he violated the terms of the contract, he would suffer a fate even worse than getting sent to the War God's Temple. Meanwhile, if he refused to reveal the location of Star Moon Kingdom's Evil God's Temple, then he had only one other method to stop Shifeng from turning him into the War God's Temple, and that was to have Beast Emperor stop the invasion of Star Moon Kingdom. As the guild leader of Zero Wing, Shifeng should know which decision was better for his guild. Flameblood refused to believe that Shifeng would abandon the entire Zero Wing just to get rid of him. Are these your last words? Shifeng chuckled as he looked at the desperation on Flameblood's face. You should think things through clearly. As long as you are killed by the War God's Temple, all the progress you've made in this account will be lost. You'll also be able to start a new account only 1 month later. At that time, who knows how much time and effort you'll have to put in to return to the front lines. You'll miss out on plenty of opportunities. Currently, the elite members of the various large guilds were close to reaching level 50. In another month, many elite players would most likely have completed their Tier 2 promotion already, not to mention expert players. If Flameblood had to restart from scratch, he would also miss out on the various resources and opportunities that could be obtained from exploring new maps. Unless the guild Flameblood belonged to was willing to invest plenty of resources into him, or the cleric had heaven-defying luck, he would have extreme difficulty getting the current advantages he possessed in the future. As Shifeng said so, Capra began chanting an incantation. Meanwhile, based on Shifeng's words, Flameblood could tell that Shifeng was determined to turn him into the War God's Temple. Crazy bastard. You really are insane. At this moment, Flameblood could feel his mind breaking down. He even doubted Shifeng realized just how terrifying the Evil God's Temple's invasion was. He had never thought that Shifeng would actually go as far as to sacrifice Zero Wing just to take his life. Before Flameblood could finish speaking, dozens of golden magic arrays appeared around him. A golden chain then shot out from each of the magic arrays. The chains pierced Flame Blood's body and bound his soul directly. Following which, Flame Blood's body began burning, his body transforming into a pile of ashes after just 2 seconds. The cleric's immortal soul was destroyed as well and completely disappeared from God's domain. Sure enough, he refused to speak. Shifeng could not help but sigh as he watched Flame Blood disappearing. He did not believe that Flame Blood refused to reveal the evil god's temple's location out of loyalty. There was an 80% chance that Beast Emperor had anticipated such a situation and made preparations. However, this outcome was within Shifeng's expectations. The evil god's temple was the foundation of evil god's temple members. Without the evil god's temple, Beast Emperor would lose the authority he had in Starmoon Kingdom. He naturally wouldn't let his minions reveal the location of the evil god's temple so easily. System, congratulations. You have captured an evil god apostle. Rewarding 12,000 War God's Temple merit points, reputation with the War God's Temple increased by 200 points, 200 million EXP, 20 free mastery points, and 2 legacy skill points. 12,000 merit points? Shifeng was a little surprised when he read the system notification. He was only awarded 10,000 merit points the first time he captured an evil god apostle. He actually received 2,000 more points than the previous time. However, he had quickly discovered that, while the merit points he obtained had increased, the free mastery points and legacy skill points awarded had decreased by a significant margin. Previously, he had gotten 50 free mastery points and 5 legacy skill points. Now, he had received only 40% of the previous amounts compared to obtaining an additional 2,000 merit points. He would rather have the 30 free mastery points and 3 legacy skill points. Meanwhile, after Flame Blood's permanent disappearance from God's domain, Beast Emperor, who was currently controlling his evil demon army from the evil god's branch temple at Ancient Rock City, received a system notification informing him about it. Black Flame. Beast Emperor bellowed, his expression twisting. Since you dare destroy my path to promotion, I'll have your Zero Wing go down with me as well. He was granted only 5 evil god apostle slots. Now that he had permanently lost 2 of them, he would have a much more difficult time developing himself further. At this moment, the man standing beside Beast Emperor spoke up. Boss, Black Flame is simply too arrogant. Why don't I mobilize my evil beast and evil demon armies in the Purple Thorns Kingdom and have them destroy Zero Wings Town at the primordial divine ruin? That'll teach Black Flame a good lesson. This man had a tough appearance and was clad in silver scale armor. Unlike other evil god apostles, this man did not wrap himself in bandages. Instead, like Beast Emperor, he did nothing to hide his skin tone. Meanwhile, if one were to use an advanced identification skill on this man, one would discover that not only was he a level 52 berserker, but he was even in possession of the tier 2 hidden class savage warrior. No. That town is still in its protection period right now. Although the NPC guards there aren't as high-leveled as the NPC guards available inside a kingdom, they are still level 100 NPCs. There are also 20 tier 3 NPCs. Even 10 level 80 mythic-ranked evil beasts wouldn't be enough to break the town, Beast Emperor said, shaking his head. What we need to do for now is wait. Based on the information Blackwater sent me, the town's protection period is only 3 days. During these 3 days, properly prepare yourself, Wind. Once the town's protection period is over, we'll attack. Boss, rest assured. I guarantee that Zero Wings Town will be flattened as soon as its protection period is over. The silver-armored man named Windhunter said with a confident smile on his face. Beast Emperor nodded in response to Windhunter's words. He had a lot of confidence in the man before him. Windhunter was not only his closest confidant but also the first person he had turned into an evil god apostle. Contrary to everyone's expectations, Starmoon Kingdom wasn't Beast Emperor's main headquarters, which was actually the Purple Thorns Kingdom. Windhunter had been operating in the Purple Thorns Kingdom for a very long time already, building up a foundation for himself that simply wasn't something newly minted evil god apostles like Abandoned Wave and Flame Blood could hope to compare to. Meanwhile, back inside the astrology room in the War God's Temple, Shifeng had realigned his thoughts. Although he had failed to obtain the location of Starmoon Kingdom's evil god's temple, he still managed to garner some information regarding the invasion of Starmoon Kingdom, which was the fact that Beast Emperor first needed to have enough Evil God's Temple contribution points to advance the invasion. Without sufficient contribution points, the invasion would have no way of breaking through the kingdom's defensive line to Shifeng. This was undoubtedly good news. At the very least, he would not have to worry about the invasion progressing into the kingdom anytime soon. After all, Beast Emperor should have spent a lot of his contribution points on the previous battle at the primordial divine ruin. Shifeng refused to believe that Beast Emperor had managed to get a Tier 4 NPC to take action for free with this knowledge in mind. What he needed to do now was strengthen himself as quickly as possible and find the location of the Evil God's Temple, following which, Shifeng approached Capra and asked, "Lord Capra, I have an Evil God's Eye here. May I know if the War God's Temple is able to repair it for me?" Chapter 1723, Complete Evil God's Eye, an Evil God's Eye? A hint of shock flashed across Capra's wizened face as he stared at Shifeng. Clearly excited, he asked, "Did you really obtain an Evil God's Eye?" Seeing the excitement and passion on Capra's face, Shifeng retrieved dark gray, runic crystal ball from his bag. As the crystal ball appeared in the room, it began to leak small traces of evil energy. This crystal ball was none other than the Evil God's Eye that he had obtained after destroying the Evil God's sealing magic array. The moment Shifeng revealed the Evil God's Eye, Capra's gaze sharpened as he examined the crystal ball. If Shifeng hadn't known that good-aligned NPCs wouldn't steal from players, he wouldn't have doubted that Capra would have snatched the Evil God's Eye from him without hesitation. It's actually real. Capra became even more excited after a detailed inspection of the item. He then shifted his gaze back to Shifeng and said, "Although this Evil God's Eye has been damaged, it is still very valuable. It's also the material I've been searching for. If you are willing to sell this Evil God's Eye to me, I will offer you this elemental crown and 5,000 merit points." Capra grinned as he retrieved a crown studded with 7 resplendent gemstones. Shifeng could feel the mana around him grow restless the moment the crown appeared in the room. A fragmented legendary item? Shifeng could not help but gasp when he saw the elemental crown. He had never thought that Capra would be so generous. If he obtained the elemental crown now, he could instantly transform one of Zero Wing's members into a peak expert. Moreover, Capra had also offered an additional 5,000 merit points. That was nearly the price of an epic item. Of course, you can choose to repair the Evil God's Eye. However, doing so will be incredibly expensive. In addition to 15,000 merit points, you'll need 100 mana stones and 3 units of 7 luminaries crystal. Shifeng was inwardly astonished. He hadn't expected the repair costs for this item to be so exorbitant. Generally, players could only obtain mana stones from raiding team dungeons, but even 100-man Hell mode team dungeons had very low drop rates. As for the 7 luminaries crystals, it was likely that not a single guild had even 1 unit at this stage of the game. You can take your time to consider your options. "There is no need to make a decision now," Capra said, chuckling. "Lord Capra, I've already decided. I want to repair the Evil God's Eye," Shifeng said, determined. His desire for fragmented legendary items was intense right now, especially for fragmented legendary items that were suited for magical classes. If he gave the elemental crown to one of Zero Wing's magical class experts, that expert's firepower would rise to a whole new level. However, the Evil God's Eye would help the guild as a whole far more than the elemental crown. Although miniature worlds only produced a small number of resources, the power ore they produced was incomparably valuable. Normally, the power ore could only be acquired from unstable otherworlds. Moreover, the miniature world was far rarer and more valuable than a fragmented legendary item. Many first-rate guilds in the past had even been willing to trade over a dozen fragmented legendary items for a single miniature world. Hence, the wisest decision for Shifeng was to repair the Evil God's Eye. How unfortunate. Capra sighed before regaining his usual calm. He then looked at Shifeng and said, "Hand over the materials, then. If you don't have them ready, you can go collect them. You can find me again once you have the required materials." Shifeng nodded in response. He then left the War God's Temple and rushed to the candlelight trading firm. Others might struggle to gather 100 mana stones and 3 units of 7 luminaries crystal, but the task wasn't difficult for Shifeng in the least. With the Philosopher's Stone, he could synthesize the 2 items from magic crystals and 7 luminaries shards, following which, Shifeng transformed 5,000 magic crystals and 100 plus 7 luminary shards, which had been left over from the 4 towers of elements construction, into 100 mana stones and 2 7 luminaries crystals. He then hurried back to meet with Capra. When Capra saw that Shifeng had the required materials, he gave the swordsman a serious look before asking, "Do you really wish to repair the evil god's eye?" System: repairing the evil god's eye will cost 15,000 merit points. As you have 3,700 War God's Temple reputation points, you can pay 20% of the merit points with coins. Do you wish to pay with coins? System: based on the system's analysis of the current market, each merit point is worth 2 gold, 10 silver. Do you wish to proceed? Yes. Shifeng answered without hesitation. He currently had over 12,000 merit points. If he paid 3,000 merit points with coins, he would have just enough merit points to repair the evil god's eye instantly. 6,300 gold vanished from Shifeng's bag after Capra received the materials. He began to chant an incantation and write line after line of divine runes. The ambient mana and Capra's runes then gradually flowed into the evil god's eye, which hovered before the Vice Temple Lord. As this process continued, Shifeng could see the runes on the surface of the evil god's eye sharpen. The density of the evil energy the dark gray crystal ball radiated also increased when every mana stone and 7 luminaries crystal had merged with the evil god's eye. The runes on the orb released a dazzling, gray glow. As he watched the dark gray crystal ball, Shifeng could feel a dangerously malicious intent radiating from it. At this point, the evil god's eye stopped leaking evil energy. Now, it merely looked like a crystal decorated with mysterious runes. Alright, I've repaired the evil god's eye. Hopefully, you can utilize it properly. Make sure that you don't let those from the evil god's temple find out that you have it. Otherwise, they'll use everything in their power to destroy you, Capra warned as he reluctantly handed the evil god's eye back to Shifeng. When Shifeng received the evil god's eye, he felt an immense weight in his hands. Rather than an ordinary crystal, he felt as if he had just received a miniature mountain. If he weren't a Tier 2 player with over 1,500 points in his strength, he might not even be able to carry the fist-sized crystal ballets so heavy. So, this is the intact evil god's eye? As he held the evil god's eye, Shifeng inspected the item's attribute panel. Evil god's eye, fragmented legendary rank item. This item had been created by the evil god for the specific purpose of opening a path through the world's barrier. The evil god's eye contains a sealed miniature world, and can be used as a conduit to transfer the miniature world's power to the outside world. The evil god's eye also grants its holder sovereignty over the miniature world within additional skill 1-. World's power can be used as a magic array's power source, improving the magic array's effects by a maximum of 120% cooldown, 48 hours. Additional skill 2-. Teleportation pathway opens a pathway to the sealed miniature world. The pathway lasts for 10 minutes cooldown, 96 hours. Amazing! Shifeng was utterly dumbfounded after inspecting the intact evil god's eye. He finally understood why the various superpowers in the past had valued miniature worlds to such an extreme. As Shifeng quietly admired the evil god's eye, Aqua Rose contacted him. Guild leader, Melancholic Smile has gathered the materials you require. I have also gathered the architects you've requested in Zero Wing City, Aqua Rose reported. Alright, I'll head over right away. Shifeng could not help but smile when he heard Aqua Rose's words. With this, Zero Wing would soon have a second stone forest town. Only this time, it was in a neutral map. Chapter 1724, Power of the Sacred Sword. Chapter 1724, Power of the Sacred Sword. After Shifeng disconnected the call, he left the War God's Temple and used a guild transfer scroll to teleport to Zero Wing City. He then used the 4 Towers of Elements teleportation function to travel to the Orc Empire, making his way towards the primordial divine ruin. There are still evil demons here? Currently, Shifeng wore his black cloak, keeping his identity hidden. As he approached the wilderness near the primordial divine ruin, he frowned at what he saw. He spotted level 70+ evil demons and evil beasts wandering on the grassy plain before him. There were easily over 5,000 monsters, which were even stronger than Beast Emperor's evil beasts and evil demons that Zero Wing had recently fought. Zero Wing's new town had recently been constructed, so he had yet to set up a guild residence teleportation magic array in the town's residence. Hence, he had rushed towards the primordial divine ruin to complete the town's handover procedures and set up the teleportation array. Fellow friend, I take it that you haven't visited the Orc Empire recently? A level 49 male ranger in dark blue leather armor, who had been passing by, approached Shifeng and asked when he noticed the swordsman's frown. The youth then smiled and continued. Zero Wing fought a massive battle against Beast Emperor's evil beast and evil demon armies just some time ago. Although Beast Emperor was defeated and eventually forced to retreat, he didn't give up on his mission to keep Zero Wing from visiting the ruin. On the contrary, he sent a massive group of stronger evil beasts and evil demons from ancient Rock City to surround the primordial divine ruin. Now, the only way to get to the ruin is to go through the checkpoint ahead. Checkpoint? Shifeng asked curiously. That's right. It seems Beast Emperor wants to prevent Zero Wing's members from sneaking into the ruin by hiding their identities. Unless players enter via the checkpoint, the evil beasts and demons will attack them, the ranger youth said, nodding. I'd advise against trying to barge through just to save time. Those evil beasts and evil demons are extremely powerful. Some players who had been displeased with the new setup tried to head to the ruin without passing through the checkpoint. In the end, the 100-man team was quickly destroyed. To be honest, there's no need to be in such a hurry anyway. Look, the checkpoint's queue is moving relatively quickly. After all, it's just there to determine whether or not players are from Zero Wing. It took us quite a bit of time and effort to get this far. A few more minutes won't really make a huge difference. They're checking for Zero Wing members? Shifeng muttered as he looked towards where the ranger youth had pointed. That's right. I don't know what Zero Wing did, but it seems that the guild really infuriated Beast Emperor. He's already announced that he intends to fight Zero Wing to the bitter end, the ranger youth said, nodding. So, he made this checkpoint for that purpose? Not only has Beast Emperor stationed his subordinates at the checkpoint, but there are also plenty of powerful evil demons there. I see, Shifeng muttered. He then walked straight towards Beast Emperor's checkpoint. At the end of the day, evil demons were monsters. As long as players wore a black cloak, evil demons couldn't determine their identities. However, players could. As long as Beast Emperor's subordinates forced passing players to remove their black cloaks, they could determine the players' identities. Although Zero Wing's members could avoid discovery by hiding their guild emblems, doing so would seem like the guild's players were afraid of Beast Emperor. Fellow friend, where are you going? That's not where the end of the line starts. The ranger youth called out as he watched Shifeng walk straight towards the checkpoint. If you don't follow the rules and try to skip the queue, they'll definitely kill you. It's fine. I'm the Zero Wing member they're looking for, Shifeng casually replied as he waved a hand. As Shifeng finished his statement, he accelerated and vanished. The Zero Wing member? Shifeng's reply dumbfounded both the ranger youth and his companions. What was going on? One of Zero Wing's members actually dared to rush towards Beast Emperor's checkpoint. Moreover, that member approached the checkpoint by himself. Didn't the swordsman realize that hundreds of evil demons guarded the checkpoint? Beast Emperor had even stationed a mythic-ranked evil demon there. Such a force would even annihilate a 100-man expert team in the blink of an eye. When the ranger youth and his companions finally recovered from their daze, they chased after Shifeng to stop his insane actions. They were all independent players, and in a fight between Beast Emperor and Zero Wing, they were strong supporters of the guild. Not only was Beast Emperor's attitude overbearing, but he was also an evil god's temple member who saw players as potential sacrifices. On the surface, they lacked the courage to condemn Beast Emperor's actions, but inwardly, they hated him to the bone. However, the ranger youth and his companions were simply too slow to catch up to Shifeng. After a few seconds of running, Shifeng had already reached the checkpoint and had been discovered by Beast Emperor's subordinates. Who are you? Don't you realize that this is a checkpoint? Everyone must queue up and remove their black cloaks to pass through. A level 50 shield warrior in silvery gray armor shouted at Shifeng. Although Zero Wing had defeated Beast Emperor's army once before, the Orc Empire was still the evil god's temple's territory. As Beast Emperor's subordinates, Even Super Guild's members had to treat them with respect. Even a peak expert would have to lower their head in the Orc Empire. Me? Smiling leisurely, Shifeng responded, I'm one of the people you are looking for. Saying so, Shifeng took a step forward. With his extraordinary attributes, the swordsman arrived before the level 50 shield warrior in an instant. He then unsheathed Killing Ray and swung it Hua. A blue flash bloomed before the shield warrior. The level 50 shield warrior immediately collapsed to the ground, lifeless. Even after dying, he hadn't reacted to what had just happened. When the shield warrior's corpse hit the ground, a level 45 fine gold ranked armor piece dropped beside him. He died. Who is that? He's so powerful. Has that swordsman lost his mind? I think I heard that guy mention that he's a member of Zero Wing. The thousands of players in the queue were dumbfounded by what had just happened. They couldn't believe their eyes. Whether or not Shifeng had told the truth about being from Zero Wing, the fact that he had killed a level 50 shield warrior with a single slash was incredibly shocking. A level 50 shield warrior, even at tier 1, would have close to 50,000 HP. Shield warriors also had far more defense than other classes. They had passive skills that reduced incoming damage as well. Even a great lord of the same level couldn't instant kill such a shield warrior, yet Shifeng had accomplished exactly that. Beast Emperor's 13 other subordinates a short distance away were similarly stupefied. They had never expected someone to be foolish enough to attack the checkpoint alone. Hundreds of evil demons surrounded the checkpoint, including a level 80 mythic evil demon. Even peak experts would be utterly powerless against a mythic evil demon. At the very minimum, players would need a team of 1,000 experts to pin one down bastard. Beast Emperor's subordinates bellowed in rage when they noticed that Shifeng had actually picked up their companion's equipment and stored it. They immediately unsheathed their weapons and charged at the offending swordsman. In their opinion, Shifeng must have used some sort of skill to instant kill their shield warrior companion, and such powerful skills had very long cooldowns. Shifeng should not be able to use it again for the next several minutes. Every one of the dozen or so subordinates at the checkpoint was a level 50 expert. Moreover, the dead shield warrior only ranked among the lower half of their group in terms of strength and equipment. Even if they weren't a match for Shifeng, they could still involve the nearby evil demons. However, when only 15 yards separated Shifeng and the 5 melee experts who led the charge, Shifeng abruptly disappeared. By the time the 5 melee experts realized Shifeng was gone, he reappeared right in front of them. No. Finding Shifeng before them so suddenly, the 5 melee experts panicked, trying to focus on full defense, but Zero Wing's top swordsman didn't give them the opportunity to defend themselves as he brandished Killing Ray Shadow Blade. Suddenly, 10 sword lights, 1 blue and 9 black, sliced at the 5 melee experts before they could react. The experts' HP plummeted rapidly, reaching 0 in a fraction of a second. All 5 melee experts then hit the ground simultaneously. Wait, that's Shadow Blade. He's Black Flame, Zero Wing's guild leader. Chapter 1725. Fighting a Mythic with Brute Force. Chapter 1725. Fighting a Mythic with Brute Force. Shadow Blade. Is he really the Sword King? Surprise overcame the thousands of players in line for Beast Emperor's checkpoint when they saw the 10 sword lights and the 5 melee players. Everyone here knew of Black Flame, especially after Zero Wing's battle with Heaven's Burial at Stone Forest Town. The man was even capable of taking on war weapons. During the battle with Blackwater at the Primordial Divine Ruin, Black Flame had even slain Singular Burial, Heaven's Burial's original guild leader. With one attack, Black Flame's shocking battle records had become a hot topic for players in the various kingdoms and empires neighboring the Orc Empire. Long ago, due to Black Flame's popularity, many players had attempted to analyze why he was so powerful. These players had even publicly exposed some of Black Flame's skills. Among Black Flame's various skills, Shadow Blade was considered one of the man's trademark moves because it wasn't a skill of a Tier 2 swordmaster. Based on everyone's deduction, it was most likely a unique skill of a hidden class. Shifeng's summoning of 9 additional attacks with a single swing of his sword was likely a result of his Shadow Blade skill. Including the fact that Shifeng had declared himself as a member of Zero Wing, There was a very high possibility that Shurfeng was Black Flame. As they realized this, everyone watching got goosebumps. Black Flame had defeated Beast Emperor's army once before, and his control of summoned creatures had been astounding. He was definitely one of God's domain's mythical characters. They never expected to have a chance to meet or interact with this swordsman now. Not only did they get to see Black Flame in person, but they also got to watch him attack Beast Emperor's checkpoint. They were going to watch a historic moment happen right before their very eyes. Why wouldn't they be excited? Black Flame? What? Why are we so unlucky? Beast Emperor's subordinates, who had planned to charge at Shurfeng, slid to a stop as they stared at their adversary. All of their prior confidence and rage disappeared. Now, only fear flashed in their eyes. Although they were expert players and wore excellent equipment, they did not think, even for a second, that they could contend with Shurfeng. Moreover, they had all watched this man's battle videos. He could even slay Tier 2 experts as easily as slicing vegetables, let alone Tier 1 players like themselves. They could only hope to buy as much time as possible for the evil demons to arrive and deal with Shurfeng. There were hundreds of evil demons nearby, the weakest of which was a level 70 lord, while the strongest was a level 80 mythic ranked evil demon. Even if Shurfeng were more powerful, there was no way he could solo a level 80 mythic evil demon. Not gonna attack? Shurfeng smiled as he swept a glance across Beast Emperor's remaining 8 subordinates. Then I guess it's my turn. Saying so, Shurfeng vanished, only leaving behind an afterimage. In the blink of an eye, Shurfeng reappeared roughly 10 yards away from a level 50 summoner. Before this summoner could cast a spell, a blue flash devoured him. Chop. The summoner's HP, which had been over 34,000, hit 0 instantly. The summoner's vision then darkened as his body collapsed, a pair of level 45 dark gold ranked gloves dropping beside his corpse. After Shurfeng unhurriedly pocketed the pair of gloves, he made his way to the level 50 ranger nearby. Although the level 50 ranger had reacted by activating his backward leap skill, Shurfeng had swung Killing Ray before the skill could take effect. Thundering Flash. One of the 4 streaks of lightning that emerged from the sacred sword devoured the ranger, who turned into a pile of ash and left behind a pair of pants. The other 3 streaks of lightning assaulted 3 other subordinates. Aside from the one elementalist that activated his life-saving skill in time, the lightning tore the life from the cleric and oracle, robbing them of all of their HPs as if space itself had frozen. Silence dominated Shurfeng's surroundings. Crap. Is he even a human? Aren't Thundering Flash's 4 strikes supposed to move in the same direction? Is this a joke? Thundering Flash can actually be used like this. As the thousands of players at the checkpoint watched the fight, their jaws hit the ground as Shurfeng slew 3 of Beast Emperor's subordinates, who had been fairly spread out, with Thundering Flash. Although Thundering Flash was a rare skill, some players had managed to learn it. It was undoubtedly one of the strongest AoE skills for swordsmen during the early stages of the game, so quite a few players were familiar with the skill's details. Yet, Shurfeng had just defied the skill's limitations, using it as 4 separate skills instead of 1. Moreover, all of his attacks had accurately struck his targets. This was simply unbelievable. What these players didn't know was that Shurfeng had long since mastered his control over his skills. Since he had reached the Void Realm, he had a perfect grasp of his enemy's movements. Then he used his arm and wrist to alter the lightning strike's trajectory as they left the tip of his sword. Normally, it should be impossible to alter the lightning strike's direction as the intervals between each strike's launch were extremely short, but by using his understanding of the realms of truth, he could make the impossible possible. Of course, the biggest reason he was able to pull off such a feat had to be Killing Ray's frightening attack speed. Otherwise, the most he'd be able to do was manipulate the trajectory of 3 of the 4 lightning strikes. Although he might be able to alter the last strike's trajectory, it wouldn't be very accurate. Some of the refinement realm experts present were utterly captivated by Shurfeng's technique. They realized what Shurfeng had just accomplished, albeit barely. However, although they knew the principle behind the technique Shurfeng had used, they also understood how nearly impossible the technique was to execute. After watching Shurfeng execute 4 more of their companions with so little effort, Beast Emperor's remaining 4 subordinates were utterly terror-stricken as they stared at this swordsman. Although they had already known Shurfeng was powerful, they hadn't thought that he was this powerful. Feng's strength was beyond their comprehension. This swordsman from Zero Wing could slaughter them without trouble even if he had the same basic attributes as they did. The four were about to fall to their despair. However, the evil demons finally arrived. Seeing that their demonic reinforcements were only 40 yards away, the four survivors breathed a deep sigh of relief. A little confidence turned to their gazes as they looked back at Feng. They had reacted in such a way because, among the evil demons rushing to their aid, one was a level 80 mythic evil demon Black Flame. Let's see how arrogant you'll be now. The elementalist, who had sealed himself in a coffin of ice, revealed a gleeful expression. Suddenly, the 5-meter-tall mythic evil demon pounced at Feng and swung its right claw, which was shrouded in dark gray fog, at Feng's head, tearing space as the claw passed a mythic evil demon. Glancing at the approaching mythic evil demon, Feng activated Heavenly Dragon's power, his strength, agility, defense, and HP skyrocketing. Feng then countered the incoming claw with a slash from Killing Ray Lightning Slash. Killing Ray released a golden glow as it moved towards the evil demon's claw. The sacred sword sliced the space before it like a piece of paper, a pitch-black tear appearing before Feng. As this tear continued to extend away from its creator before a massive lightning bolt shot through it. In an instant, this lightning bolt stretched 80 yards away from Feng before anyone had realized it. Killing Ray had met the mythic evil demon's clawboom. Following the sound of an explosion, an intense shockwave shook its surroundings as it spread out from its epicenter. Even the players standing over 100 yards away felt the shockwave's severity. To everyone's surprise, the mythic-ranked evil demon actually took 3 steps back. Its right claw sported a deep cut, so deep that the evil demon's bone was exposed. Chapter 1726, World's Power. Chapter 1726, World's Power. He pushed the evil demon back? Are my eyes playing tricks on me? No, that mythic evil demon actually slid backward. Everyone's heart pounded madly when they saw the mythic evil demon retreat by 3 steps without the help of war weapons. A Tier 4 mythic evil demon was unshakable to current players, yet without any help, Feng had forced the monster to step back. The watching players felt as if they had just watched an ant push back a ferocious lion. No matter how they looked at the situation, it had to be some kind of joke. Most importantly, Feng had actually injured the evil demon physically. Although he had only left a cut behind on the evil demon's claw and arm, it was astounding. It wasn't even possible to injure a mythic-ranked monster with a Tier 3 large-scale destruction spell, but Feng had done so by relying on his own strength. Even Beast Emperor's subordinates gaped in shock at the wound Feng had left on the mythic evil demon's claw. Not to mention the thousands of spectators, the cut was so deep that it revealed bone. Moreover, faint arcs of golden electricity danced around the wound, causing further damage. The evil demon couldn't even move the claw since it had been subjected to a paralyzed state. Seeing this, the shreds of joy and confidence that had returned to Beast Emperor's reaming subordinates instantly vanished. A chilling sensation then assaulted their minds, making them shudder when they looked at Feng now. They felt as if they were staring down a primordial beast. Not some player. Feng's aura also felt more oppressive than it had before, stifling their breathing as they bathed in it. They no longer felt as if their lives rested in their own hands, but in Feng's instead. If Feng wished it, he could crush them with a thought. However, a mythic evil demon was still a mythic evil demon at the end of the day, and although one of its claws was temporarily paralyzed, its other claw didn't remain idle. The mythic evil demon immediately launched another attack with its uninjured claw this time. However, Feng did not try to stop the attack. Instead, he activated the disintegration armor's disintegration field. Suddenly, a bluish-gray ripple tore away from Feng, enveloping the mythic evil demon and Beast Emperor's 4 remaining subordinates, and as it did, the 4 players and evil demon felt an immense pressure descend on them. Beast Emperor's 4 subordinates watched their basic attributes decrease by 40%, while the mythic evil demon's basic attributes fell by 15%, following which, Feng executed Purgatory Penta/1 sword light after another flew at the mythic evil demon's claw. A few of the sword lights even merged right before reaching the clawboom. Although the mythic evil demon did not retreat in the slightest this time, its assault had halted. Sure enough, a mythic monster really is powerful. Despite being weakened, I still can't solo it yet. Shi Feng sighed ruefully as he looked at the mythic evil demon before him. He had only overwhelmed the evil demon previously due to Lightning Slash's 330% strength increase, but even after merging some of his attacks, his strength was barely a match for the weakened evil demon. After this, aside from activating Twofold Berserk, he had no means of taking the mythic evil demon head-on. Obviously, Twofold Berserk wasn't viable for this situation. Twofold Berserk only had a 20-second duration, but even after being weakened, the mythic evil demon still had a maximum HP of 127,500,000. He'd be lucky to shave off 2% of the evil demon's HP in 20 seconds, following which, Shi Feng used Divine Steps, and 10 doppelgangers split away from his body. Now, rather than dance with the mythic evil demon, he avoided it. While doing so, Shi Feng took a Tier 4 single-target attack magic scroll from his bag. It was one of the scrolls he had obtained after killing a mythic evil beast, Dark Destruction. After activating the scroll, Shi Feng immediately used World's Power on the magic array within it. Suddenly, pitch-black magic arrays started to manifest, and in an instant, 33 arrays had the evil demon completely surrounded. Before the mythic evil demon could flee, the arrays began to fire darkness spears, piercing the evil demon's body. The 33 magic arrays quickly transformed the mythic evil demon into a porcupine. The mythic-ranked evil demon's agonized screams were all anyone could hear. After another 2 seconds, every darkness spear in the evil demon's body exploded, instantly stealing over 8 million of the evil demon's HP. After the massive explosion, the mythic evil demon was in an incomparably miserable state. It was covered in wounds, steadily seeping fresh blood. Even a fool could see that the mythic evil demon suffered a heavily injured state. What destructive power! He actually injured a mythic-ranked evil demon so severely. Did he use a magic scroll containing a Tier 4 curse or Tier 5 spell? The spectating crowd could not help but gasp when they saw the injured evil demon. If they couldn't see that the mythic evil demon still had plenty of HP, they'd assume that it was on its last breath, about to keel over at any moment. Even Shi Feng was surprised. He hadn't expected the Tier 4 magic scroll to become so destructive after empowering it with World's Power. The power of Dark Destruction was stronger than even a Tier 4 single-target curse. Seeing that the mythic evil demon was heavily injured, Shi Feng immediately removed Disintegration Field and summoned his personal guards, Anna and Kite. At this point, Anna had reached level 81, whereas Kite was level 79. The two NPCs' leveling speed was simply staggering. Once the mythic evil demon had become heavily injured, its basic attributes had fallen by 35%. Now, in terms of overall combat power, it was only slightly stronger than a level 80 Grand Lord. Meanwhile, after being summoned, Anna proceeded to summon her Golden Giant and 10 Rock Guardians. She then had the Rock Guardians form a magic array to suppress the mythic evil demon. Further with this, the mythic evil demon only had 50% of its original basic attributes remaining. Now, even the Golden Giant could put up a fight against the mythic-ranked evil demon, not to mention Shi Feng. With the Golden Giant serving as his MT, Shi Feng focused on dealing damage. Phantom Kill. Flame Burst. Damages in the hundreds of thousands appeared, one after another, above the mythic evil demon's head. To the mythic evil demon, who only had a maximum HP of 75 million after being weakened, this was a considerable amount. Furthermore, Kite and Anna's damage kept up with Shi Feng's. Although Lord and Great Lord ranked evil demons tried to intervene, the Rock Guardians' magic array kept them out of the fight. They could not hinder Shi Feng and his minions in the slightest. Meanwhile, Beast Emperor's 4 remaining subordinates could only watch as their supposed savior rapidly lost HP 80%, 60%, 20%. When the mythic evil demon's HP fell to 20% and was about to enter a berserk state, Anna reacted by casting Chains of Light. Not only did the spell negate the evil demon's berserk state, but it also weakened the monster even further. Without the boost from its berserk state, the mythic evil demon couldn't free itself from this one-sided beating, and its HP continued to fall 20%, 10%, 5%. When the mythic evil demon only had 1% of its HP remaining, Shi Feng activated Divine Providence. He then activated Instant Strike and appeared before the evil demon sword's orbit. Suddenly, a series of blue stars bombarded the mythic evil demon, plundering its final strand of HP as the mythic-ranked evil demon died. A golden flash enveloped Silverwing. He had finally risen from level 65 to level 66. At the same time, 3 crimson balls of light emerged from the evil demon's corpse and hit the ground when the watching crowd outside of the magic array saw the mythic evil demon's motionless corpse. Their minds went blank. Chapter 1727, Blockade Destroyed. Chapter 1727, Blockade Destroyed. After seeing the mythic evil demon fall, Beast Emperor's 4 remaining subordinates were overwhelmed by their fear and despair. Although they had expected this outcome after watching Silverwing and his personal guards suppress the mythic evil demon, they couldn't help but shudder after watching the monster actually collapse at the swordsman's feet. To God's domain's current major powers, Tier 4 monsters were still insurmountable. Even super guilds had to expend a lot of time and effort to prepare and ensure that they killed one. Yet Silverwing had accomplished this feat by relying on his own power and his 2 personal guards. Normally, if someone told them about such a situation, they'd laugh, assuming that the player was joking, but after such an impossible feat had occurred before their very eyes, they had no choice but to believe it. Regret filled their hearts. Had they known that something like this would happen, they would never have volunteered to work at the checkpoint. They had assumed that inspecting players that entered the primordial divine ruin would be a relaxing, glorious task. After all, even players from the various superpowers would have to lower their heads before them. How often did anyone get to brag about that? Now, however, the only thing awaiting them was death before the 4 could even turn and flee. Kite had appeared and finished each of them with a single hit. In the meantime, Silverwing had arrived beside the mythic evil demon's corpse and collected the 3 items it had dropped. He then commanded Anna and Kite to kill the other evil demons outside of the magic array without the threat of the mythic evil demon. The level 70+ evil demons were easy pickings for the 2 personal guards. The fight with the remaining monsters had been so easy that Silverwing hadn't even needed to use another berserk skill after Heavenly Dragon's power had ended. He only needed to support his personal guards from the side. Whenever his personal guards' HPs fell below a certain point, Silverwing had simply activated the 7 Luminaries' Rings life domain to recover their HP to full for a time. Silverwing, Anna, and Kite slaughtered the hundreds of evil demons around them, further dumbfounding the spectating crowd that was several hundred level 70+ evil demons they were talking about. Moreover, the weakest among them was a lord. Even an army of 10,000 elite players would have trouble against such a force. Yet Anna and Kite ended these evil demons as if they were farming common monsters. So strong. Black Flame's personal guards are awesome. They should both be fine gold rank. I've seen fine gold personal guards before, so I am certain that fine gold personal guards are definitely not that powerful. I'm willing to bet that the female summoner is dark gold rank. I doubt even super guilds have dark gold personal guards. It would be great if I had a personal guard like that. I'd have such an easier time grinding and raiding bosses. Keep dreaming. Do you know how much secret silver personal guards are selling for? Nobody will even sell them for 2 or 3 epic items. If there's a fine gold or dark gold personal guard on the market, even super guilds will do everything they can to get their hands on them. Once the crowd of players snapped out of their daze, they turned to look at Anna and Kite, who stood beside Silverwing, with passionate gazes. They all felt a vicious jealousy tear at their hearts. The combat power Silverwing had displayed was indeed frightening. Even without a berserk skill, the man could go toe-to-toe with a great lord-ranked evil demon. Even experts like them dreamed of wielding that kind of power. However, compared to Silverwing's strength, Anna and Kite's combat power was monstrous. This was especially true for Anna. Many of the players present were experts, and quite a few of these experts usually commanded their guild's dungeon raids. Hence, they recognized the factors that contributed to Silverwing's victory over the mythic evil demon. The first factor was the Tier 4 magic scroll Silverwing had used to injure the mythic evil demon and significantly lower its combat power. Anna was the second factor. The Tier 3 golden giant Anna had summoned had played a vital role in tanking the mythic evil demon. Meanwhile, her summoned rock guardians had formed a magic array that had suppressed the mythic-ranked evil demon. Further, without these 2 factors, Silverwing wouldn't have been able to defeat the mythic evil demon. After watching this battle, the spectating crowd realized how important personal guards truly were. Even if a player were weak, They could rise to prominence in God's domain as long as they had sufficiently strong personal guards. When the various adventurer team's members, in particular, saw Anna and Kite, they felt as if doors to an entirely new world had opened before them. Personal guards? Huh? Send the battle video to the commander immediately. With this, our Blazing Owl adventurer team will have a chance of becoming a top adventurer team in the future. The players from the various adventurer teams burst into action. Some players who commanded their own adventurer teams immediately ordered their members to do everything they could to find high-quality personal guards. Unlike large guilds, adventurer teams generally had very few members. As a result, these teams struggled when organizing dungeon raids. Large-sized adventurer teams with over 1,000 members might not face as much difficulty in this regard, but mid-sized adventurer teams like theirs, which only had several hundred members, even had trouble organizing raids for 50-man team dungeons. However, if they employed a capable personal guard, even a mysterious iron personal guard, it could help make up for the team's lack of manpower when raiding team dungeons. If they had a secret silver personal guard, they could even raid 100-man team dungeons. Then, they'd be able to obtain far better weapons and equipment for their adventurer team's members. These players now realized that personal guards played a crucial role in determining a mid-sized adventurer team's success. For a time, the various adventurer teams started a campaign to find powerful personal guards after watching Shurfang's battle. As a result, personal guards' prices skyrocketed. Meanwhile, inside the Evil God's Branch Temple in Ancient Rock City, Beast Emperor wore a gloomy expression as he stared at the magic water ball before him. How is this possible? As he read the report one of his subordinates had sent, he couldn't bring himself to believe its contents. He had dispatched over a dozen subordinates and hundreds of evil demons to operate his checkpoint, yet Shurfang had killed everyone there. Even one of the only 2 remaining mythic evil demons had fallen to Shurfang's blade. Boss, why don't I lead some men to annihilate Zero Wing? Wind Hunter suggested from beside Beast Emperor. Although Zero Wing has set up a town near the primordial divine ruin, we can surround the town and prevent anyone from entering or leaving. If they summon another one of those divine magic dragons, we'll just pack up and run away. Once the dragon's duration ends, we can simply encircle the town again. Alright, get it done. But as a precaution, you absolutely must not reveal yourself, Beast Emperor commanded with a nod. Boss, rest assured, I'll make sure Zero Wing's town is nothing more than a pile of ruin once its protection period ends, Wind Hunter said, laughing. He then turned and left the Evil God's Branch Temple. Elsewhere, after Shurfang had annihilated the evil demons at the checkpoint, he made his way toward the primordial divine ruin. Players crowded the ruin, and even though a massive battle had taken place right outside of it, these players chatted and laughed merrily. Some players even hawked their wares here. However, far more players wandered around outside of the town, which had recently been established near the ruin, than those within the primordial divine ruin itself. All of these players examined Zero Wing's new town with curiosity and anticipation. As everyone watched, Shurfang rode his demonic flame tiger towards the town that had the protection of level 100 NPC adventurers. Chapter 1728, Silverwing Town. Chapter 1728, Silverwing Town. As Shurfang set foot in the town, the patrolling NPCs didn't move to stop him. However, once he reached the town's guild residence, a middle-aged man in dark blue robes appeared before Shurfang. The logo of a silver sword had been embroidered on the chest of this man's robe. This middle-aged man was one of the senior administrators from White River City's Adventurers Association. Although the man was only Tier 2, he had reached level 150. Lord Protector, we have constructed your town according to your wishes. If there are no problems, please write its name on this town order, the NPC's senior administrator said after approaching Shurfang. System, please name your town. If you fail to do so within 5 minutes, a name will be automatically generated. A name, huh? After Shurfang accepted the town order and pondered for a short moment, he entered the name of his new town on the town order: Silverwing. Since there was already a Zero Wing city in Starmoon Kingdom, he couldn't name the town Zero Wing Town. Meanwhile, as this town developed as a neutral town, it would definitely become well known. Hence, to ensure that everyone knew that it belonged to Zero Wing, And to increase the guild's popularity, Shurfeng decided to name the town based on Zero Wing's guild emblem, the silver, six-winged emblem. System, naming successful. Your town is now Silverwing Town. Once Shurfeng named his new town, the nearby players watching received a system notification. System, you have discovered Silverwing Town. When the surrounding players tried to inspect the town, a window popped up, stating that the town belonged to Zero Wing and wasn't yet open to the public. Since the town wasn't open to the public, the town's NPC guards would kill any outsider that ventured too close. Sure enough, it really is Zero Wing's town. Zero Wing is set for life. With their town right next to the primordial divine ruin, any guild or player that wants to explore the ruin will likely have to gather in Silverwing Town. Zero Wing's development will definitely soar now. I know, right? Aside from Silverwing Town, there isn't anywhere to rest near the primordial divine ruin. Zero Wing will make a fortune on the repair fees alone. For a time, the various large guilds and adventurer teams were truly jealous of Zero Wing. Many guilds had already shifted the focus of their development to neutral maps, and as a result, neutral towns had become astronomically valuable. This was even more true for a neutral town beside a primordial divine ruin. Silverwing Town's value could likely rival that of 4 or more ordinary neutral towns. Meanwhile, the scouts, the various large guilds and adventurer teams had stationed to watch the new town beside the ruin, immediately reported the latest development to their superiors. Silverwing Town? Cuttlefish, one of Crimson Emperor's elders, caressed his white beard as he looked at Silverwing Town from a short distance away. Uncle Cuttlefish, many guilds are trying to partner with Zero Wing right now. Should we send someone to contact the guild as well? A level 51, Tier 2 Berserker beside Cuttlefish asked. The Berserker wore dark red armor and carried a double-edged battle axe. Let's wait for a while, Cuttlefish said, shaking his head. Although Zero Wing has built a town beside the primordial divine ruin, Beast Emperor isn't someone to be taken lightly. Moreover, this is a neutral map. There is simply too much profit involved with Silverwing Town. Even if Beast Emperor doesn't make a move, I doubt that the other superpowers will sit still. Whether or not Zero Wing can keep its town after the protection period is uncertain. Hearing Cuttlefish's thoughts, realization dawned on the Tier 2 Berserker. At the same time, a hint of pity also surfaced in his gaze as he looked at Silverwing Town. God's domain was a cruel place. In God's domain, holding a treasure without the power to protect it was a sin. Although Zero Wing had shown the world its extraordinary strength, this kind of power was short-lived. Powerful tools couldn't be used indefinitely. Like Zero Wing, many such guilds had risen in the virtual gaming world in the past, and they had been incredibly successful, developing rapidly by using various means and resources. Unfortunately, due to their lack of a sturdy foundation, they had become a target for stronger forces, struck down before they could become a superpower. Whether or not Zero Wing protected Silverwing Town could be considered a test for the guild. Meanwhile, after Shurfeng entered Silverwing Town's guild residence, he began to set up the guild residence teleportation magic array. Once he finished and made teleportation to Silverwing Town via guild transfer scrolls possible, he instructed Aqua Rose to bring all of the architects he had requested and a large number of elite members to the town. When the group emerged from the guild residence, seeing Silverwing Town for the first time, they could not help but grow excited, especially the elite members. With Silverwing Town, they'd have a much easier time getting into the primordial divine ruin. After all, the town was so close to the ruin. Their guild would have a massive advantage over the other powers when contesting over entry slots. Even elite members like them might get the chance to enter the ruin, not to mention the guild's expert players. If they were lucky, they might even get to visit Primordial City Guild leader. Everyone's here. We can begin constructing the hotels and smithies right away, Aqua Rose excitedly reported as she walked up to Shurfeng. Although Zero Wing had earned quite a lot of coins through Zero Wing City, coins were only coins. A lot of coins didn't necessarily equate a lot of resources. Furthermore, Zero Wing's range of influence was much smaller than first-rate guilds and superpowers. This greatly limited the guild's ability to collect and purchase resources. However, Zero Wing now had Silverwing Town. With a treasure trove of resources like the primordial divine ruin right beside the town, Zero Wing would have a much easier time acquiring the resources it needed. Most importantly, players had long since passed the Stoneclaw Mountains level range. As a result, Stone Forest Town's popularity had started to wane. Nowadays, Stone Forest Town's development was entirely reliant on its battle arena and advanced auction house. Its ability to collect resources was growing weaker. The rise of Silverwing Town just so happens to make up for this flaw. Good. Shifeng nodded approvingly, following which, Shifeng arranged the basic and intermediate architects to start constructing the town's hotels and smithies. As for the advanced architects, he had them stay behind as the advanced architects wondered what special tasks Shifeng had in store for them. Shifeng revealed the magic tower design he had obtained from the lost town in the Boneless Land. Seeing the design, the eyes of the advanced architects glowed with excitement and surprise. Even Aqua Rose was dazed when she saw the design. She was very familiar with the magic tower's power. It was thanks to the magic tower that Stone Forest Town had developed to its current state. However, the magic tower design was a consumable, and each design only allowed players to build 5 magic towers. Unfortunately, Zero Wing had expended all 5 of its last design's uses. Although they had done their best to find another magic tower design, their search hadn't borne fruit thus far. Even the various super guilds struggled to find one for themselves, yet Shifeng had just revealed a new magic tower design. Your task this time is to complete the magic tower's foundations. I'll handle the core manufacturing personally, Shifeng said as he glanced at the dozens of advanced architects before him. Guild leader, may I know how many magic towers we'll be building in Silverwing Town? An advanced architect asked curiously. We're building all 5. Shifeng said the players before Shifeng gasped, and even Aqua Rose stared at her guild leader with wide eyes. These were magic towers they were talking about. Even one magic tower was enough to forge a popular battle arena. They had only constructed 3 magic towers in Stone Forest Town to protect the town from invasion. Spending a full magic tower design on Silverwing Town was simply extravagant. Chapter 1729, Building Up Silverwing Town. Chapter 1729, Building Up Silverwing Town. Guild leader, both the battle arenas in Stone Forest Town and Zero Wing City are crowded with players right now. If we split some of these magic towers to our other locations, we'll definitely increase our profit margins from both battle arenas. Silverwing Town is only basic rank right now. It can only accommodate so many players at a time. It wouldn't be wise to build all 5 magic towers here, Aqua Rose advised. Moreover, concentrating all of our resources in a single location won't be good for the guild's development. If we share some with the branch guild in the Black Dragon Empire, developing Snow's side will proceed far more smoothly. Zero Wing was the #1 guild in Starmoon Kingdom, but that wasn't the case in the Black Dragon Empire. Not only did the empire have plenty of large guilds, but it also had more than enough first-rate guilds. The competition between guilds in the empire was intense. Although large-scale guild wars weren't frequent, small skirmishes involving teams of hundreds occurred almost daily. If Zero Wing wished to increase its influence in the empire, it would have to get involved in even more skirmishes. Meanwhile, this would no doubt increase the guild's expenditure. After fighting in multiple and consecutive large-scale wars, Zero Wing had exhausted most of its savings. Unlike other kingdoms and empires' various large guilds, Zero Wing no longer had a reserve of funds and resources it could rely on to develop steadily. The situation in the Black Dragon Empire was much more stable than in Starmoon Kingdom. Aside from small skirmishes, the guilds in the empire didn't really encounter a lot of problems in their development. As a result, guilds there developed much quicker than the guilds in Starmoon Kingdom. The empire's guild players had much higher equipment level and quality than that of Starmoon Kingdom's guild players. Many of the empire's guild experts had also begun challenging their Tier 2 promotion quests. In fact, the first-rate guilds there had even started raiding level 50 super large-scale team dungeons. There's no need for that right now. Silverwing Town takes precedence over everything. When we have enough resources, try to build as many defense turrets in the town as possible, Shifeng said, shaking his head. While Silverwing Town has already been established, it's still uncertain if Zero Wing can actually defend it. Although there were plenty of resources available in the Black Dragon Empire, the Orc Empire's primordial divine ruin was much more important. It might be a different story if the Orc Empire's primordial divine ruin was an ordinary one, but housing a passage to Primordial City increased its value by several times. Stone Forest Town couldn't compare to Silverwing Town's potential value previously. Stone Forest Town had only managed to attract so many players because the Stoneclaw Mountains turned into a regional dungeon. After players reached level 50, the Stoneclaw Mountains weren't accessible to them. However, a primordial divine ruin that was connected to Primordial City would never fall behind the times. Even superpowers had gone all out to monopolize primordial divine ruins with a pathway to Primordial City. This was because Primordial City offered quite a bit of help to players as they challenged their promotion quests. Although players received less help from Primordial City as they reached higher tiers, as long as the city was even the slightest bit helpful, it was still extremely valuable. The various superpowers had yet to realize the true value of Primordial City. They merely treated it as a source of combat techniques and some other valuable resources. Hence, they still held a wait-and-see attitude in regard to Silverwing Town. Once they discovered Primordial City's true value, however, they would do everything they could to obtain Silverwing Town. Beast Emperor would be the least of Zero Wing's worries. Zero Wing needed to strengthen Silverwing Town to the best of its abilities. Aqua Rose gawked at Shifeng's reply. She felt that Shifeng was simply insane. Not only did he want to build 5 magic towers in Silverwing Town, but he even planned on constructing a large number of defense turrets. Was he trying to turn Silverwing Town into a fortress? If the other guild upper echelons found out, they would definitely curse Shifeng's wasteful behavior. Seeing as Shifeng had no intention of changing his mind, Aqua Rose gave up on persuading him and started designating work for the basic and intermediate architects, as Silverwing Town had just recently been built. Aside from some basic constructions and a few wandering NPCs, the town had practically nothing in it. Fortunately, Aqua Rose had brought over 600 basic and intermediate architects with her this time, and since they only had to build basic constructions, their building speed was extremely fast. The players observing Silverwing Town from afar quickly discovered the emergence of bars, hotels, smithies, restaurants, and shops in the town's empty spaces one after another. When they saw the smithies in the town, their eyes glowed with excitement. Although they could obtain a lot of resources and contribution points from fighting in the Orc Empire, fighting the Empire's monsters put an unprecedented burden on their weapons and equipment. At most, their weapons could last through one day of grinding. Despite the Orc Empire being such a large map, guilds had only captured 4 towns thus far. Moreover, all 4 of the guild towns were in the Empire's outer area. If they wanted a fruitful harvest, they needed to grind in the neutral map's inner area at the very least. A round trip between the Empire's inner and outer areas took over 10 hours even on a mount. During the trip, there was even a risk of encountering a mid-sized or large-sized orc patrol squad. If a team came across such a patrol squad, it would either get annihilated or suffer severe losses. On the other hand, not only was Silverwing Town located right beside the Primordial Divine Ruin, but it was also close to the Empire's inner area. Even if they couldn't enter the Primordial Divine Ruin, they could travel into the Orc Empire's inner area via Silverwing Town. Shifeng reached the guild hall's first underground floor. Standing inside the magic array carved in the center of the floor, Shifeng took out the Heroes chapter to summon Craig Midlands. Originally, Shifeng had intended to use this Heroes chapter on Zero Wing City. However, to increase Silverwing Town's security, he decided to use it on his newly acquired town. Instead, he placed the Heroes chapter on the magic array's core and started chanting the activation sequence. System: discovered specified Heroes chapter. Do you wish to pay 3,000 magic crystal to summon the specified hero? 3,000 crystals? How fraudulent! Shifeng was astonished by the price. Even during his previous life, the most expensive specified hero he summoned only cost 1,000 magic crystals. However, that wasn't the worst part. After all, to the current Zero Wing, 3,000 magic crystals was nothing at all. It was a different story if this was the cost of summoning a hero via a Heroes chapter. After players summoned a hero, they had to pay half the summoning cost every day to maintain the hero's mana body. In other words, after summoning Craig Midlands, he would have to pay 1,500 magic crystals every day to maintain the hero's existence. This price was the equivalent of 3 magic towers' operating cost. In the end, however, Shifeng gritted his teeth and chose to proceed with the summoning immediately. 3,000 magic crystals vanished from Shifeng's bag space. The mana inside the guild hall rapidly gathered in the magic array, visibly condensing into white mist. The mist further condensed into liquid mana, which gradually on a human form. Once the human form was complete, the liquid mana released a blinding glow. The hero's chapter, which hovered above the magic array, transformed into lines of divine runes that merged with the liquid mana. Once the divine runes had fully merged with the liquid mana, the blinding glow dissipated. When Shifeng opened his eyes again, he saw a middle-aged man before him. The middle-aged man was clad in white robes and wore a golden crown. He also wielded a purple-gold, crystalline staff. Taking a closer look, Shifeng noticed white mist made of mana circulating the middle-aged man's body. It was as if the elemental mana within the floor had submitted to this middle-aged man and moved at the man's will. So, this is the Magic King Craig Midlands? Shifeng could feel that even if he had the attributes of a level 66, tier 3 player right now, he was still insignificant before the level 66, tier 3 Magic King. Before Shifeng could inspect Craig Midlands' attribute panel, he received a series of system announcements. Chapter 1730, Magic King's Ability. Chapter 1730, A Magic King's Ability. Inside the silent guild hall, Shifeng could not help but be stunned when he looked at the system announcements he just received. System announcement. The Orc King has obtained the Ironblood Staff and unified the various Orc tribes. Activating the regional dungeon Orc capital city. System announcement. The Orc Empire has begun its invasion of its neighboring countries and constructed many teleportation war fortresses. System announcement. The Orc Empire has joined the Dark Alliance. The Orc Empire is now classified as a glory battlefield. Shifeng wasn't the only person shocked by the appearance of these 3 system announcements. The players residing within the Orc Empire and its neighboring countries were all stunned by these sudden announcements. A regional dungeon, fortresses, and a glory battlefield? Is the system trying to turn the entire Orc Empire into a war zone? Shifeng could not help but frown as he studied the contents of the system announcements. First of all, the Orc capital city. The quantity and quality of resources available inside a regional dungeon located in a neutral map were far better than what regional dungeons located within kingdoms and empires could offer. Not to mention, the Orc capital city was an Asura mode regional dungeon. Setting aside the quality of the weapons and equipment one could obtain from it, just the magic crystals one could get there would make it a target of competition for the various large guilds. Moreover, the Orc capital city's level limit started from level 50 and ended at level 100. A regional dungeon that covered such a wide level range was extremely rare in God's domain. In the future, the large guilds would definitely contest fiercely for the Orc capital city. Aside from the regional dungeon, the teleportation war fortresses would most likely become a fuse that would ignite a war between the major powers as well. The Orc capital city was located in the core area of the Orc Empire. Just traveling from the outer area to the core area would most likely require dozens of hours. However, the teleportation war fortresses could shorten this travel time to just a few seconds. This was possible because of the teleportation arrays set up in these fortresses, which could teleport players to anywhere within their range, just like the 4 towers of elements. These fortresses were scattered around the inner and outer areas of the Orc Empire. As long as players could capture these fortresses from the Orcs, they could directly teleport to the core area of the Empire, possibly even to somewhere close to the Orc capital city. For this reason, the various large guilds would definitely do everything they could to capture these war fortresses. Aggravating the situation in the Orc Empire even more, the Orc Empire had actually joined the Dark Alliance. With this, not only could players belonging to the Dark Forces move about fearlessly within the Orc Empire, but they would even receive help from the Orc Empire itself. Moreover, now that the entire Orc Empire had been classified as a glory battlefield, dark players and normal players would be after each other's necks constantly inside the Orc Empire. The reason for this was the glory points that players would earn from killing players of the opposing faction. Meanwhile, these glory points could be used not only to exchange for top-tier equipment but also to obtain battlefield titles. These battlefield titles were much more valuable than any weapon or equipment. In fact, they could even aid players in their promotions. Hence, whenever a glory battlefield appeared, A festival of blood would ensue and continue until one side was completely defeated. Moreover, the losing faction would have to pay a very steep price due to these reasons. Both factions would usually fight with everything they had as Shurfeng tried to process all these sudden developments. His head ached. The appearance of an Asura mode regional dungeon should have been a good thing. However, the timing of the dungeon's appearance only served to further boost the value of Silverwing Town in the eyes of the various major powers. To make matters worse, even the dark forces were intervening in the affairs of the Orc Empire, throwing the Empire into even greater turmoil. If Zero Wing was not careful, it was very likely to fall victim to the struggles of the various major powers at this moment. Shurfeng wasn't the only person troubled by this sudden turn of events. After finding out about the changes made to the Orc Empire, the upper echelons of many large guilds also held emergency meetings to discuss how to deal with this situation. Meanwhile, the dark guilds and dark players hiding within the different kingdoms and empires all grew ecstatic upon receiving the system announcements their time had finally come. Although neutral maps were not restricted by any kingdom or empire, they still weren't friendly to the dark forces. Dark players would have a much more inconvenient time leveling up in neutral maps than normal players. However, now that the Orc Empire had joined the Dark Alliance, the entire empire became the territory of dark players. They would have a much easier time moving in the Orc Empire than in other NPC kingdoms and empires. In fact, they could even teleport directly into the Orc Empire. Moreover, they also wouldn't have to keep sneaking around and hiding their identities in the Orc Empire. As the orcs were now their allies now, they could not only kill other players in such a favorable environment but also earn glory points in doing so. The Orc Empire was basically heaven to dark players like them right now. Even if some independent dark players were not particularly interested in this matter, the various dark guilds would definitely exploit this situation to the fullest. After all, this was a good chance for dark guilds to develop themselves. Wonderful. This is an excellent opportunity for our guild to establish a town. The era of dark players is finally here. For a time, countless dark players swarmed towards the Orc Empire. Ancient Rock City, Evil God's Branch Temple. After finding out about the latest changes of God's domain, Beast Emperor was also beaming with joy. Although the Evil God's Temple had no allies in God's domain, that did not mean he could not take advantage of this sudden development. There was a saying, "The enemy of my enemy is my friend." With the various large guilds and dark players at loggerheads, he could cooperate with the dark players to deal with Zero Wing. Doing so would allow him to exact his revenge and destroy Silverwing Town, as well as accelerate the collection of enough contribution points to hasten the invasion of Starmoon Kingdom Wind. Get in touch with the dark guilds in the different kingdoms and empires and tell them that I have a proposition for them. Beast Emperor said, chuckling wickedly. Understood. Wind Hunter nodded. He then ordered his subordinates in the Purple Thorns Empire to arrange for a meeting with the upper echelons of the various dark guilds. Meanwhile, inside the first underground floor of Zero Wing's Guild Hall in Silverwing Town, Shurfeng had recollected himself and returned his attention to Craig Midlands. Craig Midlands, Hero, Great Lord, Wizard Saint. Level 66. HP 36, 000/000/36, 000/000. Growth potential, 96. As one of the 32 pillars, Craig Midlands had completed the God's Trial and gained the recognition of ancient gods for his achievements and strength. He possessed not only immense power but also some abilities that other heroes did not in the past. The hero Shurfeng summoned using the specified heroes chapter he obtained had only one ability nonetheless. Craig Midlands had two of such special abilities. The first ability was called Hero's Glory, which facilitated the recruitment of powerful NPC soldiers for the town Craig Midlands was residing in. The second ability was called Magic Strengthening, which temporarily strengthened the weapons and equipment used by the NPC guards, improving their combat power significantly. Looking at these two abilities, Shurfeng finally understood why exactly Craig Midlands was so powerful. It was no wonder the Magic King could easily defend a large city and become an existence that even the various superpowers were helpless against. Just the effects of Hero's Glory could already bring immense benefits to the town or city Craig Midlands protected. not to mention the ability to strengthen the NPC guards. Every guild town and city could recruit only a limited number of NPC soldiers. Hence, raising the quality of NPC soldiers was important. However, doing so was extremely difficult. The Magic King's ability to directly increase the combat power of NPC soldiers was simply absurd. Immediately, Shurfeng assigned Craig Midlands as Silverwing Town's magistrate. Now, not only did the NPC have authority similar to Shurfeng's, but the Magic King could also recruit and manage NPC soldiers on his own. Shurfeng had given Craig the highest possible authority an NPC could have in a guild town. Just as Shurfeng was about to have Craig start recruiting NPC soldiers, Aqua Rose suddenly sent him a message. The contents of the message were straightforward. The foundations of the 5 magic towers have already been completed. Only the cores are missing now. They're redone already? Sure enough, having advanced architects construct the magic towers is much better. Shurfeng felt a little surprised as he read the message. However, after giving the matter some thought, he found it reasonable. Constructing the foundations of the magic tower was a joke that even basic architects could handle with ease, not to mention advanced architects. With dozens of advanced architects working together, it was only natural that they completed the tasks so quickly, following which, Shurfeng had the Magic King take independent action. As for himself, he left the guild residence and hurried to the magic towers in Silverwing Town. Chapter 1731, Taking Shape. Chapter 1731, Taking Shape. After leaving the guild residence and entering the street outside, Shurfeng noticed that Silverwing Town looked much more like a proper town than before. Many new buildings decorated the town now. Even the 5-story tall shop meant for the candlelight trading firm had already been constructed. Now, all that shop needed was a link up with the other shops owned by Candlelight and products to be put up for sale. Once that was done, Candlelight would be able to start doing business officially in Silverwing Town. Due to Silverwing Town having already reached a certain scale, the number of NPCs wandering about its streets had also increased. Now, the patrolling NPC adventurers and Zero Wings members weren't the only ones filling the streets. Moreover, Shurfeng even noticed a few mercenary NPCs, wearing tattered armor, walking towards Zero Wings' residence, possibly drawn by the Magic King. Although these NPCs looked destitute, when Shurfeng used omniscient eyes to inspect them, he discovered that even the weakest among them was a level 70. Tier 2 NPC. Normally, a recently established town would be fortunate to attract Tier 1 NPCs to become soldiers. Majority of the NPCs applying to garrison the town would only be at the elite standard. As for Tier 2 NPCs, those were basically impossible to find yet. Now, 3 Tier 2 NPCs were showing interest in becoming soldiers in Silverwing Town. For comparison, Zero Wing City had only a few hundred Tier 2 soldiers guarding it even until now. Although the 3 NPCs Shurfeng spotted were not particularly high-leveled, they were more than enough to deal with current players. Besides, NPC soldiers leveled up much more quickly than players. It's no wonder people were saying that a powerful hero could give rise to a city. When Shurfeng looked at the 3 Tier 2 NPCs, he could not help but recall the first-rate guilds that owned powerful heroes in the past. Although the funds and resources of those first-rate guilds were far from comparable to what super first-rate guilds and super guilds had, due to them obtaining powerful heroes, the defensive capability of their cities was not one bit lower than that of cities operated by superpowers back then. Even super guilds had trouble taking action against cities defended by powerful heroes. Only after acquiring Tier 6 players were super guilds able to deal with those cities easily. The reason for this was the strength of a hero not being limited to just themselves. Powerful heroes were also capable of recruiting powerful and talented NPCs to become soldiers of the cities they protected. In the past, the cities protected by such powerful heroes had plenty of its soldiers promoted to Tier 3, with some even reaching Tier 4. Buffed by the city's defensive magic array, these NPCs were capable of exhibiting extremely frightening combat power. Without an absolute advantage, trying to capture such a city was practically impossible. After walking a short while, Shurfeng arrived at the edge of Silverwing Town. Currently, a large number of architects could be seen demolishing the old walls of the town and building new ones in their place. Although the town's original walls had some defensive properties, they were useless against attacks at the Tier 2 standard and above. The new walls being built, however, could stop even Tier 3 attacks. Moreover, they possessed much higher durability as well as resistance to siege weapons. They also had an added effect that prevented players from crossing over them from above. For a neutral town, such walls were a must-have defensive measure. However, the cost of constructing these new walls was not cheap, a minimum of 10,000 gold for the entire perimeter of Silverwing town. If not for Zero Wing having a money-printing machine like Zero Wing City generating large amounts of coins every minute, the guild couldn't have afforded to construct these new walls, in addition to the various hotels, bars, smithies, and restaurants. If a first-rate guild were tasked with managing Silverwing town, the guild would be fortunate to get the basic facilities up and running. After all, the total cost of constructing Silverwing town and the basic facilities in it was already close to 120,000 gold. This was a huge sum of money even for current super first-rate guilds, not to mention first-rate guilds. However, this was only a small part of the necessary investments into Silverwing town. Zero Wing still needed to construct a battle arena as well as multiple defensive structures. Those things cost a lot more money to build than hotels and smithies. Meanwhile, standing at the four corners of Silverwing town were 4 magic towers as well as one more magic tower located close to the town's main entrance. Guild leader, several superpowers have already contacted us. They say they're willing to partner with us as long as we hand over 50% of Silverwing town's shares as well as allow them to build a guild residence in the town. In return, they'll help us fend off Beast Emperor's attacks in addition to investing 200,000 gold for the fortification of Silverwing town's defenses, Aqua Rose reported when she saw Shi Feng approaching her 50%. Every superpower is asking for this price? Shi Feng asked curiously. He was not particularly surprised by the fact that the various superpowers were offering to invest in Silverwing town. After all, such situations frequently occurred during his previous life. In the past, many first-rate guilds had, fortunately, come across a town-building order but lacked the strength to safeguard the town they built in a neutral map. In the end, these first-rate guilds would choose to partner with a superpower. The first reason for partnering with a superpower was to protect the town. The second reason was to free up more funds for the development of their own guilds. They would not have to sink everything they had into their neutral towns. Although there are slight differences in their offers, they have all stated that the 50% shares are a must, Aqua Rose replied, nodding. I've already tried negotiating with them on this point, but they all are of the opinion that we won't be able to hold Silverwing town against Beast Emperor. After factoring in the latest system announcements, they are even more unwilling to budge on this point. We've also just received news that Beast Emperor has managed to add another large batch of evil demons, evil beasts, and independent players to his forces. Right now, these forces are already making their way towards Silverwing town from Ancient Rock City. By the looks of it, Beast Emperor really plans on duking it out with us. What a bunch of old foxes. Shi Feng could not help but chuckle upon hearing Aqua Rose's reply. Do they really think that Zero Wing needs their help against Beast Emperor? Ignore those superpowers for now. All we need to do at the moment is have Zero Wing City's elite and expert members come over to Silverwing town to develop themselves. If Beast Emperor sends any mythic monsters at us, have Cola and the others deal with them. Understood. I'll have them transfer over as soon as possible, Aqua Rose said, nodding. They might not have any way of dealing with the evil beasts and evil demons out in the fields, but none of those monsters should even think of approaching Silverwing town with its 5 magic towers. Even if Beast Emperor sent a mythic monster at Silverwing town, their side had Cola and many other Tier 2 players who wielded Tier 3 mana weapons. Including the buff from the magic towers, Cola and the others should have no problem going up against mythic monsters. After Shi Feng was done speaking, he entered the closest magic tower and immediately began carving the magic circuits necessary for operating it. The magic circuits were formed using advanced magic arrays. For other players, this was a very difficult and time-consuming task. For Shi Feng, who had already become a master magician, however, he could easily complete the necessary advanced magic arrays and connect them into a functioning magic circuit all by himself within 5 minutes. Shi Feng was done engraving the magic circuit for 1 magic tower. After spending about an hour running around, visiting the 5 magic towers, he was finally done engraving the core magic circuits of the magic towers. Good. Activate all magic towers simultaneously. Feng commanded as he stood inside the magic tower located behind the town's main entrance. Immediately, Aqua Rose and other members of the guild's upper echelon, who were stationed inside the other 4 magic towers, activated their respective magic towers. Suddenly, the gigantic crystal atop each magic tower released a dark blue glow. A pillar of light then shot up into the air from each crystal. In the next moment, the towering light pillars split apart and formed light blue barriers that enveloped the entire Silverwing town. The instant the barriers formed by the 5 magic towers came into contact with each other, the barriers immediately took on a darker shade. By the time the barriers of the 5 magic towers fully merged with each other, a dark blue translucent dome had formed around the entire Silverwing town. The spectacular scene was visible even to players over at the Primordial Divine Ruin. What's going on? What's happening in Silverwing town? Everyone present at the Primordial Divine Ruin was dumbfounded as they looked at the dark blue dome covering Silverwing town, because they could feel the density of the mana around them actually increasing gradually. Chapter 1732, The Effect of 5 Magic Towers. Chapter 1732, The Effect of 5 Magic Towers. Silverwing Town's sudden transformation immediately attracted the attention of the various major powers at the Primordial Divine Ruin. What's going on with Silverwing Town? It's actually causing such a powerful mana drain. Cuttlefish, who was observing Zero Wing's newly built town from an open-air restaurant in the Primordial Divine Ruin, was filled with confusion. Although Silverwing Town appeared to be located right beside the Primordial Divine Ruin, in reality, over 1,000 yards separated the 2 locations. Despite the distance, the commotion in Silverwing Town affected even the Primordial Divine Ruin. If the rise in mana density in the Primordial Divine Ruin was already so remarkable, what about inside Silverwing Town? After thinking up to this point, Cuttlefish could not help but shudder. Nowadays, the understanding that superpowers had towards the effects of mana density was different from before. After conducting extensive research in libraries and live experiments, they had already discovered just how valuable locations with high mana density were. Areas with high mana concentrations did not only help players maintain a calm mind, allowing them to display greater combat power in return, but also accelerated the recovery of players' stamina and concentration. This situation enabled players to practice their combat techniques for extended periods without having to worry about running out of stamina and concentration. Meanwhile, the execution of combat techniques was different from that of spells and skills. In the case of spells and skills, one could activate them properly so long as the general movements were correct. In the case of combat techniques, however, one's movements needed to be extremely precise. Otherwise, the combat technique would do more harm than good to the user. In short, the difficulty of executing a combat technique was much greater than activating skills and spells. One required arduous practice just to learn to execute a combat technique properly. Hence, if one wished to practice a combat technique efficiently, having an environment that boosted stamina and concentration regeneration was a must. Uncle Cuttlefish, a report just came in from our scouts. It seems Zero Wing has constructed magic towers in Silverwing Town. Moreover, the guild built 5 magic towers in one go. A crimson-armored Tier 2 berserker standing beside Cuttlefish reported 5 magic towers. Did they see correctly? Cuttlefish revealed a stunned expression when he heard this. For a moment, he even wondered if he had misheard. It's true. They've sent a video recording. There are indeed 5 magic towers in the town, the Tier 2 berserker replied, a bitter smile appearing on his face. He, too, had hoped that there was a mistake in the report. However, after watching the video recording, he couldn't deny this fact even if he wanted to. How is this possible? Cuttlefish's complexion darkened as he watched the video recording the Tier 2 berserker forwarded to him. Wasn't it stated that each magic tower design allowed the construction of only 5 magic towers? At this point in time, the various large guilds were no longer strangers to the magic tower. After the first magic tower appeared in Stone Forest Town, the various large guilds had fervently searched for information about it, especially since the magic tower's existence allowed Stone Forest Town to become the #1 town in Star Moon Kingdom. In addition, as an advanced defensive construction, the magic tower provided the town with considerable defensive power. Even until now, the Crimson Emperor Guild had yet to build a single magic tower. Nevertheless, 5 magic towers had now appeared in Silverwing Town simultaneously. This was simply unbelievable. With these 5 magic towers, Silverwing Town's defensive power had increased significantly. Even if Beast Emperor wanted to destroy Silverwing Town, he would face an uphill struggle to do so. Not to mention, with the drastically heightened mana density, Silverwing Town's popularity among players would definitely increase even further. While inside a neutral map, players' stamina and concentration depleted very quickly. And even if they returned to an NPC town or city to recover, a full recovery would take quite a long time. Meanwhile, the increased mana density would significantly shorten the amount of time needed for players to recover, granting players more time to grind and do quests. One could just imagine how attractive Silverwing Town would be to the players trying to develop in the Orc Empire. With this, Crimson Emperor would also have much greater difficulty in acquiring the shares of Silverwing Town at this moment. Besides Cuttlefish of Crimson Emperor, members of the other superpowers present in the Primordial Divine Ruin were also frowning at this situation. Damn it. Just where did Zero Wing obtain another magic tower design from? The upper echelons of the various superpowers were filled with envy as they looked at the 5 magic towers of Silverwing Town. Right now, even a fool could tell that Silverwing Town had a promising future ahead of it. News about Silverwing Town having 5 magic towers spread like wildfire. For a time, the expert players that had been hesitating over developing themselves in the Orc Empire started migrating to the Empire in large numbers. Meanwhile, inside Silverwing Town. So, this is the effect of having 5 magic towers in a single town? Shifeng was a little surprised as he felt the density of the ambient mana. He also noticed an additional buff appearing in his status window. Spirited State. If you remain in this state for 5 hours, your EXP gain will increase by 30% for 1 hour. If you remain in this state for 10 hours, your EXP gain will increase by 30% for 2 hours. Shifeng's eyes glowed when he read the description of this buff. Moreover, aside from this additional buff, the 5 magic towers also received a boost to their attack range, their defensive radius now covering 6,000 yards. Shifeng had never imagined that constructing 5 magic towers in a single town would bring such bonuses. This was his first time learning about such a matter. However, this was also a reasonable situation. After all, magic towers were incredibly precious. This was true even after 10 years had passed in God's domain. In his previous life, the various superpowers would split the magic towers they had to as many towns as possible. Even in important towns and cities, they would construct 3 magic towers at most. Nobody had been willing to spend an entire magic tower design on a single location if the various large guilds in his previous life had found out that there was such a benefit from constructing 5 magic towers in a single location. Most likely every guild that acquired a magic tower design would spend it entirely on a single town or city. After all, in Stone Forest Town, one needed to stay in a hotel to acquire this Spirited State buff. Yet now, just being inside Silverwing Town granted players the buff. Only, the effects of the buff were inferior to the one gained by staying in Stone Forest Town's hotels, as the 30% increased EXP gain lasted only 2 hours. Even so, this buff was still extremely valuable. Now that such a benefit was available for free, the number of players willing to visit Silverwing Town would definitely increase even further. Most likely, the town would be able to develop into an intermediate town within a short period afterward. Shifeng called out Silverwing Town's system interface and allowed access to non-guild members. Quick look. Silverwing Town is now open to the public. Some observers quickly noticed the change in the town's status. Suddenly, countless players swarmed into the townum in a spirited state. What's going on? Is this a joke? We can accumulate 2 hours of increased EXP gain buff just by staying inside Silverwing Town? All hail Zero Wing. The players that entered Silverwing Town could not help but gape in shock when they looked at their status windows. Originally, Silverwing Town was already a very attractive location for players. After all, it not only boasted a higher mana density than even Stone Forest Town but was also located right beside the Primordial Divine Ruin. Now that players could even gain the Spirited State buff just by being in the town, Silverwing Town was basically heaven for players within just a few minutes of opening to the public. Silverwing Town's player population had already shot past 100,000. Moreover, this number continued to skyrocket. The player population would most likely zoom past 200,000 before the hour was over. Guild Leader, we detected a large number of players and evil beasts heading in our direction through the magic towers. Many among these players are dark players. By the looks of it, they are planning to camp outside the primordial divine ruin and start a war of attrition with us, Aqua Rose said, frowning as she looked at the approaching evil beasts and dark players through the crystal ball of a magic tower beast. Emperor Sure is persistent. Sure Fong could not help but chuckle as he looked at the images Aqua Rose sent him. Since that is the case, if they dare come close to the primordial divine ruin, make sure to give them a proper greeting using the magic towers. Chapter 1733, Earth-shattering blow. Chapter 1733, Earth-shattering blow. A large group of evil demons and evil beasts, easily over 50,000 in total, had set up camp in the wilderness outside of the primordial divine ruin. This particular group also included some cloaked players, which all radiated killing intent. Just looking at these players could make one shiver. Some of these players didn't even bother with black cloaks to hide their identities, revealing the black IDs above their heads. It was obvious that these players had slain a frightening number of players. They were definitely not ordinary expert players. All of these players were very well geared. Despite recently reaching level 50, over half of their equipment consisted of level 50 mysterious iron and secret silver equipment. These pieces were definitely among the best available at this stage of the game. I'll say this first. The Crimson Horn Guild will only help you kill Zero Wings members. We won't be taking the initiative to attack and turn ourselves into cannon fodder. A tall, robust man carrying two short swords from his waist indifferently told the phantom of a person beside him, relax. As long as Zero Wings members leave Silverwing Town, my evil demons and evil beasts will attack them immediately. All you and your men need to do is find an opportunity to kill them. However, don't forget, my goal involves more than making them lose a single level. Windhunter reminded the man he hadn't only chosen to work with Crimsonhorn because it was a famous dark guild in the Dark Knight Empire. He had also chosen the guild due to its production of a particular type of poison. This poison was called Soul Devourer and would be applied to a player's weapons. When these coated weapons were used to kill a player, the poison would corrode the player's soul, and depending on how much poison was applied, the victims could lose up to 3 levels before entering a weakened state. During this weakened period, players could not level up in return for Crimsonhorn's assistance. The Evil God's Temple would help the Dark Guild's members grind glory points and accumulate battlefield titles. Leave this to us. As long as we slay Zero Wings members, I guarantee that they will need some time to recover their strength, the indifferent man said confidently. If there weren't so many guilds here, I'd love to fight Zero Wings peak experts. I've heard that their combat standards are quite good, and every item they wear is a treasure. However, by the looks of it, that doesn't seem possible. Saying so, the indifferent man turned to the 6 cloaked players behind him. He wasn't pleased that he couldn't see their appearances. These 6 players would be responsible for dealing with Zero Wings peak experts in the upcoming battle. Although these 6 people were dark players, they did not belong to a dark guild. Rather, they were members of an adventurer team called Dark Hunters. The adventurer team was quite famous in the Dark Knight Empire, and not even Crimsonhorn avoided provoking the team. The Dark Hunters adventurer team consisted of monstrous players, and every member was a dark player. Not long ago, the Dark Hunters had dispatched a 20-man team to annihilate the first-rate guild, Tyrant Emperor's main force. Said force had included 1,000 players. Among the Dark Hunters' 20-man team, 8 were Tier 2 players who had absurd combat standards and basic attributes. Even Star Harvester, Tyrant Emperor's guild leader and a level 51, Tier 2 assassin, had died in the battle naturally. A Tier 2 assassin possessed much stronger life-saving skills than a Tier 1 assassin. Even 5 Tier 2 experts working together should not be able to stop a Tier 2 assassin's escape, yet Star Harvest had still been killed. Moreover, a single player from the Dark Hunters had accomplished the deed. The strength the Dark Hunters had displayed had thoroughly shocked the Dark Knight Empire. Star Harvester wasn't some ordinary expert. He was a refinement realm expert who ranked 305th on the God's Domain experts list. Not even ordinary refinement realm experts stood a chance against him yet. The Dark Hunters had killed him even before the battle with Tyrant Emperor. The Dark Hunters had created many frightening battle records. Only, these battle records had been carried out in secret, unknown to the various large guilds. The adventure team's accomplishments included the assassination of Crimson Horn's guild leader, Crimson Ghost. This was also why Crimson Ghost wasn't happy to see the 6 Dark Hunters members. In Crimson Ghost's opinion, the players from the Dark Hunters were inhuman, and he hadn't reached this conclusion just because of their monstrous strength. Rather, this opinion was based on the appearance they took on when they activated their true power. When they used their true power, they lost their human form, transforming into true monsters. They also used different combat methods than players like himself. Every one of the 6 players that had been sent from the Dark Hunters was a Tier 2 player. Even without the help of the evil demons and evil beasts, these 6 players were more than enough to deal with Zero Wing's main force members. Since everyone's all here, we'll proceed with the next phase of our plan. First, we'll set up an encirclement around the Primordial Divine Ruin and Silverwing town. But make sure you stay a safe distance away from the town. We estimate that those magic towers have a maximum attack range of around 1,500 yards. Do not enter that range. We won't be responsible for your deaths. Hearing Windhunter's warning, the various dark players nodded their heads. War weapons were no laughing matter. The magic tower's attacks possessed power at the peak of Tier 3. Moreover, the attacks had very large ranges. Unless one used an invulnerability skill or spell, no player at this stage of the game could block an attack from a war weapon and survive. No, there was one player who could block an attack from war weapon like the magic tower, but none of these dark players believed that they had the strength to rival Black Flame. When Windhunter finished speaking, the present players went into action. Windhunter then organized his evil demons and evil beasts to surround the Primordial Divine Ruin and Silverwing town. Shortly after the evil demons and evil beasts began to move, the players in the Primordial Divine Ruin discovered their advance. There are so many evil demons and evil beasts. That should be at least 50,000, right? Is Beast Emperor launching another assault? The crowd at the Primordial Divine Ruin gulped when they saw the approaching evil beast and evil demon army. Although they knew that Beast Emperor only planned to target Zero Wing, they couldn't help their growing fear and anxiety as they watched the monsters draw near. Good. They're finally here. When the various superpowers upper echelons saw the evil demons and evil beasts, their moods considerably brightened. Let's see how Zero Wing maintains its arrogance after this. As long as Beast Emperor was willing to fight against Zero Wing would be under a considerable amount of pressure regardless of whether Beast Emperor won or lost. In that case, they would have an opportunity to acquire the shares of Silverwing town. However, when the evil beasts and evil demons were less than 1,000 yards away from the Primordial Divine Ruin, one of the magic towers in Silverwing town, which stood over 3,000 yards away from the monster army, began to gather energy. The mana around the magic tower swiftly collected at the gigantic crystal atop the tower. After a 2-second charge, a pillar of black-white light shot up from the gigantic crystal. Even the players at the Primordial Divine Ruin could clearly see the pillar. What's Zero Wing trying to do? The sudden development confused everyone watching as these players wondered about the light pillar. It angled downward and shot into the center of the evil beast and evil demon army. Following which, the light pillar expanded and devoured the nearby evil demons and evil beasts. Every monster at special elite rank or below died instantly as the light washed over them. Only chieftains and above had survived, although the monsters at chieftain rank had very little HP remaining. The attack had even heavily injured the Grand Lord ranked evil demons and evil beasts. Chapter 1734. Silverwing's might. The light pillar that had blasted into the evil demon and evil beast army had only stopped expanding after it had covered a 100-yard radius. It then gradually disappeared as the beam attack's horrific energy scattered. The fading light revealed a massive crater in the field the monster army occupied. Only the chieftain rank and above evil demons and evil beasts remained alive, while all else had been burned to ash. A single attack had killed hundreds of evil demons and evil beasts, and every surviving monster was heavily injured, drastically decreasing their combat powers. Not even the Grand Lords that had received the attack had been spared seeing this. The players at the distant primordial divine ruin gaped in shock that had been too powerful. The power of that attack could practically rival that of a tier 4 spell. What's going on? Didn't they say that Silverwing Town's magic towers should only have an attack range of roughly 1,500 yards? The expressions of Crimson Horn's members darkened as they stared at the crater only a short distance away. Had the beam attacks been shifted slightly, it would have killed more than just evil demons and evil beasts. The death count would have included players like them, as well. Crimson Horn's members weren't the only ones horrified by this sudden attack. The various superpowers members fell into heated discussions, finding Silverwing Town's attack inconceivable. How does that magic tower have such a long attack range? Cuttlefish wore an ugly look as he stared at the fading light pillar. He had thought that Beast Emperor would force Zero Wing into a corner, preventing the guild's members from setting foot in the primordial divine ruin. However, with such an increased attack range on the town's magic towers, even reaching the ruin itself, Beast Emperor was powerless to stop Zero Wing's members from competing for entry slots. After all, the magic tower's attacks were extraordinarily powerful. If Beast Emperor sent his minions to block Zero Wing's path, the guild would retaliate without mercy. If the magic towers struck too many times, even mythic-ranked monsters would fall, much less the lower-ranked monsters. Before anyone could recover from their shock, another of Silverwing Town's mana towers began to gather mana. 2 seconds later, another black-white light pillar ascended into the sky. In the blink of an eye, another energy beam struck the evil demon and evil beast army, opening another clearing amidst the monsters. Damn it! How is this happening? Windhunter's heart bled as he watched his evil demons and evil beasts fall by the hundreds. He had gone to great lengths to nurture these evil demons and evil beasts. He could accept their deaths if their deaths had meaning, but right now, they were nothing more than living targets for Zero Wing. As Windhunter prepared to issue a new command, another beam attack slammed into his monster army. Boom. This time, the attack had taken the lives of more than just a large number of evil demons and beasts. Some of Crimson Horn's members hidden among the monster ranks had died instantly. Retreat. Everyone retreat. Crimson Ghost shouted through the team chat with an ashen complexion. Dark guilds had far fewer members than ordinary guilds. A very powerful dark guild generally only had around 30,000 members. Crimson Horn had barely over that count. For this operation, Crimson Horn had dispatched 2,000 expert members, nearly every expert in the guild, and that last beam attack had killed over 100 Crimson Horn experts. At this moment, Crimson Ghost developed a deep hatred for Windhunter because of Windhunter's misinformation. Crimson Horn had lost over 100 experts for no good reason. As dark players, the death penalty they suffered was much more severe than ordinary players. Even though their alignment with the dark forces would lighten their death penalty slightly, it was still harsher than what ordinary players faced. Now that over 100 Crimson Horn experts had been killed, the guild had lost over 5% of its peak combatants. If they suffered another blow like that, the consequences would be unimaginable. Just as Crimson Horn's members began to retreat, Zero Wing's members flooded out of Silverwing Town. Although only a little over 2,000 guild members had emerged, every one of them rode a majestic thunder wolf. The spectacular scene of 2,000+ thunder wolves stunned both the spectators and Windhunter's group. Bastards. Windhunter bellowed in rage as he watched Zero Wing's army charge towards him. After bombarding his army with the magic towers, Zero Wing actually took it a step further and sent its members to pursue his remaining forces. It was obvious that Zero Wing wanted to show everyone that the evil god's temple was not a foe worth worrying about. To make matters worse, Zero Wing had only dispatched a little over 2,000 members for the pursuit. If news of this spread, the evil god's temple's prestige would be tarnished. The temple would become a laughingstock in the Orc Empire. Immediately, Windhunter had his evil demons and evil beasts charge at Zero Wing's army, even going as far as to mobilize 2 mythic evil beasts. Although the magic tower's attacks were powerful, they couldn't easily take down mythic-ranked monsters. In fact, the 2 mythic evil beasts would have no problems escaping the battlefield even after annihilating Zero Wing's force. Moreover, With how far the magic towers could reach, Zero Wing wouldn't dare to fire on the evil demons and evil beasts as they clashed with the guild's members. Suddenly, one level 60+ evil demon and evil beast charged towards the incoming players, but before they could reach their targets, two more beam attacks plowed into the monsters' frontline. The beams wiped out any elites and special elites they struck while leaving the rest heavily injured. After the two beam attacks descended, Zero Wing's members, who wielded mana weapons, finally made contact with the evil demons and evil beasts. The moment they did, they started a slaughter. The Zero Wing experts wielding Tier 2 mana weapons could fight a Lord-ranked evil demon or evil beast, even when the monsters were at their peak, Toto. Hence, the weakened chieftains and lords posed no threat to Zero Wing's melee players. In addition, the ranged DPS provided cover fire, and the healers maintained everyone's HPs from the rear. Overall, the first wave of evil demons and evil beasts that met Zero Wing's army in combat was no match for Zero Wing's army. Finally, the two mythic-ranked evil earth dragons arrived before Zero Wing's forces, their massive frames looming like two mountains. The evil earth dragons then released deafening roars as they swiped their massive claws at the enemy players. However, before their claws could reach the melee players before them, two figures appeared before each monster. One of these figures was Kola, while the other was Turtledove, and the two MTs had already activated the power of darkness, increasing their attributes significantly. Silver divine runes illuminated the Tier 3 mana weapons in their hands, and once the two Guardian Knights reached the evil Earth Dragons, they swung these weapons at the incoming claws. Tier 2 skill, Divine Adjudication. A golden glow bloomed before the two Guardian Knights as the two evil Earth Dragons' gigantic claws abruptly halted mid-swing. No matter how much force they used, they couldn't even move their claws an inch farther. After a brief moment, two explosions shook the area. The two level 75 evil Earth Dragons stumbled 5 steps back, and the ground beneath them trembled as they moved before the mythic evil beasts could recover their stances. Kola and Turtledove advanced once again and arrived before their targets. They then swung their weapons, and the silver divine runes covering the Tier 3 mana weapons brightened as the blades fell on their targets. Tier 2 skill, Dragon Annihilator. Tier 2 skill, Current Blade. Kola and Turtledove used their respective legacy skills without hesitation. The moment their attacks connected with the evil Earth Dragons, the two mythic monsters let out agonizing cries as they were pushed back by 20 yards, a damage of over -800,000 appearing above each of their heads. Although the evil Earth Dragon's HP bars had only decreased by a very small fraction, barely noticeable to ordinary players, expert players with acute perception noticed the change. The players watching from the primordial divine ruin were frozen with shock, staring at Kola and Turtledove with dumbfounded expressions. Chapter 1735. A Nest of Monsters. Chapter 1735. A Nest of Monsters. The nearby Crimson Horn members couldn't help but gasp when they players pushed the evil Earth Dragon's titanic frames backward by over 20 yards. They were as shocked as if they had witnessed two ants push back a tiger and a lion. How is this even possible? Is Zero Wing just a nest of monsters? Both Crimson Horn's members and the various spectating players at the primordial divine ruin were at a loss for words. Aside from how massive the evil Earth Dragons were, just the fact that they possessed the strength of mythic monsters should make them impossible for players to go up against. Watching Black Flame kill a mythic evil demon had been scary enough, yet two more monstrous players had risen in Zero Wing. No, this can't be possible. They must have used some kind of special potion to boost their strength. They can't keep this up for long. Windhunter's eyes nearly fell from their sockets when he saw the evil Earth Dragon slide back. He was sure that Kola and Turtledove must have used some special method to grant them the strength to face mythic monsters for a short time. There were certain tools in God's domain that could grant players extraordinary power for a short time. Even Windhunter had such a tool in his possession, but it wasn't strong enough to allow him to go toe-to-toe with a mythic monster. As for the possibility that Zero Wing actually had two more players on Black Flame's level, that was simply absurd. He absolutely refused to believe that Zero Wing could produce 3 experts that could contend with mythic monsters on their own. Thinking up to this point, he commanded the evil Earth Dragons to continue their assault against the two Guardian Knights. Once the two mythic evil beasts had stabilized themselves, They whipped their tails at the two Emdis. The massive tails swept up a powerful storm as they moved, forming a pitch-black rift wherever they passed. Faced with such an attack, even a Tier 2 metric tons with their life-saving skill activated would risk an instant death if they took the strike head-on. However, Kola and Turtledove remained unfazed as they swung their Tier 3 mana weapons again. Two silver lights then clashed with the evil Earth Dragon's colossal tails as two loud explosions echoed across the battlefield. Even the crowd at the primordial divine ruin, which was over 1,000 yards away, could clearly hear the explosions. This time, neither side had gained an advantage over the other by the time the clash ended. However, the ground beneath them had cracked, the fractures extending out over 20 yards away. The frightening display of power made the watching players shudder. Boom. Boom. Despite the clash ending in a draw, neither side wanted to give up the fight. For a time, both sides exchanged one blow after another. Meanwhile, the surrounding Zero-Wing members massacred evil demons and evil beasts in a frenzy. Any Zero-Wing member could solo a Great Lord, dealing around minus 50,000 damage with their attacks. As for Aqua Rose, Alluring Summer, Blackie, and Violet Cloud, who wielded Tier 3 mana weapons, their spells easily dealt over minus 100,000 damage to their targets, with some dealing over minus 200,000 damage. From time to time, they would also use large-scale destruction spells, causing hundreds of thousands of damage to a clump of monsters. Although the evil demons and evil beasts greatly outnumbered Zero-Wing's army, the army of 2,000-plus players had them completely outmatched. Before even 30 seconds had passed since the battle began, over 100 weakened chieftains and lords were killed already. None of the spectating powers had expected this battle to take this turn. They had assumed that Zero-Wing would rely on its magic towers to protect itself. They had never thought that Zero-Wing's members actually possessed such extraordinary strength. If the rest of Zero-Wing's force weren't busy with the other evil demons and evil beasts, the small army would definitely slay the two evil Earth Dragons. With such power, it's no wonder why they had no interest in our partnership offers. Quiet Melody, who sat in an open-air restaurant in the primordial divine ruin, could not help but reveal a bitter smile as she watched Kola and Turtledove fight the evil Earth Dragons. She had thought that Zero-Wing was trying to keep up appearances by refusing the various superpowers offers for cooperation and would only lower its head after Beast Emperor's forces had cornered the guild. However, with Zero-Wing's current display of strength, it certainly qualified to protect Silverwing Town without help. Not even the various superpowers could deal with mythic-ranked monsters so easily. With the 5 magic towers' absurdly long attack range, Zero-Wing should have no problems defending Silverwing Town even after the town's protection period. That damned Wind Hunter! He nearly made us enemies with Zero-Wing. Fortunately, we haven't actually fought Zero-Wing's members yet. We should still have time to escape Zero-Wing's notice. Crimson Ghost could not help but glare at the distant Wind Hunter as he watched the evil demons and evil beasts' extermination. Zero-Wing's strength was nothing like what Wind Hunter had told him. Every one of Zero-Wing's experts was ridiculously strong. Not even a Tier 2 player like him dared to face Kola and Turtledove head-on. With the MT's incredible destructive power, they could likely kill him in one hit. The fight before him could no longer be described as a battle. This was basically a one-sided slaughter. When Crimson Ghost recalled how he had lost over 100 guild experts, he truly felt fortunate. Not for that incident, he wouldn't have given the command to retreat. Had his army of 2,000 players assaulted Zero-Wing's members, the consequences would have been disastrous. Seeing Zero-Wing's frightening combat power also instilled an indescribable shock in Crimson Ghost. Not even the super first-rate guilds that ruled over the Dark Knight Empire were capable of fielding such a powerful player army yet. An up-and-coming guild from Starmoon Kingdom had accomplished just that. Moreover, based on his investigations, Zero-Wing didn't have the support of any backers. Meanwhile, the 6 cloaked players from the Dark Hunters rested in a corner of the battlefield. After observing the battle for some time, the ranger carrying a crystalline longbow shook his head. This won't do. Zero-Wing's members are much stronger than we anticipated. We're canceling our plans to plunder their weapons temporarily. Leader, although Zero-Wing is clearly stronger than we had assumed, it isn't entirely impossible to kill the guild's ordinary experts. Those experts haven't even reached Tier 2 yet. We can simply kill them and flee. The commander definitely won't let us off the hook if we fail this mission. Although the ranger leading this party wanted to cancel the operation, the other 5 members shook their heads, objecting to the idea when they thought about how frightening their commander was, in particular, and the punishment awaiting them if they failed. They couldn't help but shudder. Their party leader might be able to bear the penalty, but they couldn't. Hearing his party members' objections, the ranger glanced at Zero Wing's ordinary experts. As his party members had said, although these Zero Wing players had higher basic attributes than theirs, their combat standards were lacking. They hadn't even reached the half-step refinement realm yet. Most importantly, these ordinary experts were all Tier 1 players. The differences between Tier 1 players and Tier 2 players weren't limited to basic attributes. There was also a massive gap between their skills and physiques. With the strength of their 6-man party, they should be able to pick off a few of these ordinary experts before departing safely. Based on his observations, there were fewer than 10 players on Zero Wing's side that could pose a threat to their party. The others weren't a problem. Fine. But finish things quickly. Flee as soon as you get your hands on their weapons. The ranger said, nodding after giving the matter some thought. Their mission required that they obtain the weapons Zero Wing's peak experts wielded, but trying to kill Cola and the others was too much of a challenge right now. On the off chance that Zero Wing's peak experts surrounded them, their deaths would be almost certain. If they targeted the weaker experts, though, they'd have higher chances of success. Although they wouldn't obtain the weapons Zero Wing's peak experts wielded, at least they wouldn't return empty-handed. Under the ranger's lead, the Dark Hunters' 6-man party charged towards Zero Wing's members, who were embroiled in a battle with the evil demons and evil beasts. Chapter 1736, Confrontation with the Dark Hunters. Chapter 1736, Confrontation with the Dark Hunters. On the chaotic battlefield, Cola and Turtledove continued to block the evil Earth Dragon's attacks. Meanwhile, the other Zero Wing members frantically cleared out the heavily injured evil beasts and evil demons, rapidly dwindling the army's numbers. The battle was thoroughly in Zero Wing's favor. Because of this, Zero Wing's excitement continued to mount as they fought the mana weapons. Incredible attack power couldn't compare to their normal weapons, and even though they were Tier 1 players, they completely overwhelmed the Lord-ranked evil demons and evil beasts. Although the slain monsters didn't drop any loot, these players did receive a bountiful amount of EXP. After fighting for just a short moment, their experience bars had grown by a noticeable chunk. Upon reaching their level, they required a ridiculously high amount of EXP for each level up. Sometimes, they'd grind for 10 minutes straight without any noticeable change to their experience bars. Now, however, they should be able to gain enough EXP for a full level after fighting these evil demons and evil beasts for 3 hours or so. With how generous the EXP was from killing these monsters, they had to take advantage of this opportunity as much as possible. Even the spectators at the Primordial Divine Ruin were jealous of Zero Wing's members. It was not very often players encountered such a large army of high-ranked monsters. Even if they did, most players did their best to stay out of the monsters' way. Trying to fight such a powerful monster army guaranteed casualties, after all. The losses would completely outweigh the gains. However, now that Zero Wing had Cola and Turtledove to pin down the evil Earth Dragons, and Zero Wing's other members had the strength to overwhelm the other evil beasts and evil demons, Zero Wing's army could safely grind these enemy monsters. Why wouldn't they be jealous of Zero Wing? It seems Beast Emperor has only failed again. Quiet Melody could not help her bitter smile when she saw that the evil demons and evil beasts had begun to retreat. After this battle, Beast Emperor wouldn't be able to touch Zero Wing at the Primordial Divine Ruin again. Big Sis Melody, look over there. A few dark players seem to be charging into the battle, Blue Jade said suddenly as she pointed at the 6 figures rushing into the heart of the battlefield with flying speed. They must intend to attack Zero Wing. These 6 players were none other than the 6 from the Dark Hunters Adventurer team. What a powerful concealment technique. Who are those people? Quiet Melody watched the rapidly moving figures with astonishment. As one of the Sacred Temple's Vice Temple Masters, she had more than great combat power. She also possessed acute perception. Although the 6 players hid their identities and appearances with black cloaks, Quiet Melody could tell that they were all Tier 2 players based on their movement. Tier 2 players had far higher basic attributes than Tier 1 players, and their mobility wasn't something that Tier 1 players could hope to rival. Hence, it was very easy to differentiate between Tier 1 and Tier 2 players. However, what truly surprised Quiet Melody was the 6 players' movement technique. All 6 moved with incredible stealth. As they weaved their way through the army of monsters, they were able to utilize the surrounding monsters' bodies and auras to hide themselves. It was likely that even she wasn't as adept at concealing herself and her aura as these 6 players were. If not for her bird's eye view of the battlefield, she wouldn't have discovered these 6 players at all. What? The Dark Hunters are actually making a move? Crimson Ghost, who had long since retreated from the battlefield, could not help his surprise when he noticed the 6 figures approach Zero Wing's army. At this point, Zero Wing's superiority in this battle could not be any more obvious. There was no reason to continue this fight with the guild, yet the 6 Dark Hunters insisted on doing so. Crimson Ghost was truly confused. Elsewhere on the battlefield, Wind Hunter had noticed the 6 Dark Hunters players moving towards Zero Wing's army. As well, they were going to strike? Wind Hunter's frown relaxed slightly. Originally, he hadn't planned on enlisting the help of the Dark Hunters adventurer team in this fight against Zero Wing. Beast Emperor had invited them. Moreover, Beast Emperor had even specifically instructed him not to provoke the Dark Hunters casually. It was clear that even Beast Emperor was a little afraid of this adventurer team known as the Dark Hunters. Initially, Beast Emperor's decision had left him slightly disgruntled. But after seeing that all 6 of the adventurer team's representatives were Tier 2 players, his opinion of the Dark Hunters had changed slightly. When he had tried to fight one of these representatives, he had learned exactly how powerful these 6 players truly were. If these 6 players were pitted against a 1,000-man team of ordinary Tier 1 experts, the expert army would suffer catastrophic losses. Even if the 6 eventually died when the 6 Dark Hunters had stated their intentions to hunt Zero Wing's peak experts. He had agreed without hesitation. Because of this, originally, he had thought that the Dark Hunters had planned to abandon this fight like Crimson Horn's members had. He never thought that the Dark Hunters would still make a move. This was definitely good news for him. As Wind Hunter considered his next move, the 6 Dark Hunters reached the edge of Zero Wing's army. Start the attack. The leading ranger commanded as he watched a group of Zero Wing members. The ranger then retrieved the crystalline longbow from his bag, simultaneously firing 9 arrows. Combat technique, 9-star strike. Suddenly, the 9 arrows split and flew at 9 different Zero Wing players. Moreover, every arrow targeted the players' blind spots and dang. Although the ranger's aim had been accurate, the 9 Zero Wing members noticed the attacks and responded by swinging their weapons at the incoming projectiles. However, they felt as if they had struck an immovable wall the moment their weapons touched the arrows. Not only did the resulting vibrations hurt their arms, but they were also forced to retreat. The power the arrows contained could even rival a High Lord's attack. As Tier 1 players, they wouldn't be able to block such an attack unless they used their berserk skills. However, Zero Wing's ordinary experts all wielded Tier 2 mana weapons, which granted them great strength. They could also stabilize their postures after retreating about 4 steps. Unfortunately, before the 9 Zero Wing members could locate their attacker, they noticed multiple skills and spells flying at them from multiple directions. Before they could react, these skills and spells smashed into them. Needless to say, these attacks had originated from the other 5 Dark Hunters. The 9 players from Zero Wing rapidly lost HP. Only the plate armor classes retained around 2/3 of their HP, while the rest had more than 50%. After the brief clash, the 9 Zero Wing members realized that they had encountered a powerful foe. They immediately activated their mana weapons, attacking their ambushers. Facing attacks that could rival the power of High Lords, the 6 Dark Hunters chose not to block the attacks directly, but to dodge or deflect them. This situation rendered the 9 Zero Wing members utterly helpless about their current predicament. Before the rear line healers could heal the 9 injured players, the 6 Dark Hunters launched another wave of attacks, easily slipping past the Zero Wing members' defenses and killing the 9 experts instantly. This shocked the nearby Zero Wing players. Even the upper echelons from the various major powers, who watched from the primordial divine ruin, couldn't help but gasp too fast. Although the 9 players from Zero Wing had yet to reach the refinement realm, their basic attributes almost rivaled Tier 2 players. They should wield the strength of a High Lord of the same level, yet the 6 Dark Hunters had effortlessly ended their lives. Although the Dark Hunters' status as Tier 2 players was part of the reason for their success, the various major powers' upper echelons recognized the absolutely perfect coordination between the 6 players. Even if the 9 targeted players had been Refinement Realm experts, the ambush's outcome would likely have been the same after the 9 Zero-Wing members had died. They had dropped a total of 18 items, far more than normal. 3 of these 18 items were Tier 2 mana weapons good. "We're retreating," the leading ranger commanded after snatching up a Tier 2 mana weapon. He then turned and fled. The other 5 Dark Hunters nodded in response. They wanted to kill more players, but since their party leader had ordered the retreat, they had to obey. Following which, they dully picked up an item closest to them and fled back into the Evil Demon and Evil Beast army. But just as the 6 players melded into the monster army, a figure leaped out of Zero-Wing's forces and blocked the Dark Hunter's path. This figure was none other than Fire Dance. "Do you think that you can leave so easily after killing our guild members?" Fire Dance demanded as she swept a glance over the 6 Dark Hunters, a cold glint flashing in her eyes. Chapter 1737, Soloing the Dark Hunters. Chapter 1737, Soloing the Dark Hunters. Fire Dance's sudden appearance abruptly halted the 6 Dark Hunters' retreat. Fire Dance didn't currently wear her black cloak, so both her appearance and level of 52 were available for everyone to see. Although her weapons and equipment didn't particularly stand out, Fire Dance radiated an unruly charm that felt like a daunting pressure weighing down on these Dark Hunters members. When the Dark Hunters looked at Fire Dance, she seemed like the absolute overlord of her surroundings, so fast. Fire Dance's appearance had surprised Lonely Lamp, the ranger and the Dark Hunter's party leader. His party had specifically chosen to strike far away from any of Zero-Wing's peak experts. The closest peak expert had been several hundred yards away. By the time the guild's peak experts could have ridden to the rescue, their party would have already completed their mission and fled the battlefield. Less than 20 seconds had passed since they had launched their assault against Zero-Wing's 9 ordinary experts. Yet Fire Dance had caught up with them. Her movement speed should be nearly double theirs. What bold words. "Do you believe that you can stop all 6 of us by yourself?" An emaciated assassin among the Dark Hunters asked, sneering. "That's right. We are surrounded by evil demons and evil beasts. Do you really think your allies can come to your aid in time?" A beautiful female elementalist said with a faint smile. "Our original mission was to kill Zero-Wing's peak experts like you. Now that you dare to block our path, we'll just use this opportunity to kill you. That way, we'll complete our mission perfectly." The other Dark Hunters nodded in agreement, killing intent radiating from their eyes. They currently stood in the midst of the Evil Demon and Evil Beast army. They were also roughly 200 yards away from the nearest Zero-Wing member. It would take quite some time for Zero-Wing's members to reach their location. They might not be confident in taking on Fire Dance one-on-one, but they outnumbered the female assassin by 6 to 1. By charging at them alone, Fire Dance had simply jumped into the jaws of death. Yet, Fire Dance had still been so foolish. Her actions rendered them utterly speechless. Was she a fool? Or had the woman lost her mind? Even the various superpowers, who were relatively familiar with Fire Dance's strength, were confused about the female assassin's actions, let alone the Dark Hunter's party. Is she tired of living? Does she not recognize those 6 players' strength? When the various superpowers' upper echelons saw Fire Dance charge into the army of evil beasts and evil demons, blocking the 6 Dark Hunters' path, they felt as if Zero-Wing's members were a bunch of lunatics. It wasn't unusual to see Black Flame make such bold and arrogant moves. He qualified to do so, after all, but Fire Dance. Zero-Wing is finally going to suffer a little. Wind Hunter could not help but laugh at the situation. When he noticed Zero-Wing's members trying to reach Fire Dance to offer their help, he commanded some of his evil demons to stop them. While the 6 Dark Hunters had spoken, they had subtly surrounded Fire Dance, preventing her escape. Watch her speed. Ranged players, maintain your distance from her. Sharp, you'll be the distraction. Make sure she doesn't escape. We have to finish this fight as quickly as possible. Lonely Lamp commanded as he retrieved his crystalline longbow from his back. The other 5 Dark Hunters nodded in response. The emaciated assassin, Sharp Blade, then charged at Fire Dance with a Tier 2 Berserker and a Tier 2 Swordsman close behind him. At the same time, the Tier 2 Cleric at the rear cast the Tier 2 Instantaneous spell, Holy Mark on Fire Dance. Now, even if Fire Dance used Vanish and entered a forced stealth state, their party could keep track of her. As for Lonely Lamp and the Tier 2 Elementalist, they coordinated their attacks, firing from the female assassin's sides in the blink of an eye. Multiple attacks flew towards Fire Dance from different locations. Pay for your arrogance. Sharp Blade shouted as he used Shadow Steps, appearing behind Fire Dance instantly. He then thrust his aqua blue short sword at Fire Dance's back. Tier 2 skill, Triple Interception. Suddenly, Sharp Blade's short sword transformed into 3 streaks of shadow that aimed for Fire Dance's blind spots. Although each shadow's power wasn't strong, the strikes couldn't be blocked with shields or weapons. They could only be dodged or stopped by a defensive skill. In the meantime, the Berserker charging at Fire Dance from the front raised his battle axe and slammed it at the ground before him. Tier 2 skill, Fracturing Spikes. Stone spikes rose from the ground beneath Fire Dance's feet, entrapping her. Meanwhile, the Tier 2 swordsman used a normal slash against his target. As for Lonely Lamp and the female elementalist, they sent numerous arrows and fireballs at the female assassin. As they watched the 6 Dark Hunters assault, the spectators at the Primordial Divine Ruin gasped. Even the various superpowers peak experts wore serious expressions when they saw this coordinated offensive. The Dark Hunters' coordination and skill utilization were simply perfect. Even peak experts like themselves would fall under such a seamless bombardment. Even Fire Dance, the target of this offensive, was slightly surprised. She hadn't expected such high combat standards from the 6 Dark Hunters, and even their coordination had reached such an impressive level. However, before the numerous attacks could land, Fire Dance split into 6 identical copies of herself. Phantom. This was the 1000 Transformations' first additional skill. Although the 5 doppelgangers couldn't attack, they were invulnerable. Moreover, they could exist for a full 30 seconds. Boom. 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 A series of attacks struck Fire Dance, but her HP didn't decrease in the slightest. Meanwhile, Fire Dance's sudden split and 6 copies had stunned the Dark Hunters slightly, and they paused for a brief moment. These are doppelgangers that can't attack. One of these 6 doppelgangers must be the real assassin. Lan Hua and I will attack the doppelgangers. The rest of you need to keep an eye out for the real body. Lonely Lamp shouted, reacting quickly to the new development. Although doppelganger skills like the one Fire Dance had just used were rare in God's domain, some did exist. Hence, players had learned of ways to counter these skills. In a one-on-one fight, players would have to flee and wait for the skill's duration to end. But if a party were to face such a doppelganger skill, the ranged players could launch AoE attacks, hitting every doppelganger simultaneously to determine the real body's location. The melee players could then take advantage of this information to attack the enemy's main body immediately. Lonely Lamp and the female elementalist, Lan Hua, launched spells and arrows at all 6 Fire Dance copies. However, before they could do so, Fire Dance had switched positions with one of her doppelgangers and appeared beside the Tier 2 Berserker. She then lightly swung 1000 Transformations at her target. Surprised, the Berserker hurriedly executed Whirlwind Slash to repel Fire Dance. Boom. The instant the Berserker's battle axe collided with 1000 Transformations, however, the man's expression darkened. He felt as if he had just struck an impenetrable wall. Not only did his weapon stop abruptly, but the intense feedback forced him to take a step backward. Just as the Tier 2 Berserker stepped back, the Tier 3 mana dagger in Fire Dance's left hand glowed with a beautiful red light as the assassin thrust it towards the Berserker's heart. Damn it. The Berserker was close to losing his mind. You forced me to do this. He currently wielded a 2-handed weapon. In terms of strength, he should be stronger than players who used one-handed weapons. Yet Fire Dance had surprised him by relying on 1000 Transformations. Her first attack didn't leave him any energy to deal with the weapon in her left hand. As the Berserker finished his statement, his skin began to turn a dark shade of red. His body then seemed to grow a little larger, and just as the Tier 3 mana dagger was about to reach the Berserker, 2 long swords appeared, blocking its path. Boom. Following the sound of an explosion, Fire Dance involuntarily took 3 steps backward, and she gave the Tier 2 Berserker before her a surprised look. The Berserker no longer resembled a human. Instead, he had taken the form of a 4-armed, humanoid lizard. The Berserker now wielded 2 one-handed axes and 2 longswords in his 4 hands. "You're quite impressive to force me to transform. But I'll be taking your life now." The Tier 2 Berserker sneered as he charged at Fire Dance. Silence dominated the battlefield. Meanwhile, the spectating crowd at the Primordial Divine Ruin watched this unbelievable scene with dropped jaws. A player had actually transformed into a monster. A mutated player? Sherfong revealed a surprised expression when he saw the Tier 2 Berserker from Silverwing Town's walls. Chapter 1738, Dark Mutation. Chapter 1738, Dark Mutation. When the Tier 2 Berserker had transformed, 0 wings nearby players were dumbfounded. They had seen plenty of berserk skills that slightly altered their user's appearance, but this was the first time they had seen a berserk skill causing such a huge transformation. After transforming, the Tier 2 Berserker's aura had undergone a massive transformation. Not only was his aura much stronger now, but it also no longer felt human. However, this was still not the worst part. The most important change was to the Berserker's body. Currently, the Berserker had 4 arms instead of 2. Of course, having an extra set of arms wasn't necessarily a good thing, as human minds weren't accustomed to controlling more than 1 set of arms. If a person suddenly grew an extra set of arms, they'd have some difficulty controlling the new appendages. However, if the Berserker could control all 4 arms properly, he'd have a massive advantage in battle. A player with 4 arms would be able to execute more varied attack methods than a player with a single set. The 4-armed player could also commit 2 arms to offense and 2 to defense. If the Tier 2 Berserker could coordinate all 4 of his arms properly, his combat power would double at the very minimum. Meanwhile, the various powers spectating members were dumbfounded by the Berserker's transformation. What did he do? Did he really use a berserk skill? There's such a transformation skill in God's domain as well? Curiosity filled the spectating crowd as they watched the transformed Tier 2 Berserker. Even the various superpowers upper echelons had no idea of what the Berserker had just done. In fact, the Berserker's transformation had surprised them even more than watching Kola and Turtledove tank 2 mythic evil beasts. The Tier 2 Berserker's transformation had shattered their understanding of God's domain. Sure enough, he still had to use it. Lonely Lamp could not help but sigh when he saw Dark Bear, the Tier 2 Berserker, transform. This was the Dark Hunters Adventurer team's greatest secret. Not many people knew about this transformation ability. However, now that they had revealed this secret to the public, their adventurer team would definitely face trouble in the future. However, the Berserker's decision to transform didn't particularly surprise him. After all, Fire Dance had displayed extraordinary combat power. Had Dark Bear refused to transform, she would have likely killed him already. Aside from Lonely Lamp and the other Dark Hunters members, only Sherfong had a clear idea of what was happening as he watched the battle from Silverwing Town's walls. The Tier 2 Berserker's transformation ability was known as Mutation in God's domain. Mutation was a method of increasing one's combat power by abandoning one's human body. It was somewhat similar to Demon Player's demonification. The transformation process had no time limit, and it could be activated and deactivated at any time. To become a mutated player, one had to perform a particular ritual, which required the sacrifice of many players, even dark players. In addition, despite being dark players themselves, mutated players hunted other dark players. They did so because it was the only way a mutated player could mutate further and grow stronger. This was akin to how demon players improved their ranks. Only, mutated players had more of a restriction than demon players. Moreover, mutated players gained more combat power when they transformed than demon players. This was because, in their mutated form, mutated players would gain a body that was far more suitable for battle. Their attributes and life ratings also increased. In return, physical control became more difficult. Mutated players had a harder time remaining calm in their mutated form, as well, but one had to admit that mutation allowed players to become extremely powerful. Sherfong had never expected to find a mutated player at this stage of the game. By becoming a mutated player, players took a similar stance as the Evil God's Temple, becoming antagonistic to both dark and normal players. Furthermore, gaining a mutation was incredibly difficult as the process couldn't be conducted on the God's Domain continent. Normally, mutated players would only appear after pathways between the continent and other worlds opened. Back on the battlefield, after a short moment of silence, the transformed Berserker charged at Fire Dance. Not only had the Berserker gained an extra set of arms after his transformation, but his movement speed and reaction speed had also undergone a qualitative transformation. In the blink of an eye, the Berserker appeared before Fire Dance. He then swung his one-handed axes down at the female assassin, while his two long swords flew towards Fire Dance's sides. The weapons moved so quickly that even Tier 2 players would barely be able to keep up with them. Die! As Dark Bear shouted, his arm muscles bulged, and his weapon's speed increased even further. Tier 2 skill Rock Smash. Once Fire Dance recovered from her shock, she simply swung the Tier 3 mana dagger at the incoming axes, rather than activating a life-saving skill to protect herself from the sudden assault. Silver divine runes lit up along the dagger as it was about to collide with the axe's boom. Sparks scattered as the weapons collided, and the resulting impact's shockwaves cracked and shattered the ground beneath the weapons. Lonely Lamp and the other Dark Hunters, who watched from the sidelines, were dumbfounded by this scene. Fire Dance's attack had actually sent Dark Bear flying back by a full 15 yards. When Dark Bear landed, his arms, which wielded the two axes, trembled violently, whereas the axes themselves released a low hum. Meanwhile, a damage of more than -2,000 had appeared above Dark Bear's head. Although receiving -2,000 damage was nothing considerable since Dark Bear had over 100,000 HP after transforming, if this scene repeated, it'd only be a matter of time before Dark Bear died. However, the most unbelievable aspect of the clash had to be the fact that Fire Dance had accomplished the feat without activating a Berserk skill. After entering his mutated form, Dark Bear's strength rose by 80%, yet he had still lost against Fire Dance's strength. Is she a monster? Dark Bear wondered to himself as he stared at Fire Dance in shock. Dark Bear could tell that Fire Dance had simply used the previous exchange to probe his strength. She hadn't used her full power. During that exchange, the Zero-Wing assassin hadn't even used a skill. Had Fire Dance applied a skill to her previous attack, the power of her strike would have definitely been much stronger. Had that attack struck his body, rather than his weapons, he would have likely lost at least 50% of his HP. In other words, Fire Dance only needed 2 attacks to finish him off. Even Lonely Lamp and the other party members now feared Fire Dance, watching her with somber expressions, not to mention Dark Bear. Similarly, the outcome of the exchange between Dark Bear and Fire Dance had stupefied the crowd at the Primordial Divine Ruin. Based on the change in Dark Bear's aura, they knew that the Berserker's basic attributes had increased by a significant margin, yet his transformation was meaningless before Fire Dance. However, what these players didn't know was that the strength Fire Dance could exert after sacrificing 1 point of durability from her Tier 3 mana dagger was far beyond what any Berserk skill could achieve. We can't hold back against her. Everyone transform. We need to finish her off quickly. If the other peak experts get here, we'll be in trouble. Lonely Lamp hurriedly commanded, losing his previous composure. Fire Dance alone was already troublesome for them. If another of Zero-Wing's peak experts arrived, they would have no choice but to turn tail and flee. After saying so, Lonely Lamp and the other 4 Dark Hunters took on their mutated forms, but not all of them had grown an extra pair of arms like the Tier 2 Berserker. Lonely Lamp grew an extra pair of eyes, and his arms merged with the crystalline longbow he wielded. Overall, these players' transformations suited their classes. You are the first player to single-handedly force our entire party to transform since we joined God's domain. But at the end of the day, you're still just one person. As long as we ignore the risks, we will secure victory, Lonely Lamp said, smirking at Fire Dance. He then retrieved 12 black arrows that radiated a horrific aura from his bag. At this point, Lonely Lamp had no intention of holding anything back. He had found these 12 black arrows from an ancient ruin, and each of them had the power of a peak Tier 3 attack. They even posed a threat to Tier 4 existences. Is that so? What if you have to face 2 people? Suddenly, a dull voice reached the Dark Hunters from their surroundings, echoing powerfully in Lonely Lamp's mind. In the next moment, a massive spatial tear appeared beside Fire Dance. Shifeng's figure then slowly stepped out of the spatial tear. Chapter 1739. Annihilating the Dark Hunters. Chapter 1739. Annihilating the Dark Hunters. Black Flame. Lonely Lamp's expression darkened when he saw Shifeng. The other 5 Dark Hunters also halted their assault as they stared at the swordsman, fear surfacing in their gazes after the battles in Stone Forest Town and near the primordial divine ruin. Black Flame's fame had spread to the various countries across God's domain, including the Dark Knight Empire. Although these 6 players had never fought Black Flame personally, they knew that both his basic attributes and combat standards were at the apex of God's domain. After witnessing the man's battle videos, even under normal circumstances, their 6-man party would have to take extreme care around Black Flame. Originally, they had a chance of completing their mission since Fire Dance had been alone, but now that Black Flame had joined the fray, their chances were uncertain. Black Flame is finally making his move. The various superpowers watching from a distance could not help but grow excited upon Shifeng's appearance. They had very eagerly watched the clash between Fire Dance and the Dark Hunters, but they had also worried that the female assassin might die. They had been worried because they wanted to see the 6 Dark Hunters' true strength. This was the first time they had encountered players that could transform into monsters. They hadn't even known that was possible until today. Naturally, they had to collect as much information on these 6 players as possible. They might even discover some clues that could help them acquire this power. From what they could tell, the Dark Hunter's ability to transform into monsters was definitely stronger than a berserk skill, since the transformation gave the players a body that altered and improved their combat standards. If their guild's experts could grasp this power, it would undoubtedly increase the guild's overall strength. Hence, they very much hoped that Zero Wing could defeat the Dark Hunters, forcing the 6 Dark Hunters to use everything they had. If the Dark Hunters achieve victory instead, however, they wouldn't know whether or not these players had held back anything. Leader, what should we do? Even if we have the strength to defeat 2 of them, it'll likely take a long time to do so, Lanhua asked through the team chat as she quietly observed Shifeng. Our opponents are too powerful. Prepare to retreat. Lonely Lamp said, breathing a deep sigh as he glanced at Fire Dance and Shifeng. If their party tried to fight Shifeng and Fire Dance, regardless of the battle's outcome, the Dark Hunters' party would be annihilated in the end. It wouldn't take long for Zero Wing's other peak experts to arrive, after all. If they did die, they'd suffer an even worse death penalty than ordinary Dark players, which wasn't an outcome Lonely Lamp wished to see. Understood. Although the other 5 Dark Hunters felt reluctant, they nodded and prepared to flee. What? Leaving so soon? Lonely Lamp and his party members' actions surprised Shifeng a little. He hadn't expected the Dark Hunters to be so decisive, retreating the moment they realized how disadvantageous their situation had become. Guild leader Black Flame, you jest. We are not so foolish as to think that the 6 of us can stand against you and Commander Fire Dance, Lonely Lamp calmly explained as he looked at Shifeng. Since we've already accomplished our mission, albeit barely, we will be taking our leave. Saying so, Lonely Lamp fired the 12 black arrows in his hands, aiming 4 at Fire Dance and 8 at Shifeng. Each arrow carried power at the peak of Tier 3. Current players had no chance of blocking them. Even against a monster like Shifeng, Lonely Lamp was confident that his arrows would push the swordsman back slightly. Meanwhile, their party could use the opportunity to leave the area safely. However, Shifeng unhurriedly unsheathed Killing Ray and lightly swung the blade at the air. Suddenly, a blue lightning bolt tore through the space before him. Lightning slash. The massive lightning bolt devoured all 12 black arrows instantly, and the intense shockwaves that resulted even made the surrounding space tremble. After a brief moment, the black arrows disintegrated. Lonely Lamp and his companions, who prepared to run, were thoroughly dumbfounded. They forgot about their retreat as they stared at the vanishing black arrows. How is that possible? Lonely Lamp could not believe what he had just seen. Those were 12 black arrows they were talking about. Even a mythic monster would have trouble dealing with such an attack, yet Shifeng had crushed it with a single move. For a moment, he even wondered if heaven were playing some joke on him. He truly hadn't thought that Shifeng would actually block all 12 black arrows successfully. He had watched Shifeng's battle against the mythic evil demon. The man shouldn't be capable of blocking the black arrows so easily. At the very least, Blocking the attack should have pushed the swordsman back by over a dozen yards. Naturally, the spectating crowd was similarly dumbfounded strong. Too strong. The various superpowers were no strangers to black arrows. They all had their own small stockpile. Normally, these arrows were stored in their guild warehouses, only to be used against sufficiently valuable bosses. However, after watching Shifeng destroy 12 black arrows so effortlessly, they felt like fools. They had all treated these black arrows, which could be blocked so easily, like priceless treasures. You can't possibly think that you can leave safely after that little trick, do you? Shifeng said indifferently as he glanced at the 6 dark hunters before him. What should we do? Lonely Lamp's party members asked the ranger previously. They had only feared Shifeng due to his fame, but after watching him destroy 12 black arrows in an instant, true fear gripped their hearts. They finally realized why so many people called Shifeng a monster. We don't have any other choice. Use the advanced Mad Demon Potion. Lonely Lamp said, gnashing his teeth as he stared at Shifeng. Hearing this, the other 5 dark hunters were shocked. The advanced Mad Demon Potion was a special berserk potion, which they had gone to great lengths to purchase. When consumed, it would grant mutated players like themselves another boost in power for 30 seconds. It was akin to a twofold berserk. However, this twofold berserk did not come without a price. Once the potion's duration ended, they would lose 40%'s worth of EXP. In addition, they would also fall into a weakened state for a short time. Hence, they understood that this potion should never be used unless absolutely necessary, but they also realized that this potion was their only chance of escape right now. Guild leader Black Flame. You are as amazing as the rumors say. However, I'm afraid that you still lack the strength to keep us here. Saying so, Lonely Lamp took out an advanced Mad Demon Potion and drank it. The other 5 Dark Hunters did the same. Suddenly, the 6 Dark Hunters' auras grew more intense. Previously, their auras had rivaled great lords of the same level, but now, their auras were even stronger than that of a Grand Lord of the same level. Immediately, the 6 players split up. And Ronnie, don't think so. Shifeng revealed a calm smile. Following which, he activated Power of Darkness, skyrocketing his basic attributes. He then stabbed the Abyssal Blade into the ground. Forbidden Domain. Abyssal Curse. With Shifeng as the center, pitch-black ripples spread up to a 30-yard radius. At the same time, every one of his enemies within a 500-yard radius became unable to use any skills, spells, or tools. Not only did Abyssal Curse's activation bind all 6 Dark Hunters, but it also decreased their basic attributes by 20%. Reacting quickly, the 6 tried to activate their control removal skills. However, no matter how much Lonely Lamp and the others willed for their skills to activate, their skills remained inactive as the 6 Dark Hunters struggled to break free of their restraints. Shifeng raised Killing Ray once again and lightly swung the sacred sword at the Dark Hunter's lightning edge. Countless arcs of lightning formed before Shifeng, forming a river that devoured Lonely Lamp and the others. When the river of lightning faded, only 7 items lay on the ground where the Dark Hunters had stood. Chapter 1740, Black Flame's Warning. Chapter 1740, Black Flame's Warning. The moment the 6 Dark Hunters died, silence filled the battlefield. Even the Crimson Horn members who currently fled the battlefield could not help but pause to look at the fading river of lightning for a moment. The watching players even wondered if their eyes were playing tricks on them. It wouldn't have been unusual if Shifeng had merely slain a bunch of ordinary experts with a single hit, but the 6 Dark Hunters hadn't been ordinary experts. They were bona fide great experts. Every one of them was strong enough to make the various dark guilds in the Dark Knight Empire shudder with fear. Now, as if swatting a bunch of flies, Shifeng had incapacitated and killed the 6 Dark Hunters with a single swing of his sword. They died? How is this possible? Those are the Dark Hunters we are talking about. Crimson Ghost, who had long since put some distance between himself and the heart of the battlefield, stared at Lonely Lamp and his companion's prior location in a daze. He had experienced Lonely Lamp's strength personally before. After transforming, Lonely Lamp and the other Dark Hunters' combat power was only slightly weaker than his when he activated a Berserk skill. However, unlike his Berserk skill, Lonely Lamp and the others' transformation did not have a duration. Once his berserk skill's duration ended, he'd meet death very quickly. Moreover, Lonely Lamp's party had consumed a mysterious potion that had heightened their aura's intensity. Needless to say, their basic attributes must have risen further. If he had to fight Lonely Lamp while the ranger was in such a state, he'd likely die after a few hits even with his berserk skill active. Yet even after multiple boosts, Shifeng had killed the party instantly. He might be able to accept Shifeng's victory after an arduous battle, but that hadn't happened. As soon as Shifeng took the situation somewhat seriously, Lonely Lamp and the other Dark Hunters had burned to ash. When Crimson Ghost looked at Shifeng, who quietly stood before the items Lonely Lamp and his party had dropped, his whole body shuddered. Too scary. Fear and relief overwhelmed his heart. Shifeng was a true monster with bottomless strength. If he weren't certain that Shifeng was, in fact, a player, he might even suspect that Shifeng was an NPC the main god system had created to prank God's domain's players. Fortunately, he had not allowed his army to fight Zero Wing's forces. Even if some of his players survived, his army would have suffered severe losses. Meanwhile, the players from the various superpowers that watched from the primordial divine ruin gasped when the Dark Hunters had been annihilated, their eyes nearly falling out of their sockets. The 6 Dark Hunters exuded auras that could even rival Grand Lords of the same level. This proved that their basic attributes had reached that standard. Coupled with the Dark Hunters' combat standards, none of the superpowers present were confident that they could stop the 6 players' escape. No, to be precise, they might even struggle in a head-on fight against these 6 players. On the other hand, not only had Shifeng killed all 6 Dark Hunters by himself, but he had also done so with one attack. Because of this, the various superpowers' upper echelons all wore solemn expressions. Since Shifeng could exterminate the 6 Dark Hunters, needless to say, he should have no issues doing the same to them. This also implied that as long as Shifeng wished it, he could kill any one of them. Knowing this, how could they not take Shifeng more seriously? This man, Quiet Melody, could not help but shake her head and smile bitterly as she watched Shifeng collect the items Lonely Lamp and his party had dropped. It seems that not only did we fail to learn anything about those 6 players, but we also received a dire warning. In her opinion, Shifeng had killed the 6 Dark Hunters instantly for 2 reasons. First, he didn't want others to take advantage of his efforts by learning the Dark Hunters' bottom line and secrets. The second reason was to give superpowers like the Sacred Temple a warning. Since he could kill the Dark Hunters so easily, he was naturally capable of killing superpowers' upper echelons like her. It was a message that they should reconsider targeting Zero Wing at the primordial divine ruin. Otherwise, they would suffer a similar fate. Blue Jade, who stood beside Quiet Melody, nodded in agreement with her Vice Temple Master's words, complex emotions flashing in her eyes as she watched Shifeng. After this battle, her admiration for Shifeng had doubtlessly increased. However, she also bore a sense of rivalry in her heart. She felt as if she had just found a goal worth working towards. This Black Flame is truly arrogant. He actually dares to send the various superpowers a warning. Although he is arrogant, he has clearly earned it. Can't you see the various superpowers' faces? Those looks are priceless. It seems that nobody should entertain ideas of targeting Zero Wing at the primordial divine ruin in the future. That's right. Not only does Silverwing Town have such powerful and long-range defensive structures, but it is also protected by so many incredible experts. Even without the NPC guards, nobody would dare to target Silverwing Town and Zero Wing. Both the guilds and the adventurer teams resting at the primordial divine ruin elevated their opinions of Zero Wing. Some adventurer teams even thought of joining the guild as a whole. Now that Zero Wing dominated the Orc Empire's primordial divine ruin, its development speed would be astounding. It might even become a super first-rate guild in the virtual gaming world in a short time. If they joined Zero Wing before the guild became a super first-rate guild, they would have a higher chance of becoming internal members. If they became core members, they'd be set for life. Damn it. Did Black Flame purposefully wait until the Dark Hunters attacked to make his move? Wind Hunter, who watched the battle from a safe distance, cursed as the Dark Hunters died, his complexion paling. He had thought that Lonely Lamp's party could cause Zero Wing some trouble, but they had only succeeded in throwing their lives away. Moreover, he had dispatched quite a few evil demons and evil beasts to reinforce Lonely Lamp's party. As a result, his minions were more clumped than usual, allowing the magic towers to target the monsters more easily. Suddenly, Beast Emperor's phantom appeared beside Wind Hunter. Beast Emperor then said, "All right, that's enough. Wind, you need retreat as well. We no longer have the ability to do anything against Silverwing Town." "But are we going to let Zero Wing off the hook, just like that?" Frustration tore at Wind Hunter. Not only had his campaign failed to damage the guild, but it had also bolstered Zero Wing's reputation. Moreover, his monster army had sustained a lot of damage. This was the first time he had suffered such a severe loss. "No. Of course, we won't let Zero Wing off the hook. Regardless of my agreement with Nine Dragons Emperor or my personal reasons, I want to remove Zero Wing from God's domain permanently. But it's not time for that yet," Beast Emperor said as he glared at Shifeng's distant figure, killing intent radiating from his eyes. Because of that man, his path to promotion had been cut short. How could he possibly spare Zero Wing after the losses he had suffered? However, thanks to this operation, Zero Wing has provoked the Dark Hunters. Provoked the Dark Hunters? Wind Hunter could not help his confusion. That's right. The Dark Hunters Adventurer Team is a mysterious organization consisting of a bunch of lunatics. Nobody can guess their true thoughts. However, one thing you can be sure of is that they are a vengeful bunch. Now that Black Fame has killed Lonely Lamp, one of its core members, the Dark Hunters won't let Zero Wing get away with this, Beast Emperor said, sneering. Zero Wing will only maintain its arrogance for a short time. Once the Dark Hunters take action, Zero Wing's days will be numbered. I understand. Wind Hunter nodded. He then commanded his evil demons and evil beasts to depart from the battlefield. However, even though the evil beasts and evil demons had begun their retreat, Shifeng commanded Zero Wing's members to chase the monsters down. In the end, Zero Wing slaughtered another large number of evil demons and evil beasts. Meanwhile, news of this battle's outcome quickly spread to the neighboring countries. Chapter 1741, Popular Silverwing. Chapter 1741, Popular Silverwing. After the battle outside of Silverwing Town, Zero Wing's prestige and reputation skyrocketed. Zero Wing is amazing. Even Beast Emperor's monster army is helpless against the guild. I've heard that you can get plenty of combat techniques from the primordial divine ruin. Now that nobody can contest Zero Wing for Silverwing Town, won't Zero Wing acquire a ton of combat techniques? That's not all. Don't forget about Primordial City. I've heard that Primordial City can help players improve their combat standards. I've heard that Zero Wing has been recruiting new members lately. Why don't we give it a try? I've also heard that even Zero Wing's elite members can learn combat techniques without signing a binding contract right now. What? Those are combat techniques we're talking about. I've heard that even large guilds' core members have to sign strict contracts if they wish to learn one of the guild's combat techniques. Honestly, you can learn Zero Wing's combat techniques without joining the guild. Only, the price is exorbitant. However, if you become an elite member, you can get a significant discount. As news of Zero Wing's victory spread, many independent players made their way towards Starmoon Kingdom to join Zero Wing. As a result, the number of players applying to join Zero Wing had increased by nearly 3 times. For a time, Aqua Rose was swamped with work to make matters worse. Now that Zero Wing had proven that it had the strength to defend Silverwing Town, a large number of merchant players and corporations hoped to purchase shops, conducting their business in the town. This was especially true for the corporations that sold virtual goods. However, Shifeng had no intention of selling Silverwing Town's shops. Instead, he would only rent them out. Moreover, the rental price was an astronomical 2,000 gold or 6,000 magic crystals per month. Because of this price, 99% of the merchant players cursed Zero Wing. This was simply fraudulent. Shifeng's decision even confused Aqua Rose. With 2,000 gold, one could buy a very good plot of land in an NPC town. Even in guild towns, strategically located shops only sold for 800 gold or so, yet not only were Silverwing Town's shops only available to rent, but the rental cost was also 2,000 gold per month. With so much money, players could permanently purchase 2 good plots of land in another guild town. Although Silverwing Town's location was strategic, teleportation war fortresses had appeared in the Orc Empire. It was only a matter of time before the various large guilds occupied these fortresses. Once that happened, Silverwing Town's value would fall. The wisest decision Zero Wing could make right now would be pulling as many merchant players as possible to Silverwing Town. By doing so, Zero Wing could make a fortune and solidify the town's position and advantage in the Orc Empire. Yet, Shifeng had chosen to rent the town's shops at astronomical prices, scaring away many merchant players that had solid foundations. When the various large guilds began to capture teleportation war fortresses, these merchant players would gravitate to these fortresses instead. Doing this wouldn't benefit Zero Wing, but Shifeng paid the matter no heed. First, the Orc Empire's teleportation war fortresses were not that easy to capture. Second, Silverwing Town had 5 magic towers. Players could gain a full rest just by standing in the town. They wouldn't need to rent rooms from a hotel. There was also the Spirited State buff, which could help players level up far more quickly. One could easily imagine how attractive Silverwing Town would be to players. However, these players wouldn't just loiter on the street like fools, doing nothing. They would stroll around the town and window shop. The chances that they'd spend some money would be quite high. In addition, unlike Zero Wing City, where players could accumulate the double EXP buff even while they were offline, players in Silverwing Town had to remain online to take advantage of the Spirited State buff. They could only take advantage of the buff while offline if they rested in a hotel room or a guild hall. Hence, there would be many players strolling down Silverwing Town streets. With how many players would wander Silverwing Town streets, business in the town would thrive as well as those in Zero Wing City. Naturally, he couldn't ask for too low of a price for the town's shops. Moreover, Silverwing Town needed to maintain more than just the 5 magic towers. There was also the Magic King, Craig Midlands. Silverwing Town's daily operation costs could drive any first-rate guild crazy, including the fact that Silverwing Town needed the funds to develop and had limited space. Selling the shops cheaply would be foolish. Rather, setting up hotels in place of shops would generate more income for the town. In the end, only 6 merchant associations were willing to rent shops in Silverwing Town. Although there were so few, Zero Wing had still earned 12,000 gold. This allowed the guild to construct more high-rise buildings in the town, which would, in turn, hasten the town's promotion to an intermediate town. A neutral town's promotion conditions weren't like those of towns constructed within kingdoms and empires. In addition to the population and town reputation requirements, the neutral town also needed to achieve certain conditions. These conditions involved a certain number of high-rise buildings and NPC merchants. Unfortunately, due to safety concerns, NPC merchants would rarely set foot into neutral maps. The town needed to earn a C rank in safety, but trying to do so with a basic town was excruciatingly difficult. Because of this, neutral towns had a hard time getting promoted. One had to develop the town to its very limits before it could reach the next rank. Of course, there were methods that could hasten this process, and one involved using a town promotion order only. The town promotion order a neutral town required was unusual. To upgrade a basic neutral town to an intermediate neutral town, one would need a gold-ranked town promotion order. Meanwhile, gold town promotion orders could be used to upgrade an intermediate town to advanced rank in kingdoms and empires. One could easily imagine how difficult such a promotion order would be to obtain. Even Shifeng did not have a guaranteed method of acquiring a gold town promotion order. All he could do was hasten the construction of high-rise buildings in Silverwing Town. Although it was true that Silverwing Town currently had the ability to stop Beast Emperor's forces, he wasn't so arrogant to think that Silverwing Town's current state would always be enough to stop Beast Emperor. After all, the evil god's temple, which Beast Emperor belonged to, was everyone's enemy on the god's domain continent. If given enough time to grow, Beast Emperor could definitely become strong enough to overcome Silverwing Town's current defenses. Moreover, Beast Emperor wasn't the only enemy Zero Wing had to worry about. The various superpowers also eyed Silverwing Town. With these superpowers' foundations, they would only grow stronger as time passed. Once the various superpowers realized Primordial City's true importance and gathered sufficient strength, they wouldn't miss the chance to strike at Silverwing Town. The various superpowers only saw the benefits Silverwing Town currently offered. However, they had neglected to notice the potential threats Silverwing Town could become. Hence, Feng needed to develop and fortify Silverwing Town as quickly as possible. However, although Zero Wing currently had a gold mine like Zero Wing City, which earned a large number of coins and magic crystals each day, it wasn't enough to sustain the guild's development. This was because Zero Wing had constantly recruited new members recently. Since the start of the latest recruitment drive, more than 150,000 players had joined the guild. This number would only increase as time went on. Meanwhile, the guild needed to provide all sorts of benefits for these new members, and to do so, the guild would need a ton of resources. Normally, new members were a good thing for a guild. After all, the more members a guild had, the stronger it would be. But Zero Wing wasn't like first-rate guilds. Zero Wing's sphere of influence was tiny in comparison. As a result, although Zero Wing had gained more members, the guild did not have the necessary territory to let these new members operate and generate wealth for the guild, which was necessary to sustain the guild benefits its members enjoyed. To put it simply, Zero Wing couldn't afford to take in so many members. If the guild wished to develop, it would need a large amount of resources and coins. Without the proper funds, the guild couldn't be self-sufficient. Meanwhile, after the battle, Feng returned to Silverwing Town's candlelight trading firm and began to evaluate the guild's latest harvest. After killing the evil demons and evil beasts, the guild had acquired nearly 2,000 evil energy crystals from this battle. This was a considerable harvest. However, it was a drop in the bucket compared to how many evil energy crystals Feng needed. What's this? As Feng inspected the loot from the Dark Hunters, he noticed a skeletal hand made entirely of crystal. Surprisingly, Feng couldn't actually inspect the skeletal hand normally. The system simply stated that it was an unknown item. His curiosity piqued. Feng used omniscient eyes to inspect the skeletal hand. The instant he tried to appraise the item, he heard the sounds of a series of system notifications. Chapter 1742, Philosopher's Hand. Chapter 1742, Philosopher's Hand. System: you have discovered the cursed Philosopher's Hand system. Epic ranked main storyline quest, Philosopher's Wish, activated quest content. Locate the World Forest using the Philosopher's Hand and activate the World Gate reward, Philosopher's Hand. A legendary item? Feng's heart pounded rapidly when he saw the system notifications. He had never thought that he would have the opportunity to acquire the Philosopher's Hand in this life. Any alchemist in God's domain would definitely have heard of the Philosopher's Hand. Like the Philosopher's Stone, the Philosopher's Hand was a treasure of the alchemy world, so Feng knew quite a bit about it. It was a bona fide legendary item. Unlike the Philosopher's Stone, the Philosopher's Hand was a complete, undamaged item. Countless lifestyle players dreamed of using its abilities. If one were to say that the power of the Philosopher's Stone focused on refining materials, then the Philosopher's Hand focused on strengthening the standards of lifestyle players, allowing them to break through all kinds of bottlenecks easily and continuously elevate themselves to a higher level. In his past, the Philosopher's Hand had appeared in the hands of the first-rate guild Kingdom Sword. With the help of the Philosopher's Hand, the lifestyle players working under Kingdom Sword were able to develop rapidly. Back then, this incident had shaken the entire Dark Knight Empire. The trading firm operated by Kingdom Sword also quickly became one of the top 3 trading firms in the Dark Knight Empire, inciting the other first-rate guilds' envy. However, the Dark Knight Empire was an empire even stronger, the Black Dragon Empire. There were a total of 4 superpowers fighting over the empire. One could easily imagine what kind of end had awaited Kingdom Sword. In the end, the 4 superpowers requested that Kingdom Sword sell its Philosopher's Hand. Although it was presented as a request, in reality, it was closer to coercion. However, Kingdom Sword had already grown to become an extremely powerful first-rate guild by then. The guild had plenty of expert members and was already well on its way to becoming a super first-rate guild. Naturally, Kingdom Sword had refused the superpowers requests. After all, the requirement to become a super first-rate guild was to have sufficient financial strength and resources. If Kingdom's Sword sold its Philosopher's Hand, that would be equivalent to severing its path towards becoming a super first-rate guild. Originally, it would have indeed been very difficult for one superpower to deal with a powerful first-rate guild like Kingdom Sword. The surprising thing was that the 4 superpowers had actually worked together to deal with Kingdom Sword. As a result, Kingdom Sword had become history from then on. However, The guild leader of Kingdom Sword was also ruthless. Even when his guild had been on the brink of annihilation, he had still refused to hand over the Philosopher's Hand. In the end, none of the 4 superpowers had gotten their hands on it, and the alchemy treasure had vanished from God's domain with the Kingdom's Sword Guild. Feng found it truly surprising that the Philosopher's Hand had appeared before him. If not for being targeted by 4 superpowers, there was no doubt that Kingdom's Sword would have become a super first-rate guild. After all, the further one progressed in the game, the more important lifestyle players became to guilds. Many weapons, equipment, and items had to be crafted by the various lifestyle players. It was simply impossible to sustain a guild's development with dropped items alone. Looking at the Philosopher's Hand, many ideas danced in Shifeng's mind. Although Silverwing Town seemed free of issues right now, the town would face great danger in the future. Sufficient power would be needed to maintain the town's safety. Although he had acquired the Bronze Guardian puppet design, Zero Wing simply wasn't capable of producing the Bronze Guardian puppet right now. It might be fine if he had obtained a design for the common Guardian puppet, as it did not require master-ranked lifestyle players to be produced. However, the Bronze Guardian puppet's minimum requirement was to have a master forger, a master alchemist, a master engineer, and a master enchanter. In addition, some parts needed to be made by 2 different kinds of masters, while some needed all 4 kinds of masters working together to make them. The Bronze Guardian puppets could only be crafted after meeting the requirements. Even then, the production success rate was very low. If one wished to produce the Bronze Guardian puppet reliably, the master lifestyle players selected had to be intermediate or advanced masters. Basic masters were too unreliable. Fulfilling these conditions was wishful thinking, for the current Zero Wing master lifestyle players were not available on demand. Even 10 years after God's Domain had launched, basic masters had been extremely rare and had been greatly respected by the various large guilds, let alone intermediate and advanced masters. However, if Zero Wing acquired the Philosopher's Hand, it would be possible to nurture a bunch of basic masters within a short time. Building up some intermediate masters might even be possible. At that time, Zero Wing could start the production of the Bronze Guardian puppet. Just thinking about such a future was incredibly exciting. Bronze Guardian puppets possessed combat power at the peak of Tier 3. Moreover, players could control them fully since they were much easier to control than summon creatures. A Void Realm expert that was ignorant of the realms of truth could still, at the very minimum, exhibit combat power at the refinement realm when controlling a Guardian puppet. Most importantly, unlike summon creatures, Guardian puppets could be used permanently. They even dealt additional damage to buildings and magic arrays. Whether they were used in a siege or defensive battle, Guardian puppets were the perfect tool. Countless guilds had dreamed of obtaining Guardian puppets in the past. Guardian puppets were so powerful that the first-rate guilds that had them could even afford to provoke superpowers and get away with it. If he could produce several dozen Bronze Guardian puppets now, nobody in God's Domain could threaten Silverwing Town. Even if 10 mythic monsters charged at the town, the monsters could be easily stopped with 40 Bronze Guardian puppets. After all, Guardian puppets had extremely high defense, rivaling Tier 4 monsters. If he had 100 Bronze Guardian puppets right now, he would immediately set out to annihilate Ancient Rock City's evil God Branch Temple right now. Of course, these were only fantasies. However, with the Philosopher's Hand, it was entirely possible to turn these fantasies into reality. Setting aside those ideas for the moment, Feng quickly inspected the Philosopher's Hand's statistics. Cursed Philosopher's Hand. As the creator of the Philosopher's Hand failed to complete his wish before death, the creator's soul had attached itself to the Philosopher's Hand and cursed it to lose all of its power. Only after removing this curse will the Philosopher's Hand recover its original abilities. 20 stalks of soul-dissolving flower are necessary to activate soul guidance and remove the curse. Soul-dissolving flower? What a ruthless price! Feng could not help but frown after reading the item's introduction. In God's Domain, any item pertaining to souls was extraordinarily valuable. Feng knew a little about the soul-dissolving flower. It was an extremely rare epic material and the main material needed to produce the master-ranked meditation potion. The meditation potion was one of the rare few potions capable of helping players learn combat techniques more easily. After consuming a master meditation potion, The potion would offer players guidance that would help them grasp combat techniques very quickly. In the past, the potion had been highly sought after by the various major powers. Unlike skills and spells, players needed to train arduously to learn a combat technique. Even expert players struggled to learn basic combat techniques, not to mention advanced combat techniques and above. Hence, one could easily imagine how valuable the soul-dissolving flower was in the market. Each stock could sell for 300 gold. Even so, nobody would be willing to sell a soul-dissolving flower they had obtained, as they were exceedingly rare, so rare that even the various superpowers could only get their hands on a small number. The flower's rarity was because it did not exist on the continent of God's domain. Instead, it only existed in other worlds and higher planes, which made them extremely difficult to acquire. Yet, the Philosopher's hand actually required 20 stalks of soul-dissolving flower. At this moment, Shifeng finally understood why the Philosopher's hand had only appeared after mainstream players had already reached level 80. At that time, the pathways connecting the continent of God's domain and other worlds had already been opened. Most likely, Kingdom's Sword had only managed to collect the 20 soul-dissolving flowers after that event. It seems there's a need to make another trip to the Ice Crystal World. The only other world Shifeng could freely travel to right now was the Ice Crystal World. Although there was also the option of visiting a higher plane, it would take a very long amount of time to collect 20 soul-dissolving flowers all by himself. Meanwhile, there were many players in the Ice Crystal World. Done thinking, Shifeng contacted Lifeless Thorn and the other members of the Asura adventurer team and had them gather in White River City. After grouping up, they headed towards the Ice Crystal World. Chapter 1743, Revisiting the Ice Crystal World. Chapter 1743, Revisiting the Ice Crystal World. Ice Crystal World, Cold Wind City, the Snow Rift. Icy cold winds blew endlessly inside the snowy valley. If a player without ice resistance stood here, they would no doubt freeze to death. Even if players possessed sufficient ice resistance to survive the cold environment, their stamina consumption would be several times higher than usual. Currently, however, there was a very large number of players grinding inside the snow rift. Looking down from the top of the mountain, one would see many large groups of players grinding the monsters here, seemingly used to fighting in this place already. We just left for a short while, and there are actually so many people grinding here already? Yenya, who was currently dressed in exquisite dark blue mage robes and wielding an emerald staff, was slightly surprised as she looked down at the crowd of players grinding beneath the mountain. Even the lowest leveled player among the players present inside the snow rift was level 50, with most of them being level 51. Some of the players giving out orders had even reached level 52 inches. An empire on the continent of God's domain. A level 52 player could easily rank within the top 30, yet there were actually more than 30 level 52 players present in the snow rift. Yenya and the rest of the Asura adventurer team members that had gone over to the continent of God's domain together with Shifeng had been roaming about the continent grinding and questing constantly. Shifeng had even helped them level up a little. However, they had only reached level 52, yet so many independent experts of Cold Wind City had already managed to reach the same point. The monsters in the Ice Crystal World are stronger and provide more EXP. So the leveling speed of the players here is faster than that of the players on the main continent. Right now, the average level of large guild members on the main continent is already close to reaching level 50. It is very normal for the mainstream players here to reach level 51 and 52, Shifeng said, not finding this situation particularly surprising. During his previous visit to the Ice Crystal World, he had discovered that the average level of the players here was much higher than the players on the continent of God's domain. The part that truly surprised Shifeng was the weapons and equipment these players were using. The drop rate for weapons and equipment in the Ice Crystal World was extremely low. Normally, monsters here only dropped materials. The main source of weapons and equipment was from lifestyle players. Hence, the quality of the weapons and equipment used by the players here was considerably inferior to those used by the players on the main continent. In contrast, the standard of the lifestyle players here was much higher. Most of the level 50 players present in the Snow Rift were geared in level 50 Mysterious Iron equipment, with some even being geared in level 50 Secret Silver equipment. The equipment standard of these players was not the slightest bit inferior to the players residing on the main continent after reaching level 50. The drop rate for weapons and equipment would decrease drastically. Currently, level 50, 20-man team dungeons were the goal of independent players on the main continent. Meanwhile, the best equipment dropped in these dungeons was level 50 secret silver rank, although the drop rate was extremely low. The drop rate was only at an acceptable level if one rated at Hell mode. However, a level 50, 20-man Hell mode team dungeon was still too difficult of a challenge for current independent players. As a result, even after reaching level 50, most players on the continent of God's domain would only be geared in level 50 mysterious iron equipment. Few of them possessed secret silver equipment. As for level 50 fine gold equipment, that was something only large guilds were capable of acquiring. It also wasn't very easy for players to produce high-quality level 50 equipment after reaching level 50. Not only did the production procedures for weapons and equipment become more complex, but the production success rate also decreased. Even Shifeng, despite having become a basic master forger already, still needed the help of a bunch of excellent support tools to produce high-quality level 50 equipment at a profitable rate. Shifeng found it very difficult to imagine that the lifestyle players of Coldwind City were already capable of producing level 50 secret silver weapons and equipment. If the lifestyle players here had truly reached such a standard already, then the average forging standard of Coldwind City was even higher than that of the Candlelight trading firm. The Candlelight trading firm possessed many secret forging techniques. Candlelight could even send players to train at the holy city of Titan. Members of Candlelight could also work and practice in the mana-rich environment of Zero Wing City, yet despite these factors, Candlelight's overall forging standard was still inferior to the forging standard of Coldwind City. How could Shifeng not be surprised by this fact? "Commander, those people over there seem to be members of our adventurer team," Solitary 9 said, smiling as he pointed at a 50-man team currently fighting against a level 56 Great Lord. Currently, 6 level 51 MTs were working together to pin down the level 56 Great Lord ranked Frost Ape. The Frost Ape was very powerful. Even when 3 MTs worked together to receive one of its normal attacks, the MTs would still get pushed back and receive over 10,000 damage each. To cope with the Frost Ape's powerful attacks, the 6 MTs would take turns receiving its attacks. Of course, to level 51 MTs, losing 10,000 plus HP was not a cause for concern. Instead, the truly troublesome part about the Frost Ape was the freezing debuff its attacks inflicted. If one were struck by the Frost Ape, their body's movements would turn sluggish. If struck too many times, even their movement speed would decrease. At the same time, the damage they received would also increase. However, although the Frost Ape was very powerful, Asura's 50-man team was still able to reduce its HP steadily. It was only a matter of time before the Frost Ape died after hearing Solitary 9's words: Lifeless Thorn, Cleansing Whistle, Dark Madness, Yenya, and the other members of Asura in the team turned to look in the Frost Ape's direction. For a moment, they all could not help but sigh ruefully. Although the Asura members that were currently in combat were relatively strong and high-leveled, in their eyes, these players were still too lacking when it came to combat standards. This was something they had learned after leaving the Ice Crystal world. The players of the Ice Crystal world might be higher-leveled, but the average combat standard of the players on the continent of God's domain was significantly higher. The Asura members in the Ice Crystal world needed 50 people to suppress the level 56 Great Lord ranked Frost Ape. If the task were left to the various large guilds of God's domain, a 20-man team would be more than enough to deal with such an opponent. Just as Solitary 9 and the others were talking about their fellow companions' combat standards, an army of players suddenly entered the valley below them. There were easily over 3,000 players in this army. Meanwhile, these players all wore level 50 mysterious iron equipment of matching designs. It was obvious that the equipment was player-made. Some of the leader-level individuals in this army were also equipped in 5 or more pieces of secret silver equipment. As for the 100-man team moving in the lead of this army, over half of the equipment on them was level 50 secret silver rank. The gorgeous and neat equipment these players wore quickly earned them the envy of the other players present inside the snow rift. At the same time, fear surfaced in the eyes of the surrounding crowd. The players in this army all wore a guild emblem in the shape of a black lion. They were, evidently, guild players. When the players grinding in the snow rift saw the arrival of these players, they immediately started a discussion between themselves. Amazing! So, this is Hecate? Sure enough, Hecate isn't something the guilds of Cold Wind City can hope to compare to. It's no wonder the Matchless family decided to join Hecate. Moreover, with how much pressure Hecate is placing on the Centurion dynasty, I believe it won't be long before the Centurion dynasty disbands. I really wish I could join Hecate. I heard that there are plenty of weapons and equipment made available for exchange in the guild. One is eligible to exchange for level 50 secret silver equipment just by becoming an elite member. It's a pity Hecate's recruitment requirements are too high. As the players grinding in the snow rift watched Hecate's army slowly approach, they felt a sense of yearning towards the guild. Right now, they had to grind arduously for rare materials and then use these materials to trade for a piece of level 50 secret silver equipment from Hecate. If they could become members of Hecate, however, they would not have to go through all that trouble. They also wouldn't have to make unfavorable trades with Hecate. Hecate's reserving this place. Non-members leave this place immediately. If you're not gone within 5 minutes, we'll forcefully evict you from this place. Just as the spectating crowd was chatting among themselves, a few of Hecate's members suddenly started evicting players from the map. What? Hecate has occupied several high-resource leveling maps before. This leveling spot is something we found after going through great lengths. How can you guys just come here and take it from us? That's right. This is too much. Without this place, how are we supposed to grind for rare materials? For a time, the various independent players all complained about Hecate's tyrannic actions. What? You guys have something to say about this? At this moment, a savage man wearing light blue armor walked out from Hecate's army. The man then sent a glance at the crowd before him, sneering, "If you have something to say, fine. Come say it to my face." Hearing this man's words, everyone suddenly went quiet. The savage man before them was named Vast Heaven, and very famous in Cold Wind City. On the first day he had arrived in Cold Wind City, he had killed over 30 experts from the Centurion dynasty. Afterward, in the guild war between Hecate and the Centurion dynasty, not only did Vast Heaven manage to kill over 100 players all by himself, he even managed to slay Centurion dynasty's guild leader, Sky Slicer. How could they possibly dare fight him? Everyone started quietly leaving the area, no longer daring to say anything about Hecate's actions. Meanwhile, Asura's 50-man team finally defeated the Frost Ape and were about to pick up their loot and leave as well. Wait a minute. This place is already under Hecate's management. You guys over there leave those materials behind. Vast Heaven shouted as he looked at Asura's members. Vast Heaven, we killed this boss. Don't you dare go overboard. The berserkers serving as the leader of Asura's 50-man team said as he looked at Vast Heaven. What? You guys want to fight? Vast Heaven laughed. Sure. Come at me. I'll even let all of you attack me together. If you manage to kill me, I'll immediately have my men leave the area. Chapter 1744, Asura's Commander. Chapter 1744, Asura's Commander. After Vast Heaven was done speaking, he stepped out from the crowd behind him and slowly walked towards Asura's 50-man team. When bathed in Vast Heaven's chilling aura, Asura's members felt greatly pressured. None of them dared reply to Vast Heaven's provocation. They knew very clearly what kind of temper Vast Heaven possessed. During the first few days after Hecate arrived in Cold Wind City, a situation similar to this had occurred. Some adventurer teams that were displeased with Hecate's tyrannical actions had challenged Vast Heaven. In the end, however, Vast Heaven had defeated every challenger. Even when a 100-man team challenged Vast Heaven, the entire team still ended up getting annihilated. Vast Heaven's combat power was on an entirely different level than theirs. Accepting his challenge would simply be suicidal. I heard that the Asura adventurer team is the #1 adventurer team of Cold Wind City. Your commander has even been labeled a monster and was able to oppress the 2 large guilds in Cold Wind City single-handedly. Your adventurer team is also famed for being filled with experts. So, how did your adventurer team end up having a weak bunch like you? Vast Heaven sneered as he sent a glance at the silent players before him. It seems those rumors really are just that, rumors. I've been in Coldwind City for some time now, yet I still haven't met that so-called commander of yours even now. He must be like you bunch, hiding in fear. And to think you all even dare call yourselves the #1 adventurer team of Coldwind City. This truly is disappointing. Well, it was my fault for expecting there would be capable experts in a backwater village like Coldwind City. The expressions of Asura's members darkened when they heard Vast Heaven's words. However, they were also powerless to refute Vast Heaven's words. Vast Heaven's strength was clear for all to see. He was definitely one of the strongest experts present in all of Coldwind City. Even if their commander and the other experts of their adventurer team were present, they were unlikely to win against Vast Heaven. Leave the loot behind. We're leaving, said Stained Maple, the berserker serving as the leader of Asura's team. Gnashing his teeth, he knew that their team stood no chance against Vast Heaven whatsoever. It was definitely unwise to throw away the lives of the entire 50-man team just for the loot of a frost ape. Under the berserker's lead, Asura's team turned around and left. Hold it. Who said you could go? Vast Heaven shouted suddenly. We've already left the loot behind. What else do you want? Stained Maple said, Irked, I see that you have quite a few pieces of secret silver equipment on you. Hecate just so happens to be in need of level 50 secret silver equipment. Since I've already come all the way here, you wouldn't let me leave with nothing, right? Vast Heaven said, chuckling. Hand over 5 pieces of secret silver equipment as my labor fee. Afterward, you guys can leave. Rage immediately burned in the eyes of Asura's members when they heard Vast Heaven's words. This was too much. They had already chosen to concede, yet Vast Heaven was even telling them to hand over 5 pieces of secret silver equipment. That was basically asking for their lives. Nowadays, while it was indeed true that the mainstream players of Coldwind City had already reached level 50 equipment was still scarce. Right now, even level 50 mysterious iron equipment was worth a fortune, not to mention secret silver equipment. Just one piece of level 50 secret silver equipment was already worth far more than the value of the Frost Apes loot. They would have to kill over 20 Frost Apes to earn enough to purchase 5 pieces of level 50 secret silver equipment. Even though the Asura adventurer team was Coldwind City's #1 adventurer team, it did not possess a lot of secret silver equipment. As for their 50-man team, altogether, they only had around a dozen or so pieces of level 50 secret silver equipment. What? Not willing to hand them over? Are you asking for me to make a move? Vast Heaven said as he swept a scrutinizing gaze over Asura's members. Meanwhile, Asura's members' rage burned brightly as they glared at Vast Heaven. Boss Maple, let's just duke it out with them. Isn't it just a single death? That's much better than just handing over 5 pieces of secret silver equipment. That's right. I refuse to believe our 50-man team can't kill one person. Asura's members were expressing their anger on the team chat one after another. They were all willing to fight against Vast Heaven rather than handing over 5 pieces of secret silver equipment without putting up a fight. Alright. We'll fight with everything we got. Even if we can't kill him, we'll make him lose a few teeth. Stained Maple said after giving the matter some thought. After all was said and done, Vast Heaven was only a level 52 berserker. Even Stained Maple himself was a level 52 berserker. The weapons and equipment his team wore were also much stronger than before. Their chances of winning against Vast Heaven were not entirely zero. After Stained Maple agreed, Asura's members all unsheathed their weapons and started encircling Vast Heaven. You want to make a move? Vast Heaven could not help but laugh when he saw Stained Maple brimming with fighting spirit. I just happen to be in need of some practice targets. Saying that, Vast Heaven unsheathed the silver spear hanging on his back. He then charged directly into Asura's team so fast. Stained Maple could not help but be surprised when he saw Vast Heaven transforming into an afterimage. Despite Vast Heaven being a berserker, he was so fast that even Stained Maple's eyes could not keep up with him. In fact, Vast Heaven appeared to be even faster than Asura's assassins. This bunch from Asura sure is unlucky. The boss has just been promoted to Tier 2 recently and had been fussing about not having any sparring partners. The boss is amazing. His speed is so high. Before this, the boss was famed for having immense strength. However, back then his speed was lacking. His promotion to Tier 2 just so happens to have made up for this weakness of his. With this, he is most likely unbeatable in Cold Wind City now. Hecate's members started chatting merrily among themselves when they saw that Vast Heaven had already charged into the ranks of Asura's team previously. Even when Vast Heaven was still a Tier 1 player, he had already managed to make a mess of the Centurion dynasty. Now that he had been promoted to Tier 2, he was definitely invincible in Cold Wind City, let alone 50 players. Even if Asura's team had 100 players, the outcome would still be the same. Seeing Vast Heaven's ridiculous movement speed, Stained Maple immediately commanded the ranged players to start attacking the enemy Berserker. He also had the 6 MTs of the team try to surround Vast Heaven as much as possible, preventing the enemy Berserker from coming close to the team's ranged DPS and healers. However, Vast Heaven was simply too fast. He was able to easily dodge any spells and arrows that were sent at him. As for the 6 MTs trying to pin him down, they were as slow as turtles before Vast Heaven. Very quickly, Vast Heaven managed to circle the 6 MTs and charged at Asura's healers, and ranged DPS disappear. Vast Heaven dashed past the melee players that had tried to hinder his path and abruptly jumped into the air. When he was still in the air, he started rotating his spear and creating a storm with it. Immediately after, he slammed his spear down where Asura's healers were standing. Tier 2 skill, Blade Storm. Just when Vast Heaven was about to descend on the healers, however, a crimson light suddenly flew at him like a meteor. The crimson light flew at the Tier 2 Berserker's defensive blind spot. The frightening power it carried even scorching the air around it into nothingness. However, Vast Heaven quickly noticed the attack and altered his spear's attack trajectory, forcibly canceling Blade Storm and executing Whirlwind Slash instead. Boom. There was an explosion, and dazzling sparks scattered around Vast Heaven. A powerful shockwave also spread from the point of collision like a cannonball. Vast Heaven's body was sent flying over 20 yards away and landed heavily on the ground. Only after taking 6 steps back did he manage to stabilize himself. Each step he took also left behind a deep footprint in the ground. A damage of over -22,000 appeared above Vast Heaven's head, his HP bar decreasing by a significant portion. What's going on? Is there a monster attack? Whether it was Asura's members or Hecate's members, both had incredulous expressions on their faces as they looked at the scene that had just happened. This was especially true for Hecate's members. When they saw Vast Heaven instantly losing over 1/3 of his HP, their eyes nearly fell out of their sockets. Who is it? Who attacked me just now? What's there to be proud about, executing an ambush? If you have the guts, come out and face me directly. Vast Heaven bellowed. Before Vast Heaven finished speaking, 10 people were already walking over from a short distance away. Although all 10 of these players were wearing black cloaks, none of them bothered hiding their appearances. Who are you guys? You actually dared to ambush me? Do you wish to make an enemy out of Hecate? Vast Heaven grew slightly afraid as he looked at the 10 approaching figures. Through the previous attack, he already understood that these newcomers were no ordinary people. At least, in terms of strength, he was no match for the expert that had just attacked him. Who am I? Silverwing smiled. Weren't you looking for Asura's commander? I'm the person you're looking for. Chapter 1745, You lack the qualifications. Chapter 1745, You lack the qualifications. You're Asura's commander? Vast Heaven revealed a stunned expression as he watched Silverwing walk towards him step by step. How is this possible? After he had arrived at Cold Wind City, he had heard many things about the Asura adventurer team. Even the guild leader and vice-guild leader of the Matchless family feared them originally. He had been eager to challenge Asura's members to a fight. However, the performance of the adventurer team during recent times was simply too disappointing. While it was indeed true that Asura had many expert members, in his opinion, these expert members were no different than amateurs that were not worth him spending energy to fight. After all, he had defeated several experts that were originally ranked in the top 10 of Cold Wind City. These top 10 experts were only slightly stronger than ordinary experts and were still far from rivaling him in terms of combat standards. As a result, he no longer paid any attention to the Asura adventurer team. In fact, in his eyes, even Cold Wind City's #1 expert was most likely a joke. But now someone had suddenly appeared before him, declaring that they were Asura's commander. Moreover, this person had even managed to push him back using just a single blow. How could he possibly believe this situation to be true? Commander! It's really the commander! Even the vice-commanders are with him. The oppressed Asura members had excited expressions when they saw Shifeng and his team members appear. They never thought that Shifeng's group would actually return to Cold Wind City. Moreover, Shifeng had even managed to send an expert like Vast Heaven flying with a single hit, huh? So, he is the Asura adventurer team's commander? Didn't they say that Asura's commander brought a group of experts out for an exploration? The matter regarding the exploration should be a lie. They must have known that Hecate arrived at Cold Wind City and used exploration as an excuse to avoid coming across our guild. This is interesting. The Asura adventurer team has constantly refused to join our guild. The higher-ups have been fussing about looking for Asura's commander all this time. Now that he has actually shown himself before us, we'll see how Boss Vast takes care of him. However, Asura's commander looks quite strong as well. He actually managed to take away more than 1/3 of Boss Vast's HP in a single hit. That's just because he executed an ambush. He must have used some kind of powerful magic scroll for that attack. Don't forget, Boss Vast is a Tier 2 player. If he gets serious, who in Cold Wind City could possibly be his match? Hecate's members could not help but start a discussion among themselves when they saw Shifeng's group approaching, filled with curiosity about the Asura adventurer team's commander. At the same time, they also eagerly waited for Vast Heaven to teach Shifeng a lesson. Nowadays, the Asura adventurer team was in rapid decline. The only reason why the adventurer team's members were still sticking around was that they still held hope that their commander and the top experts of the adventurer team would return soon. Now that Asura's commander had returned, if said commander were to be killed by Vast Heaven, the Asura adventurer team would most likely crumble instantly. After all, every member of Asura had placed their faith in Shifeng. As Hecate's members were having a quiet discussion among themselves, Vast Heaven retrieved an advanced healing potion from his bag and drank it, his HP instantly recovering by a significant portion. Afterward, his HP continuously recovered in small increments. After a short time, his HP fully recovered. I never thought that the rumors were actually true. You really do possess some abilities. It's no wonder why you were able to become Cold Wind City's #1 expert, Vast Heaven said after recovering from his previous shock. With such strength, you indeed have the qualifications to be my opponent. Come, let's have a proper fight. Let me see whether your fame as Cold Wind City's #1 expert is true or not. Vast Heaven's eyes started burning with fighting spirit. From the previous clash, he already understood that Shifeng's strength was ridiculously high. However, in a battle between players, the outcome could not be decided based on just the strength attribute. Only you want to witness our commander's strength? I'm afraid you still lack the qualifications to do so. Cleansing Whistle said, clicking her tongue as she looked at Vast Heaven. If you wish to challenge our commander, you'll have to get through me first. Cleansing Whistle stepped forward from the group team leader. Whistle, be careful. He is Hecate's Vast Heaven. Previously, even Sky Slicer fell to him, despite being supported by dozens of experts. You mustn't fight him alone. Stained Maple warned Cleansing Whistle in a panic. He knew very clearly just what kind of strength Cleansing Whistle possessed. After all, he was originally a member of the Wave Heart Adventurer team and had joined Asura with Lifeless Thorn and Cleansing Whistle. While Cleansing Whistle was indeed very strong, she should only be roughly equal to the Centurion Dynasty's Sky Slicer. Meanwhile, Vast Heaven was someone who had single-handedly slain Sky Slicer together with dozens of experts from the Centurion Dynasty. Vast Heaven's strength was no trivial matter. It was a feat that even Lifeless Thorn, Cold Wind City's previous #1 expert, was not capable of accomplishing. Stained Maple did not think that the current Cleansing Whistle had any chance of winning against Vast Heaven. In his opinion, only their commander, Shifeng, could possibly contend against Vast Heaven in a one-on-one match. However, Stained Maple's warning was obviously ineffective, since Cleansing Whistle still continued walking towards Vast Heaven. Although Stained Maple wanted to try and stop Cleansing Whistle again, his attempt was hindered by one of Asura's vice-commanders, Solitary 9. When Stained Maple turned to look at the rest of Shifeng's group, He noticed that nobody on the team showed any intention of stopping Cleansing Whistle. Instead, they simply took on the attitude of spectators, making it look like this upcoming fight had nothing to do with them whatsoever. This is insane. Every one of them has lost their minds. Stained Maple was rendered speechless by his allies' actions despite having clearly stated that even the Centurion dynasty was powerless against Vast Heaven. Shifeng and the others were actually allowing Cleansing Whistle to go into battle all by herself. This was basically sending Cleansing Whistle to her death. Besides Stained Maple, his team members were also very anxious. Boss Maple, what should we do? The commander and the other higher-ups are refusing to listen to your advice. I heard that Vast Heaven has a special tool that can increase the death penalty of the players he has killed. If he uses that special tool, we don't have a choice. If Cleansing Whistle looks to be getting pushed back, we'll charge in together. Stained Maple said through the team chat as he gritted his teeth. He was determined that he would not let Cleansing Whistle die currently. The Asura adventurer team was in a precarious situation and in urgent need of powerful experts to take charge of it. Meanwhile, Cleansing Whistle was one of the top 10 experts in the adventurer team. The adventurer team could not afford to let her get killed and lose multiple levels. The other members in Stained Maple's team nodded in agreement. Meanwhile, seeing Cleansing Whistle slowly walking towards Vast Heaven, Hecate's members started making a clamor. Who is this lady? She actually dares to challenge Boss Vast. Boss, let us take action. We'll teach this little girl a proper lesson. Asura's members sure are arrogant. Hecate's members were greatly displeased with Cleansing Whistle's arbitrary decision to take Shifeng's place in battle. They all wanted to charge forward and kill Cleansing Whistle. Now going to fight me? You sure know how to speak bold words. Vast Heaven could not help but laugh as he looked at Cleansing Whistle's slender figure. I know who you are. You're the 6th ranking expert of Coldwind City, right? However, even the ones ranked above you failed to last more than 10 moves against me. How many moves do you think you can possibly last against me? He was filled with feelings of ridicule as he watched Cleansing Whistle walking towards him. Even before he had completed his Tier 2 promotion, he had managed to defeat experts ranked higher than Cleansing Whistle with great ease. Now that he had reached Tier 2, he could easily defeat those experts in just 2 or 3 moves. After all, the difference between tiers was massive. You sure speak a lot of nonsense. Or are those your last words? Cleansing Whistle replied in annoyance. Die. Vast Heaven shouted in rage. He readied his spear and activated charge, his body transforming into an afterimage as he instantly arrived before her, although she stood over 20 yards away. He then thrust his spear, sending 8 rapid jabs at Cleansing Whistle's defensive blind spots. Tier 2 skill, Star Piercer. The combination of a Tier 2 skill's power and his strength attribute meant each one of his jabs carried strength rivaling that of a great lord of the same level. Just as the 8 streaks of silver light were about to come into contact with Cleansing Whistle, the female swordsman brandished her 2 swords. They created multiple arcs of light before her Tier 2 skill, Split Flash. Dang. When swords and spear collided, sparks scattered into their surroundings. The sounds of miniature explosions also rang out one after another. In the end, not only did Cleansing Whistle block all 8 spear jabs, but she even managed to force Vast Heaven to retreat 3 steps, damages ranging in the hundreds appearing above the berserker's head in succession. In contrast, Cleansing Whistle remained standing steadily in her original position, her HP still completely intact. Although both sides had only clashed once with each other, the difference in strength was already clear for all to see. Chapter 1746, Change in Strength. Chapter 1746, Change in Strength. How is her strength so high? Vast Heaven was deeply shocked as he stared at Cleansing Whistle. His class was famed for its strength. Moreover, he had even been promoted to Tier 2 already. Even if his opponent were a Tier 2 Shield Warrior or Tier 2 Guardian Knight, he was confident in suppressing them with his strength. Meanwhile, Cleansing Whistle was only a swordswoman, a class that was supposed to be an all-rounder, yet he was actually no match for her in a competition of strength. Before Vast Heaven could recover from his surprise, Cleansing Whistle quickly followed up with an attack of her own wind blade. In the blink of an eye, Cleansing Whistle appeared before Vast Heaven, who had retreated to a distance roughly 10 yards away and started striking with her swords at the enemy berserker. Like a pair of cunning snakes, her swords twisted and turned like living creatures. In the next moment, over a dozen phantom snakes were visible pouncing on Vast Heaven combat technique, phantom snakes. The attack trajectories of the phantom snakes were both complex and constantly changing. Unlike normal attacks, which usually moved in a straightforward pattern, her attacks when executing phantom snakes constantly changed. Even if her opponent managed to predict her attack trajectories in one moment, those attack trajectories would abruptly change in the next, preventing her attacks from easily being parried. Although Cleansing Whistle had yet to reach a level where she could change the attack trajectory of every phantom snake at any time, she was still able to alter 4 attacks at any given moment, making it very difficult for her opponents to grasp her attack trajectories. Seeing the dozen or so phantom snakes striking at him, Vast Heaven's expression immediately turned somber. He was not able to perfectly grasp the trajectory of these phantom snakes. In the end, he had no choice but to execute indiscriminate slash to cope with her attacks. He did not dare to block all the attacks using normal attacks only. Dang. A series of clangs echoed through the surrounding area continuously. Even though Vast Heaven was able to execute over 20 attacks with indiscriminate slash, with his strength even enhanced by the skill, both he and Cleansing Whistle ended up taking 3 steps backward after clashing. How is this possible? The spectating members of Hecate could not help but gape in shock. The Hecate members present were all elites and experts. They knew that, although it appeared that Vast Heaven and Cleansing Whistle had come out as equals during that clash, in reality, Vast Heaven was at a disadvantage. Indiscriminate slash was a sure kill skill of the Berserker class. Yet, even after using a sure kill skill, Vast Heaven was only able to end his clash with Cleansing Whistle with a draw. Meanwhile, Cleansing Whistle hadn't even used any skills during the previous attack. One could easily imagine what kind of outcome would result from a normal clash. Looking at Cleansing Whistle again, an indescribable sense of fear sprouted in the hearts of Hecate's members. Vast Heaven was a bona fide Tier 2 Berserker. His combat standard ranked at the top of Hecate. Yet, he was actually being overwhelmed by a player from some backwater city. If they were to tell this matter to the other experts of Hecate, their words would most likely be treated as a joke at this moment, let alone Hecate's spectating members. Even Vast Heaven himself was looking surprised and confused. He could not understand just how Cleansing Whistle could be so powerful. How is this possible? I'm a Tier 2 Berserker. At this moment, the composure Vast Heaven had before had completely disappeared. In fact, he could feel death looming over him already. Wasn't she the 6th ranked expert of Cold Wind City? How are her basic attributes and combat standards so high? Meanwhile, Stained Maple and the other members of Asura, watching from a short distance away, were similarly dumbfounded by this outcome. How did Cleansing Whistle become so powerful? When Stained Maple saw Cleansing Whistle suppressing Vast Heaven with ease, he could not help but think he was hallucinating. He had a very clear idea of Cleansing Whistle's previous strength. Although she was indeed stronger than him, the gap between them was minor. However, the Cleansing Whistle he looked at right now was like a completely different person. Whistle's grasp over phantom snakes is still too shallow. If she could grasp it completely, she could have taken away at least 50% of that Berserker's HP with that attack just now. Lifeless Thorn stated idly. Solitary 9 and the others in the team also nodded in agreement. Currently, Cleansing Whistle was geared in the level 50 Fine Gold ranked Magic Light set. As for the weapons she was wielding, one was a level 50 Fine Gold longsword, and the other was a level 50 Epic Growth type longsword. On the other hand, Vast Heaven was only geared in level 50 Secret Silver equipment. The difference in equipment standards between the two of them was massive. It was only normal for her to overwhelm Vast Heaven. Moreover, after leaving the Ice Crystal world, Cleansing Whistle had also traveled around the continent of God's domain and challenged all sorts of experts. After the training provided by Zero Wing, Cleansing Whistle, who was originally close to reaching the half-step refinement realm, had now fully set foot into the refinement realm standard. Her combat standard was only slightly inferior to Vast Heaven, someone who was a veteran refinement realm expert. However, with the advantage she had in terms of attributes, she could easily make up for this minor difference. As for the Phantom Snake's combat technique, It was one of the combat techniques Zero-Wing had acquired from the primordial divine ruin. Although it was only a basic combat technique, its power definitely allowed it to rank among the top of basic combat techniques. To improve their strength, Shifeng had decided to let Cleansing Whistle and the rest of them learn some suitable combat techniques in exchange for having them owe the Asura adventurer team some contribution points if Cleansing Whistle could fully grasp Phantom Snakes. With her powerful attributes, it would definitely be possible to shave away half of Vast Heaven's HP in a single attack, taking away half of Vast Heaven's HP with a single attack. When Stained Maple heard Lifeless Thorn's words, he suspected he was hearing things. This was Vast Heaven they were talking about. The Berserker was someone capable of going up against dozens of experts from the Centurion dynasty all by himself. Yet, in the eyes of Lifeless Thorn's group, such an expert was like an ordinary player one could find anywhere on the street. Just as everyone was feeling shocked by the strength Cleansing Whistle had displayed, Cleansing Whistle immediately altered her footwork after stabilizing herself. She transformed into multiple afterimages, making it look like there were 5 copies of her as she dashed towards Vast Heaven combat technique, Residual Steps. Similar to Phantom Snakes, Residual Steps was also a combat technique acquired from the primordial divine ruin. It was a special footwork technique that relied on afterimages to confuse one's opponent. Footwork type combat techniques were capable of improving a player's combat power significantly. In terms of value, a basic footwork type combat technique was equivalent to an advanced offensive or defensive combat technique. When one was fighting against an enemy of roughly equal combat standards, a footwork type combat technique allowed one to take the initiative in battle. It was something crucial in a battle between experts. At the end of the day, Vast Heaven was only a refinement realm expert. As a result, he was not able to fully grasp the movement patterns of all 5 copies of Cleansing Whistle. When Cleansing Whistle was close to reaching him, he had no choice but to make a powerful stomp on the ground, thunderclap. The ground around Vast Heaven trembled and shattered, preventing Cleansing Whistle from executing residual steps properly. As a result, her afterimages disappeared, and her real location was revealed, die. Seeing an opportunity to strike, Vast Heaven immediately used his strongest Tier 2 skill, Death Charge. Vast Heaven's body increased in size, instantly becoming a 3-meter-tall giant. He raised his silver spear and stabbed it at Cleansing Whistle. Death Charge was a sacrificial skill that sacrificed 40% of his maximum HP to execute a charging assault on a target within 50 yards ahead of him. While the skill was in effect, it increased his movement speed by 150%, strength by 100%, and damage dealt by 500%. In the next moment, the ground beneath Vast Heaven's feet shattered. The Berserker transformed into a blur as he charged at Cleansing Whistle. Just as Vast Heaven was about to reach Cleansing Whistle, the latter suddenly swapped out the level 50 fine gold longsword in her right hand and replaced it with a tattered longsword engraved with silver divine runes. She swung the tattered longsword at Vast Heaven. Just as the tattered longsword was about to collide with Vast Heaven's spear, the silver runes engraved on the longsword lit up brightly. Boom. There was an explosion, and the ground beneath the point of impact shattered. Contrary to expectations, Cleansing Whistle did not get sent flying. In fact, she was still standing steadily in her original position. On the other hand, Vast Heaven's charge had stopped abruptly. He took 3 steps back involuntarily, the spear in his hands trembling visibly. His body had also fallen into a complete paralyzed state. For a brief moment Vast Heaven was thoroughly dumbfounded by this outcome. He failed to understand what Cleansing Whistle had just done, actually overwhelming his strongest attack. However, before Vast Heaven could recover from his brief paralyzation, Cleansing Whistle quickly swung the epic growth-type longsword in her other hand. Tier 2 skill, Storm Fury. This move was the strongest Tier 2 skill Cleansing Whistle possessed. In the next moment, countless wind blades assaulted the immobilized Berserker, chipping away at his HP rapidly. By the time Vast Heaven recovered from his paralyzed state, he had less than 1/3 of his HP remaining. However, Cleansing Whistle had already followed up with another 2 slashes. A moment later, Vast Heaven's vision darkened, and his body collapsed to the ground powerlessly. Chapter 1747, King Returns. Chapter 1747, King Returns. As Vast Heaven's body transformed into particles of light and disappeared from the snow-covered field, an exquisite pair of silvery gray arm guards took the berserker's place. Before the spectating crowd could recover from their daze, Cleansing Whistle collected the arm guards and stored it in her bag. She then shifted her gaze towards Hecate's army. Who else wants to duel? Cleansing Whistle asked with a faint smile as she glanced at Hecate's members. She had just acquired a piece of level 50 secret silver equipment by killing one player. This was far more profitable than raiding a team dungeon. Seeing the cute smile on Cleansing Whistle's face, dread filled the hearts of Hecate's members. Too scary. Vast Heaven was a Tier 2 expert, yet Cleansing Whistle had fought as if she had randomly encountered some common monster. Not only had she dealt with the Tier 2 berserker so easily, but she had also killed him in an instant. This was a Tier 2 player they were talking about. Even if Cleansing Whistle were also a Tier 2 player, there shouldn't be such a huge difference between her and Vast Heaven. Moreover, a Tier 2 berserker had even more HP than a Tier 1 metric ton of the same level, yet Cleansing Whistle had. Faced with such power, who would possibly dare challenge Cleansing Whistle to a duel? Hecate's members remained silent for a time. Meanwhile, Stained Maple and his companions were ecstatic once they snapped out of their daze. Hecate had constantly suppressed their adventurer team in Cold Wind City, so watching Cleansing Whistle kill Vast Heaven, one of Hecate's top fighters, was truly a joy to behold. Amazing. So, this is the effect of the special training the commander had mentioned? Stained Maple could not help but shift his gaze towards Shurfeng. Astounded when Shurfeng had first established the Asura adventurer team, he had stated that as long as they were willing to work hard, he would help them grow stronger. He had assumed Shurfeng's claim was merely a boast. Now, however, it would seem that Shurfeng had told the truth. The man really had a way to make them stronger. Moreover, the improvement wasn't insignificant. Take Cleansing Whistle, for example. Compared to the last time he had seen her, when she had still been a member of the Wave Heart adventurer team, she was like an entirely different person. However, the increase in her strength wasn't limited to her basic attributes. He could also tell that Cleansing Whistle's combat standards had undergone a qualitative transformation. When Stained Maple looked at Cleansing Whistle now, he felt a mental pressure similar to Lifeless Thorn's previous aura. Only, this pressure was not as intense. Lifeless Thorns. When Stained Maple thought about how Cleansing Whistle had grown so much stronger after leaving with Shurfeng, passion and anticipation rose within him. He knew that Vast Heaven held a high position in Hecate. Although he had no hope of reaching Cleansing Whistle's current standard, as long as he became as strong as Vast Heaven, he would qualify to look down on the various large guilds. Meanwhile, when the distant spectating independent players saw Vast Heaven die, their jaws hit the ground. He died? Vast Heaven actually died. Who is that woman? I know her. She's Cleansing Whistle. She used to be the 6th strongest player in Cold Wind City. The 6th strongest player? Are you kidding me? Vast Heaven has defeated 2 players who ranked higher than Cleansing Whistle by himself. Even if Cleansing Whistle has become significantly more powerful in such a short time, she shouldn't be able to kill Vast Heaven so easily, right? As the spectating crowd watched Cleansing Whistle, they started to research the woman. However, what they learned shocked them. Vast Heaven was a berserker, while Cleansing Whistle was a swordsman. Normally, berserkers had an absolute advantage in terms of strength in a melee battle against swordsmen without the involvement of skills. Thus, in a one-on-one confrontation, berserkers were far stronger than swordsmen. Yet, when Cleansing Whistle had fought Vast Heaven, she had suppressed the enemy berserker from start to end. This proved that the woman wore higher quality equipment than Vast Heaven. But what surprised them most was the improvement speed of Cleansing Whistle's combat standards. Before joining the Asura adventurer team, Cleansing Whistle's combat standard had only been slightly higher than independent experts like themselves. However, the combat standard the woman had just displayed was clearly far superior to theirs. The combat technique Cleansed Whistle had just employed, in particular, had seemed like some kind of skill or spell. They had never seen such mystifying combat techniques before. No one would believe that Cleansed Whistle had hidden her strength before she had disappeared. After all, before joining the Asura adventurer team, Cleansing Whistle had constantly competed with Lifeless Thorn for the position of Cold Wind City's strongest expert. Why would she have held back while doing so? The only explanation was that Cleansing Whistle had drastically improved her combat techniques after she had joined the Asura adventurer team and left Cold Wind City for a time. The distant independent players were overwhelmed by their interest in and desire to join the Asura adventurer team. Meanwhile, Hecate's members glared at Cleansed Whistle in silence, having lost their prior Fear Asura adventurer team. Huh? You actually dared to kill a member of Hecate? You must be tired of living. Autumn Changes, the army's vice commander, said as he strode forward. He sneered at Cleansed Whistle and the others as he said, "This is a good opportunity. We'll teach you who truly rules over Cold Wind City. Everyone charge." Vast Heaven's death was indeed shocking. He had never thought that the Asura adventurer team actually possessed an expert of such caliber normally. He'd simply avoid clashing with an expert like Cleansing Whistle, but he had an army of 3,000 players behind him, many of which were experts. Furthermore, he had to restore the reputation their guild had just lost due to Vast Heaven's defeat. Despicable. Stained Maple felt his scalp tingle as Hecate's army surged forward. He hadn't expected Hecate to be so shameless. Going back on its previous promise including Shurfeng's team, there were only 60 Asura members present. Meanwhile, Hecate had 3,000 members here. Hecate's army also consisted of elite and expert players. The Asura adventurer team members likely had no hope of escaping with their lives. Commander, you guys should take off. We'll hold them back. As long as you survive, not even Hecate can deal with our adventurer team so easily. Stained Maple hurriedly said both Shurfeng and Cleansing Whistle were emotional pillars for the Asura adventurer team right now. If Hecate's members took these two down, Asura's reputation would plummet. If that happened, Asura would struggle to develop in the future. However, as soon as Stained Maple finished speaking, he noticed Shurfeng approaching Hecate's army with Lifeless Thorn and the others close behind. Commander, what are you trying to do? Stained Maple asked in a panic. Do I really have to answer that? We're getting to work. Shurfeng laughed nonchalantly. The 50 of you, get into a defensive formation and focus on dodging AoEs. Just don't die and leave the rest to us. We finally get to stretch after such a long trip. After exchanging a glance, Lifeless Thorn and the others charged at Hecate's army as if they were charging at a group of common monsters that posed no threat whatsoever. As Stained Maple and his companions watched Shurfeng's party rush forward, they were utterly dumbfounded what was going on. 10 players were trying to take on an army of 3,000 players. But before Stained Maple could recover from his daze, Shurfeng used Flame Domain. A towering pillar of flames then emerged amidst Hecate's army, so massive that even the independent players over 1,000 yards away could see it clearly. With this single move, several hundred players instantly turned to ash as ownerless weapons and equipment took their places. Chapter 1748. Small display of strength. As the towering pillar of fire dissipated, it revealed a charred circle within the snow-covered plain. Even players over 30 yards away could feel the rising heat that radiated from the scorched area. Aside from the weapons and equipment, nothing remained in the 70-yard radius of charred earth. A large-scale destruction spell? Autumn Changes paled when he saw the burned ground. Although he had his players spread out, Shurfeng's large-scale destruction spell had slain over 300 of his people. That was more than 1/10 of Hecate's army. The players that had just died were all experts and elites from Hecate. This was the first time the guild had suffered such a devastating loss since Hecate had arrived in Cold Wind City. They'd need an astronomical amount of resources to recuperate from this. The responsibility he'd bear would also be massive. Kill them. I want all of them dead. Autumn Changes bellowed as he glared at Shurfeng. The person who was responsible for this loss should only be able to avoid a severe punishment if he annihilated the Asura members before him. Hearing Autumn Changes' command, Hecate's members snapped out of their daze. Although they still somewhat afraid of Shurfeng's group and worried that their enemies had more large-scale destruction spells in store, they had over 2,600 players on their side. How could Asura possibly stop them all with just 60 members? Like a pack of hungry wolves, Hecate's members descended on their enemies. Of course, although Hecate's members had been stirred into a frenzy, their movements were still well organized. Their actions displayed these players' vast experience in team battles, and instead of charging as one, they split into dozens of smaller groups to deal with each individual opponent. Each of the groups that aimed for Shurfeng's team of 10 consisted of 50 players. Stained Maple and his team became incredibly nervous as they watched the army of thousands approach. Although they had fought in many team battles before, they had been small-scale skirmishes, only involving 100 or 200 players. This was the first time they had participated in a battle involving thousands. As they watched the large groups rush towards them in an orderly manner, they struggled to breathe. Hecate's army outnumbered them by dozens of times. This overwhelming advantage couldn't be negated just because Shurfeng had used one large-scale destruction spell. The Asura adventurer team is finished now. There's no helping it. Hecate is Cold Wind City's current overlord. How could an adventurer team hope to contend with it? The independent players in the distance sighed ruefully as they watched the battlefield at the bottom of the canyon. This was the difference between a guild and an adventurer team. Even if an adventurer team were very powerful, it would only be able to stand against an ordinary guild like Centurion Dynasty or Matchless Family at most. However, Hecate was a large guild that ruled over multiple cities. An adventurer team with a little over 1,000 members was a joke before a guild like Hecate's. Hecate's army advanced. Lifeless Thorn and the others exchanged glances before they turned to Shurfeng. Commander, you mustn't join this competition. This is a rare chance for us to display the fruits of our labor. If we miss out on such a golden opportunity, it'll be difficult to find another. Lifeless Thorn said. That's right. Commander, if you make a move, we won't have anything to do. Cleansing Whistle complained. The rest of Shurfeng's party nodded in agreement. They were very familiar with Shurfeng's strength. After the battle on Thunder Island in particular, they had learned just how vast the world truly was. All of the players that had participated in the struggle for Thunder Island had been experts among experts. Refinement Realm experts had been a dime a dozen, yet Shurfeng had slaughtered everyone that had stood in his path. No one had possessed the power to stop his rampage. A couple of thousand elites and ordinary experts were not even worth Shurfeng's time. Meanwhile, they had just recently completed their Tier 2 promotions and had yet to test out and familiarize themselves with their newfound strength. A battle of thousands of players was the best practice ground for them. Fine, I won't attack, but you better take care of this quickly. Stained Maple's group won't be able to hold on long, Shurfeng said, sighing. He had wanted to trample over Hecate's army with overwhelming strength, which would have made it easier to expand the Asura adventurer team in Cold Wind City. That way, he would have had more players to help him with his quest. After all, the soul-dissolving flower he needed was extremely rare. Without sufficient manpower, searching for the flower would be nigh impossible. Commander, rest assured, we'll make sure to end the battle before Stained Maple's group starts to falter. Lifeless Thorn, his eyes glowing with excitement as he turned to the approaching Hecate members. Shortly after completing his Tier 2 promotion, Shurfeng had suddenly called for them to gather for a trip back to the Ice Crystal world. He hadn't even had the chance to experience the power of his Tier 2 class. After reaching Tier 2, his physique had improved significantly. This would no doubt affect his execution of skills and combat techniques, and he would need to fight in many battles before he got used to the new changes. He could also use this chance to try out new combat methods, which he hadn't been able to use with his previous physique. After saying so, Lifeless Thorn eagerly raised his spear and dashed towards Hecate's forces, which were still over 100 yards away. The rest of the team also advanced, but instead of moving as a unit, they split up and rushed at different sections of the enemy army. They showed no intention of cooperating. What are they trying to do? Stained Maple felt devastated as he watched Lifeless Thorn and the others move independently. They were going up against an army of over 2,600 players, yet Lifeless Thorn and the others planned to fight solo. Even Autumn Changes was stunned as the enemies rushed towards him. Have these people lost their minds? Autumn Changes could not help but rub his eyes to make sure that he was not hallucinating. Hecate's army still had over 2,600 elite and expert players remaining. Even Vast Heaven wouldn't recklessly charge into such a force by himself, using a roundabout strategy instead, yet Lifeless Thorn and the other Asura members were running towards their army like a bunch of lunatics. Good. Since they wish to die so badly, we'll grant their wish. Ranged unit, prepare to attack. Once they're within 50 yards, launch your attacks and blast them to smithereens. Autumn Changes commanded. Hearing Autumn Changes' orders, the ranged players at the rear line readied their bows and channeled their spells. As soon as Lifeless Thorn was within range, they would launch their attacks 90 yards. 60 yards. The moment Lifeless Thorn crossed the 50-yard mark, Hecate's ranged players fired their spells and arrows. These arrows and spells blotted out the sky. Lifeless Thorn revealed a wild grin as the attacks rained down. He responded by swinging his sword at the incoming attack's Tier 2 skill, Blade Storm. With a light swing, a storm formed before Lifeless Thorn. Like a barrier of wind, the violent storm blocked every spell and arrow Hecate's members had launched. Not a single attack had made it through. How is that possible? Hecate's members were stupefied when they saw Lifeless Thorn emerge unscathed. They had never dreamed that a skill could be used in such a way. Lifeless Thorn had actually used an offensive skill as a defensive skill. Blade Storm had a 3-second duration. Taking advantage of the skill, Lifeless Thorn made his way towards Hecate's frontline without receiving any damage. However, 8 MTs immediately stepped forward to intercept Lifeless Thorn. Seeing this, Lifeless Thorn swept his spear in a horizontal arc. Tier 1 skill, Whirlwind Slash. Boom! The swing sent every MT that stood in Lifeless Thorn's path flying, their HPs decreasing by a significant chunk. Following which, Lifeless Thorn advanced and arrived before the other melee players. His rapidly thrust his spear at his enemies, and the weapon transformed into over a dozen afterimages. Although the melee players tried to defend themselves, the Lifeless Thorn's jabs targeted their blind spots. Moreover, his attack speed was extremely high. They simply could not keep up with the attacks. In the end, the spear struck these players multiple times before they transformed into streaks of light and vanished. The attacks Hecate's ranged players launched were utterly ineffective against Lifeless Thorn as he constantly and swiftly changed positions. Wherever Lifeless Thorn passed, players fell, one after another. Moreover, Lifeless Thorn's movements became faster and smoother as he continued to fight. Solitary 9 and the others had also charged into Hecate's ranks by this point. Although their performance was not as violent as Lifeless Thorn's, they were just as unstoppable. Whenever they used a Tier 2 skill, they instantly killed 10 or more players. Although Solitary 9 and the others took some hits, they instantly recovered the lost HP with an advanced healing potion. Meanwhile, the Hecate members that had charged at Silverwing were even more miserable. Before Hecate's members could reach him, Silverwing activated Defensive Blade, which increased his attack range tremendously. He then lightly swung Killing Ray at the approaching players. The swordsman's strength was already beyond that of a Tier 3 Great Lord of the same level, and the players that had failed to block his attacks had fallen instantly. Although the players that had blocked the attack had survived, they were paralyzed for a brief moment. As a result, they couldn't block Silverwing's following attacks at this moment. The difference in tiers and attributes could not be more obvious. Asura and Hecate's members were on an entirely different level. How is this possible? Autumn Changes was racked with confusion as he watched this happen. With just 10 members, the Asura adventurer team had rendered Hecate's 3,000-man army utterly helpless. Just who are these people? Before even 1 minute had passed, Hecate's army had lost an additional 800 or so players. In contrast, Silverwing's group of 10 had yet to suffer a single casualty. It's about time we end this battle. Seeing that the enemy's morale had plummeted, Silverwing pulled out the Bible of Darkness and activated Demon Summoning. Immediately, a massive gate of white bone descended from the sky. As the gate opened, a 5-meter-tall, dual-horned, pitch-black demon emerged. Chapter 1749. Legend of Cold Wind City. Chapter 1749, Legend of Cold Wind City. The massive bone gate immediately caught the attention of everyone present. When the bone gate abruptly opened, power of darkness flooded out and instantly turned the snowy plain into a barren wasteland. When a 5-meter-tall, 4-armed demon with 2 crimson horns stepped out of the gate, the watching players gasped. Slaughterer Demon, Great Lord. Level 81. HP 33, 750, 000/33, 750, 000. A level 81 Great Lord. Crap, they can summon Tier 3 monsters. Hecate's members were stricken with fear as they stared at the Slaughterer Demon. It wouldn't have been a major issue if the summoned Great Lord had only been level 50 or 60, but the Great Lord before them was level 81. That was far above their current levels. Although the level suppression system in the game had been nerfed quite a bit by this point, the suppression from a 30-level difference would still be powerful naturally. In terms of basic attributes, a level 81 Great Lord was much stronger than a level 50 Grand Lord. Even a 100-man elite team wasn't guaranteed success against an ordinary level 50 Grand Lord, which would be a nightmare if controlled by a player. Suddenly, the Slaughterer demon unfolded its pitch-black wings and disappeared. The demon then reappeared in the heart of Hecate's army as if it had teleported. The demon had used the Tier 2 skill, Space Jump, which had a longer range than instantaneous movement, allowing the Slaughter demon to cross a 400-yard distance in a fraction of a second. Emerald flames then flared around the Slaughter demon's 4 bone swords before it stabbed all 4 into the ground. Boom. With the Slaughterer demon at the center, emerald fire swirled out, only stopping after it covered a 50-yard radius. Tier 3 skill, Omnidirectional Incineration. Everything the emerald flames touched burned to nothingness. Even level 52, Tier 1 MTs that had activated their life-saving skills had died instantly in just one attack. Hecate's army lost another several hundred members. After this attack, Hecate's members, who had already felt uneasy, fell to their despair. Retreat. Hurry up and retreat. Autumn Changes shouted in the team chat as the Slaughter demon prepared to attack again. The combat power Lifeless Thorn's team had displayed had already frightened him. He had never thought that players could become so powerful. Lifeless Thorn and the others were like monsters in player clothing. Lifeless Thorn, in particular, was ridiculously strong. Even several level 50-plus MTs working together couldn't stop his rampage. Just one of the Berserker's attacks was more than enough to send multiple MTs flying. Meanwhile, cloth armor classes were little more than pests before this man. They'd definitely die if they received a single hit. Now that a level 81 Great Lord had joined the battle as well, Autumn Changes could not help but feel like the system was playing some cruel joke on him. However, although Autumn Changes had already ordered the retreat, before a Tier 3 demon strengthened by Demon Ruler, escape was impossible. The Slaughterer demon was simply too fast. Moreover, it only needed one hit to kill the fleeing players. Since Hecate's members were focused on escape, Lifeless Thorn and his companions had an easier time killing their enemies. 9 players and 1 demon chased after the 1,000-plus players that fled in all directions. The inconceivable scene left the distant independent players speechless. They had witnessed many accounts of 1,000-man armies chasing down groups of dozens of players, but they had never seen a handful of players chase after a 1,000-man army. The crowd's eyes glowed with excitement, and some players even got goosebumps as they watched this miracle unfold before them. Ever since Hecate had arrived in Coldwind City, the guild had constantly suppressed independent players like themselves. Naturally, they were more than pleased to see this guild's members get slaughtered. Their blood boiled with passion as they watched. Too strong. Asura is invincible. So, this is the strength of Coldwind City's #1 adventurer team. The watching crowd gained a newfound appreciation for Asura's strength. Numbers could no longer replace the strength the adventurer team wielded. As long as these Asura experts were present, the adventurer team would become a legend. Rather, Asura's legend would begin today in Coldwind City. Meanwhile, Stained Maple and his teammates, who tried their best to keep Hecate's members from fleeing, felt an indescribable pride and excitement for their own adventurer team so strong. But the basic attributes and combat standards Lifeless Thorn and his companions had displayed today were absolutely mesmerizing. When they thought about how Lifeless Thorn and the others' newfound strength was due to their commander, Shifeng, their hearts burned with even more passion. Since Lifeless Thorn and the others had improved so much by following the swordsman, these players realized that if their performances were sufficient, they might get to train under their commander as well, experiencing the same explosive strength growth. If they could become half as powerful as Lifeless Thorn and his teammates, they'd be more than satisfied. Meanwhile, many of the spectating independent players had recorded the battle between Asura and Hecate, and some had even uploaded their videos to Coldwind City's official forums. Battle of the Century in the Snow Rift. Initially, very few players paid attention to the forum post. Those that had checked it out had done so out of boredom. However, as soon as players clicked on the post and watched the videos, They couldn't look away. What's going on? Several players are chasing after thousands? Is this some kind of movie shoot? This battle is real. I am at the battlefield right now. You should have seen it for yourself. Several experts from the Asura adventurer team just slaughtered Hecate's army. They can kill even level 50 MTs with one hit. When did Asura become so powerful? I am also at the scene of the battle. I'm an assassin, so I managed to get a closer view of the battlefield. It seems that Asura's commander has finally returned. Those are the experts from Asura that left Coldwind City with the adventurer team's commander a while ago. Just now, Asura's cleansing whistle single-handedly killed Hecate's vast heaven. Moreover, she made it look easy. Cleansing whistle killed vast heaven by herself? Stop lying. Do you know who vast heaven is? He's the current #1 expert in Coldwind City. The city's previous top-ranked experts didn't even last 10 moves against him. How could Cleansing Whistle beat him? I have screenshots and videos. Take a look for yourself. What? It's actually true. That's vast heaven. For a time, every player in Coldwind City was focused on the shocking battle between Asura and Hecate. Coldwind City's inhabitants were astounded and excited as they watched thousands of Hecate's elite and expert members flee from a handful of players from the Asura adventurer team. Any thoughts they had harbored of the adventurer team falling apart had vanished after this heaven-defying battle. Who in Coldwind City would possibly look down on Asura's strength? At the same time, Asura was fated to become a legend in Coldwind City after this battle. Even if a long time had passed, today's battle would be regarded as a classic. While Coldwind City's players heatedly discussed the Asura adventurer team, Hecate's upper echelons, who had been stationed in Coldwind City, gathered in Hecate's guild residence for an emergency meeting. Over a dozen people sat in the solemn meeting hall, every one of them radiating an aura that would make ordinary players shudder with fear. However, these players all watched the youth at the head of the table in silence and trepidation. This youth wore a particularly gloomy expression, and even the temperature of the air around him had dropped due to his aura speak. What is happening? What is this Asura adventurer team? The handsome youth demanded. Chapter 1750, Establishing an Adventurer Alliance. Chapter 1750, Establishing an Adventurer Alliance. Inside the silent hall, the handsome man's shout immediately made Hecate's upper echelon tremble involuntarily. Although they were part of the upper echelon of Hecate and possessed great individual strength, when facing the handsome man before them, they instinctively felt a sense of awe towards him. The reason for this was the identity of the male youth before them. He was none other than Carnage, the player nicknamed Hell Knight, who was also one of Hecate's vice guild leaders. Although Carnage was baby-faced, in reality, he was already over 40 years old, much older than they were. Moreover, he had worked as a mercenary and was nicknamed the God of Death. It was no exaggeration to say that a large part of Hecate's current success was due to Carnage. Moreover, Carnage was also the head instructor for Hecate's internal training program, and every one of them present inside the meeting hall right now had actually received his tuition. Even vast heaven owed the strength he had today to Carnage's tutelage. Meanwhile, the training they had undergone was akin to going through hell. Hence, they knew exactly what kind of personality Carnage had. Normally, he didn't lose his temper easily. When he did get angry, however, it was like hell descending on the world. And right now, they could sense that he was furious. However, his reaction was only natural. Of the 3,000 elite and expert members the guild had sent to the Snow Rift, over 2,000 had gotten killed. Even when Hecate went to deal with the Centurion dynasty, it had not suffered such a staggering loss. Yet, now, the guild had sustained such casualties just because of 10 players. The guild used tons of resources to nurture its elite and expert members. After opening up the path to Coldwind City, it had sent only 1,000 expert players over. Only after arriving at Coldwind City and annexing the entire Matchless family did Hecate's guild member count in Coldwind City skyrocket, the number of elite and expert members breaching 10,000. Meanwhile, among the 3,000 players vast heaven had brought to the Snow Rift, nearly 400 were the guild's original expert players. And among the 2,000 plus players that were killed, 300 plus were these original experts. the equivalent to losing more than 1/3 of the total number of experts Hecate had in Cold Wind City. This was a massive loss. The levels lost was one thing. The crucial point was the weapons and equipment lost in the Ice Crystal world. Guild elites and experts relied mainly on lifestyle players for their weapons and equipment. However, very few lifestyle players could produce weapons and equipment of suitable standards for elite and expert players. Not to mention, the materials needed to produce level 50 secret silver weapons and equipment were also extremely valuable and very difficult to acquire. Meanwhile, based on the post-war statistics, they had lost over 200 pieces of level 50 secret silver equipment. Since producing just one piece of level 50 secret silver equipment already required a lot of time and resources, all the more for 200 pieces, this loss would severely impact their guild's raid progress. Of the Snow Riftvice guild leader, we've already done a thorough investigation. The people who targeted us this time are all experts of the Asura adventurer team that had disappeared previously. From what we heard, it seems that these experts had gone with their commander on an expedition. However, the strange part is that these experts weren't so strong before. Right now, we still don't know how they managed to gain the combat power they have. A level 52 elementalist reported in a careful tone they suddenly became stronger. Carnage's lips curled up slightly as he read the report his subordinate sent him. This is interesting. They're just a bunch of hillbillies, yet not only did they gain a massive boost in basic attributes after going out on an expedition, but even their combat standards have undergone a qualitative transformation. It seems this Asura adventurer team has quite a huge secret. Investigate this matter immediately. Use every means available to dig out this secret. As long as Hecate acquires it, then the day Hecate becomes the #1 guild in the north will be just around the corner. Right? Also notify the main branch to send the 12 heavens to Cold Wind City. Upon hearing Carnage's command, everyone in the room was shocked. Despite themselves, they had never thought that Carnage would actually summon the 12 heavens to a backwater like Cold Wind City. The 12 heavens were the apex combatants of Hecate. In Cold Wind City, aside from Carnage, Vast Heaven was the strongest member of Hecate present. Even so, Vast Heaven's level was still insufficient for him to become one of the 12 heavens, only qualifying as a reserve member. At most normally, the 12 heavens would be split up and dispatched to Hecate's various branch guilds. Nevertheless, Carnage was having all 12 of them come. Hecate's upper echelon shuddered in fear just thinking about this matter. These people could still remember the last time the 12 heavens were all together. Back then, they were gathered to help repel the siege of a super first-rate guild's army. In the end, due to the 12 heavens, the invading super first-rate guild had no choice but to give up on capturing one of Hecate's guild towns. Yet, now, Carnage was actually mobilizing the 12 heavens just to deal with a single adventurer team. This was simply insane. Elsewhere, Shurfeng and the others had already returned to Cold Wind City. After reaching the city, the group discovered that nothing much had changed there. The player population in the city had increased only slightly, with the majority of the newcomers being new players to God's domain, and a small portion being Hecate's guild members. Unlike on the continent of God's domain, players belonging to the Ice Crystal world couldn't travel freely between different cities in the Ice Crystal world. Travel between two different cities generally required players to unlock the gate separating the two cities first. Another method was to use a special pathway. However, activating such special pathways was very troublesome. These pathways also had many restrictions. Hence, ordinary players couldn't travel freely between different cities. Currently, outside Asura's residence, Asura's members crowded around the entrance as they welcomed Shurfeng and the others. Return, it's the commander. The commander is back. All hail the commander. Asura is invincible. The Asura adventurer team's members were all thrilled to see Shurfeng. The shouting of thousands of players echoed throughout the streets of Cold Wind City, firing up the independent players that had come to join in on the fun due to Shurfeng and the others defeating Hecate's army. Asura's fame in Cold Wind City had recovered to its peak. In fact, the adventurer team's fame was even greater than before. The strength Shurfeng's group displayed had captivated the independent players of Cold Wind City. As a result, many independent players were now hoping to join Asura Commander. With this, I'm afraid the various large guilds of Cold Wind City will target our adventurer team, Solitary 9 said, revealing a bitter smile as he looked at the crowded street around him. The goal of guilds was to take control of NPC cities. Meanwhile, unlike in the NPC cities on the continent of God's domain, players could gain a small portion of control over the NPCs in the Ice Crystal world. Doing so required the support of a large number of players. At the same time, players also needed to complete a series of contributions to the city. At this point, the Asura Adventurer team's strength was completely different from before. Currently, aside from Asura's members, hundreds of thousands of players crowded the street outside Asura's residence. One could easily imagine how high the Asura Adventurer team's prestige and reputation were in Coldwind City right now. With so many players willing to join the Adventurer team, all Asura needed to do was complete a series of contributions to the city. Then, it could become the true overlord of Coldwind City. With such a situation, how could the various large guilds of Coldwind City possibly let Asura operate unhindered? The large guilds would undoubtedly treat Asura as a thorn in their side and try to deal with it as soon as possible. Don't mind them. If they want a fight, we'll give them a fight, Shifeng said, chuckling. Moreover, my original goal was to take control of Coldwind City and make it the foundation of our Asura Adventurer team. Solitary 9 and the others could not help their stupefaction at Shifeng's words. They had thought that Shifeng's purpose behind revisiting Coldwind City was simply a quest. Now, however, it would seem that Shifeng's sights were set much higher than they had imagined. The thought of an adventurer team taking control of an entire NPC city was simply too crazy. Since so many people have come, I'm making an announcement in my capacity as Asura's commander. From today onward, the Asura Adventurer team will be establishing an Adventurer Alliance. We welcome all Adventurer teams and independent players to join this alliance. Any Adventurer team and independent player that joins this alliance will enjoy a portion of the benefits offered by the Asura Adventurer team. Shifeng declared loudly as he looked at the crowded street around him. Chapter 1751, Future Help. Chapter 1751, Future Help. Upon hearing Shifeng's announcement, the hundreds of thousands of players on the street outside Asura's residence fell silent, every one of them staring at Shifeng in disbelief. However, as if some spell had broken, the sounds of cheering echoed down the street. A moment later, all hail Asura. What? The Asura Adventurer team is so generous. What a wealthy move. Does Asura plan to unify Coldwind City? The Asura Adventurer team's sudden announcement stunned everyone in Coldwind City. Meanwhile, some players from the various large guilds, who watched from a distance, gaped in shock. Solitary 9, Lifeless Thorn, and Asura's other members gave Shifeng incredulous looks. They all thought that Shifeng had gone crazy. An adventurer team wasn't like a guild. There were very few restrictions on an adventurer team's members. In fact, some adventurer teams didn't even place a single restriction. They were mostly a large group of players with the same goal. Meanwhile, the Asura offered particularly valuable benefits, even better than what some guilds offered their members. With the adventurer team's contribution points, one could purchase weapons, equipment, and basic combat techniques. However, the adventurer team had strict conditions for joining. Fortunately, Asura had plenty of experts, so the team had a much easier time gathering resources and developing. However, Shifeng's decision would allow every independent player to enjoy Asura's benefits without meeting any of the entry requirements, yet the adventurer team had to pay for these benefits. Commander, are we really going through with this? Yenya hurriedly asked Shifeng. Even if they were going to acquire Coldwind City, they had many other methods they could use to do so. There was no need to earn the public's hearts with such a wasteful option. Here are the details. Publicize them in a moment and inform everyone about what the Adventurer Alliance is, Shifeng said, nodding. He then some details regarding the Adventurer Alliance he had intended to establish to Yenya and the others. In reality, he had planned to establish an Adventurer Alliance even before he had first visited the Ice Crystal world. Someone had established an Adventurer Alliance, an organization that would serve independent players, during his previous life. It served as a platform for independent players to purchase better equipment, materials, information, and find companions to quest with. This helped independent players avoid getting taken advantage of by the various large guilds. However, when the Adventurer Alliance had first appeared during his previous life, Mainstream players on the continent of God's domain had already reached level 90. Although setting up the Adventurer Alliance was very costly and would require further investments, the organization would command more influence and strength as it gradually took shape. In the end, the Adventurer Alliance had become the #1 ranking adventurer team throughout God's domain. It had even become one of God's domain's apex powers. God's domain had many superpowers, but very few could be considered an apex power, every one of which had powerful backgrounds and countless experts. Meanwhile, not even ordinary super guilds had dared to provoke the Adventurer Alliance in the past due to its frightening member count. Many of God's domain's top-ranking apex experts had belonged to the Adventurer Alliance, including Tier 6 God-ranked players. Although the Adventurer Alliance had only established a few restrictions on its members, the Alliance and its members had been inseparable. If any super guild had harmed the Alliance, the independent apex experts and Tier 6 God-ranked experts would have taken action. This was why the Adventurer Alliance had become one of the game's apex powers in terms of ability to collect materials. Not even the Secret Pavilion had been a match for the Adventurer Alliance. No matter how many members a guild possessed, independent players far outnumbered them. Since nobody had established an organization like the Adventurer Alliance in this life yet, Shifeng wouldn't hesitate to take advantage of this idea. After all, materials were very important in God's domain, and if he wished to acquire soul-dissolving flowers quickly, this was the fastest way. The Adventurer Alliance could also be a huge help to Zero-Wing in the future. Unfortunately, establishing the Adventurer Alliance would require a lot of investments. This was especially true for the weapons, equipment, and the Alliance's resource bank. The Alliance would also require a large number of people to manage and operate the organization. Then it would have to earn a reputation and credibility among independent players. Hence, setting up the Adventurer Alliance's foundation certainly wouldn't be easy. However, Cold Wind City was currently the best place to establish the Adventurer Alliance. First, Cold Wind City wasn't particularly large, with a player population just over 2 million. Meanwhile, unlike the situation on the continent of God's domain, players in the Ice Crystal world could not communicate easily, so Shifeng didn't have to worry about too many players trying to join the Alliance at once. This also meant that the initial required investments wouldn't be as massive, and the Alliance wouldn't have to worry about collapsing in on itself before it could even take shape. When the Adventurer Alliance had first established in the past, the support it had received from multiple major corporations had been a large part of the reason for its survival during its infancy phases. These corporations had invested an astronomical amount of resources to help the Alliance mature. Shifeng's second reason was the love independent players had for the Asura Adventurer team. By establishing the Adventurer Alliance, the Asura Adventurer team would also have an easier time taking control of Cold Wind City. Once Asura controlled the city, it could use the income to sustain the Adventurer Alliance. When Yenya and the others read the details of Shifeng's idea, their eyes glowed with excitement as they began to understand why Shifeng wanted to take on such a thankless task. Although the initial investments were massive, once independent players got used to using the Asura Adventurer team's contribution points, all sorts of materials, weapons, and equipment would continuously flow into the team's hands. Moreover, Asura would be able to recruit expert players more easily. Immediately, Solitary 9 and the others went into action and started to spread the Adventurer Alliance's details. Meanwhile, when the upper echelons of Cold Wind City's various large guilds received this news, hatred towards Shifeng welled in their hearts. However, as the Asura Adventurer team had already displayed such immense strength, they couldn't stop the Adventurer Alliance's establishment forcefully. Hence, the city's guilds began to think of ways to stop Asura's plans by deliberately lowering their recruitment standards. They also loosened the restrictions on their guild members, making their guilds more attractive to independent players. After all, there was no way an adventurer team could offer as inviting benefits as a guild. Moreover, guilds had far more and far better weapons and equipment in their stocks than adventurer teams. Furthermore, players could earn a very high and stable salary by becoming one of the guild's upper echelons. Meanwhile, in Hecate's residence in Cold Wind City, this Asura adventurer team is quite ambitious. Like the other guild's upper echelons, Carnage was surprised when he received news of the Adventurer Association. He had never thought that the Asura adventurer team would be so enthusiastic to grow. However, he revealed a sneer as he said, "It's a pity that your efforts will go to waste. Notify our subordinates and tell them to lower the exchange rates for Hecate's weapons and equipment. However, keep the original exchange rates for any player that's related to the Asura adventurer team in any way." Hecate also began to hasten its exploration of the Snow Rift. Having a large number of guild members simply wasn't enough to rule over Cold Wind City. An organization also needed to make sufficient contributions to the city. Elsewhere, Shurfeng focused on producing all kinds of weapons and equipment in preparation for the Adventurer Alliance's establishment. After being away from Cold Wind City for some time, the Asura adventurer team had collected plenty of rare materials. It had even acquired 45 ice crystal fragments. Other lifestyle players might find it difficult to produce level 50 secret silver and fine gold equipment, but to Shurfeng, who had long since become a master forger, it wasn't a problem. Moreover, he had the assistance of a Tier 3 mysterious flame and the Forging Association's special mana forging room to increase his forging success rate. While Shurfeng forged level 50 fine gold equipment with the forging designs he had purchased from the Forging Association, he had Lifeless Thorn and the others raid the Snow Rift's bosses and collect materials and ice crystal fragments. In the end, Shurfeng spent 3 whole days cooped up in the Forging Association and produced 300+ pieces of level 50 fine gold equipment, 100+ pieces of level 50 fine gold weapons, 10 fine gold ranked magic light sets, and 500+ pieces of secret silver equipment. He had basically spent all of the resources the Asura adventurer team had gathered during his absence. Now that the preparation work is complete, it's about time to reveal it to the public. Shurfeng revealed a faint smile as he looked at the room cluttered with the weapons and equipment he had crafted. Chapter 1752, Enemy of Guilds. Chapter 1752, Enemy of Guilds. Cold Wind City, Hecate's guild residence. Due to the sudden reduction in Hecate's recruitment requirements and exchange rates for weapons and equipment, the guild hall was crowded with players. Most of these players had been independent players, and all of them traded rare materials for level 50 weapons and equipment. Vice guild leader, since we lowered the exchange rates, we've seen twice as many players come to purchase our weapons and equipment. Moreover, these players are all at the elite standard and above. Not only have they signed an agreement stating that they won't support Asura, but they will also secretly discriminate against Asura's members. The other guilds have taken similar measures against Asura as well. Right now, the majority of Cold Wind City's elite players have taken a stand against Asura. Even if Asura establishes that Adventurer Alliance, the adventurer team won't be able to obtain many resources from the Alliance to increase its strength. Good. Well done. Now, all that's left is to find out how Asura's experts became so strong so quickly. Then, we'll take full control of the city. Carnage was very satisfied with his subordinate's report. He had to admit that the Asura adventurer team posed an even greater threat than the Centurion dynasty when it came to competing for Cold Wind City's authority. However, the adventurer team overestimated itself if it thought it could compete with guilds. The various guilds simply wouldn't allow that to happen. After all, if news of this situation spread, they would become a laughingstock in the other cities. The various guilds would rather sacrifice a portion of their profits to prevent such a thing. Now, due to the various guilds' efforts, the majority of Cold Wind City's elite and expert players had sided with the various guilds. The remaining elites and experts had their own methods of obtaining weapons and equipment, so they weren't interested in the guild's exchange services. All in all, the various guilds had already taken control of Cold Wind City's main source of rare materials. Although the Asura adventurer team had plenty of powerful experts, it couldn't take control of the city by relying on experts alone. An organization would need well-equipped elite and expert players to perform the difficult and necessary contributions. While Asura had quite a number of ordinary expert players, it lacked top-tier weapons and equipment. Producing such items required plenty of rare materials, and the high production difficulties only increased how many materials were needed. With how few members Asura had, the adventurer team simply didn't have the manpower to obtain the necessary resources. Moreover, unlike guilds, adventurer teams did not have specially trained groups of lifestyle players. Even if an adventurer team had its own lifestyle players, it wouldn't have the resources to nurture many. or any, advanced lifestyle players. Now that the various large guilds had severed Asura's source of rare materials, the adventurer team would have no way to compete for the authority over Cold Wind City Vice Guild leader. Based on our investigations thus far, the Asura experts that have recently returned haven't said a single word about how they had grown so powerful. The adventurer team's other members know nothing about it either. It seems they're keeping a very tight lid on this secret, the level 52 assassin reporting to Carnage said helplessly. No matter. Keep on looking into it, Carnage said, smiling faintly. It is fine even if we fail to find out about it. Even if we fail to learn Asura's secret, once we take control of Cold Wind City, we'll thoroughly eliminate the adventurer team. Hearing Carnage's words, the reporting assassin could not help but smile. Although the Asura adventurer team had become quite famous in Cold Wind City, at the end of the day, it was still an adventurer team. Asura was both foolish and suicidal if it thought it could go up against Hecate. Once Hecate took control of Cold Wind City, the guild would secure a small portion of the city's authority. This fraction of authority, fortunately, would be more than enough to deal with one adventurer team. A few more powerful experts wouldn't matter in the end. Right? Didn't I send you out to poach Asura's experts? How is that coming along? Carnage asked. He had a very optimistic view of Cleansing Whistle and the others. With such strength, they could become a great source of combat power for the guild if they joined Hecate. Hearing Carnage's question, the reporting assassin fell silent. What? Did they dislike our offer? Carnage asked curiously. They said that they're not interested in a reserve elder position. They said that they might consider joining if we offered them the position of guild leader or vice guild leader. The assassin said honestly. Bang. Carnage slammed his fist on the office table before him, shattering it when he heard the assassin's reply. The killing intent he radiated shocked the nearby upper echelons, making them shudder. Reckless fools. Since they want to fall with their adventurer team, I'll grant their wish. Carnage said, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. Sneering, he continued, place a 3,000 gold bounty on each of those players. Send someone to keep an eye on them and tell the 12 heavens to get here as soon as possible. Understood. Everyone in the guild leader's office nodded. They couldn't help but feel some pity for Cleansing Whistle and her companions, but the group had simply asked for their deaths. Very quickly, Hecate publicized its bounty and caused a huge commotion in the city. Crap. Is Hecate that determined to destroy Asura? 3,000 gold. With that kind of money, Asura's own members might take action against these people. But those players are incredibly strong. They're almost impossible to kill. Who told you that? Although they are very powerful, there are many tools available in God's domain. With a sufficiently powerful tool, killing them is definitely possible. It is just a matter of whether the owners are willing to use their tools or not. For 3,000 gold, though, they might be tempted. It really makes you wonder what Asura's higher-ups are trying to do. First, they provoked Hecate. Then, they made an enemy of every guild in Cold Wind City. Not only has Asura's material sources been cut off, but its peak experts are also targets. As far as I see it, Asura is doomed. I know, right? At the end of the day, an adventurer team is still an adventurer team. It is impossible for an adventurer team to go up against a large guild. Cold Wind City's general populace was sorely tempted by Hecate's bounty. They wanted nothing more than to rush into Asura's residence and slay its experts. However, plenty of independent players pitted the Asura adventurer team. If Asura hadn't set its eyes on Cold Wind City's authority, Hecate might have been powerless against the adventurer team. Eventually, Asura might have even grown powerful enough to intimidate the various large guilds. As everyone talked about the Asura adventurer team, Asura had announced the Adventurer Alliance's official launch and welcomed anyone and everyone to apply for membership at Asura's residence. As long as a player was independent, they could join the Adventurer Alliance and enjoy a portion of the benefits Asura offered. Asura really is dumb. Who would dare apply to join the Adventurer Alliance right now? That's right. The majority of level 50 weapons and equipment on the market have been produced by guilds. How many weapons and equipment could a measly adventurer team possibly offer? Only people who don't want to upgrade their weapons and equipment would join the Adventurer Alliance. The general populace showed no interest in Asura's announcement. In fact, many players did not want anything to do with the adventurer team now. Seeing this, the various guilds' upper echelons in Cold Wind City sneered at Asura and its members. "Commander, even though we've announced the launch to the public, not a single player has shown interest in joining." Yenya expressed her frustration from her seat in Asura's residence. She had to admit that the various guild strategies had been very effective. It had utterly dissuaded any independent players from joining the Adventurer Alliance. "All right, then. I had wanted to show the guild some respect, but since they refused to accept my kindness, there's no need for me to hold back," Shifeng said, not particularly surprised by the situation. He then instructed, "Tell Solitary 9 to publicize the Adventurer Alliance's exchange list on the forums." "Understood. I'll notify the Vice Commander."